Chapter 301 Flip the card. Tang Huar, the Imperial Palace. Sister Yinger, do you mean that we have already reached the northwest continent? After hearing Tao Ying's words, the other girls' eyes became more and more surprised, and most of them were in disbelief. These two places are tens of thousands of miles apart. How is it possible to reach them in an instant? Even the legendary fighting saint would never be able to do it. Haha, if you don't believe it, just go out and take a look. Seeing the confusion on everyone's faces, Chenfeng smiled, did not explain anything, and took the lead to walk out of the secret room. Seeing this, Han Yu, Lu Fei and others hurriedly followed. It's true, we have really arrived at Brother Feng's palace. Looking at the familiar scene outside the secret room, Han Yu and Lu Fei were extremely excited. Feng Qing'er, Han Shu and Tang Huar had never been to the Gamma Palace, but after seeing the intense reactions of Han Yu and Lu Fei, the three of them no longer doubted and believed that this was the location of Chenfeng's palace in the northwest continent. But how could they cross tens of thousands of miles and arrive here in an instant? Feng Qing'er and Tang Huar were both full of doubts and felt that Chenfeng was shrouded in mystery. The knave Han Shu didn't think about so many things. She followed Han Yu, looking at the surrounding scenery with a pure smile on her face. Ding, Yun Yun is detected to be pregnant, and the host is rewarded with a big gift package. Ding, considering that Yun Yun is pregnant with her second child, all the rewards from this gift package will be doubled. Ding, host, would you like to open the gift package? Just as Chenfeng was leading the girls towards the harem, a system prompt suddenly sounded in his mind. Yuner is pregnant again, that's great. When Chenfeng heard the system's prompt, a smile appeared on his face. The crazy hard work over the past period of time has finally paid off. In the following time, the system continued to emit similar prompt sounds. Yafei, Xiao Yixian, Qinglin and Yoi were also pregnant. Perhaps it was because the last time Morning Breeze gave gifts to several people, it happened at about the same time, so they all became pregnant at about the same time. While walking, Chenfeng opened all the gift packs. Because Yun Yun, Yafei, Xiao Yixian, Qinglin, and Yao Ye all have second children, the system rewards are double the usual amount. After opening all the gift packs, Chenfeng had a great harvest. A total of 12 communication stones were distributed this time, together with the previous ones. For the time being, basically every woman can be given one to facilitate communication with Chenfeng. There are 10 primary experience pills. When these 10 experience pills are stacked together and used, they are equivalent to the effect of one intermediate experience pill. 6 portions of micro-soul origin. This reward can be said to be the biggest surprise this time. The micro-soul origins that Chenfeng had used in the previous few times combined were not so many. Perhaps, the combined use of these 6 portions of micro-soul origins would allow Chenfeng's soul, which was in the perfect spiritual realm, to break through the bottleneck and step into the soul of that heavenly realm in one fell swoop. There are 4 space expansion packs. With these space expansion packs, the space inside the Qiankan treasure box will be doubled. In addition, there are 4 transformation pills, 600 Duwang quick forming pills, and 2 volumes of heaven-grade primary Du skills. This time Yun Yun and others were pregnant with their second child, which was a great harvest. The only drawback was the lack of some new props. After Chenfeng checked the rewards, they and their group gradually came to the harem. Han Yu, Lu Fei and Cao Ying all knew the people in the harem, so there was no awkwardness. However, Han Shu, Feng Qing'er and Tang Ho were somewhat unfamiliar with this. My husband is really amazing. He actually brought back 3 more beautiful sisters. Looking at Feng Qing'er and the other 2 who were following Chenfeng, Yun Yun and the other girls all had a hint of resentment in their eyes. There are so many people. Compared to the calmness of Yun Yun and the others, Feng Qing'er and Tang Ho were obviously a little flustered. They all knew that Chenfeng was a playboy, but to be so playboy was completely beyond their expectations. Even though Feng Qing'er was a Dozong strongman, she still seemed a little at a loss and extremely nervous when facing Chenfeng's many wives. Fortunately, Yun Yun, Ya Fei and others were very active. They took the initiative to come over and say hello. Introducing themselves to Feng Qing'er and Tang Ho. With their warm reception, Feng Qing'er and Tang Ho soon became less restrained than before. Ho, you are the first card turned over tonight. When everyone started to get familiar with each other, Chenfeng directly took Tang Huer's hand and spoke seriously. A flop. Sisters, what does flipping a card mean? Hearing Chenfeng's words, the inexperienced Tang Huer showed a hint of doubt on her face, and then immediately asked Yun Yun and Ya Fei. Huer, you'll know about this kind of thing if you follow Brother Feng in. Seeing Tang Huer's pure girlish reaction, the others couldn't help but laugh. All right. Tang Huer followed Chenfeng into the room doubtfully. When she saw Chenfeng taking off all his clothes, even if she didn't understand what he meant, she understood what he meant and her face immediately turned red with embarrassment. "Brother Morning Breeze, are you going to do that?" Tang Huer said shyly. What do you think?" Seeing Tang Huer being so shy, Chenfeng's desire to conquer became stronger. He wanted to let Tang Huer, the heroic young lady of Fenyan Valley, feel his power. "Okay. I'm just not prepared for this yet. Don't be mad at me if I don't perform well." "No, why would I be angry?" Tang Huer replied to Chenfeng in a low voice, then stretched out her snow-white jade hand and gently unbuttoned her dress. Although Tang Huer has been living in a hot place like Fenyan Valley, her skin is surprisingly white, and her body is as white as ice, just like a bud in the snow, clear and beautiful. After taking off her dress, Tang Huer looked very slim, with a face as delicate and graceful as a jade tree blown by the wind, which seemed totally inconsistent with the character she had shown before. Moreover, that well-developed figure, exquisite curves, plump chest, slender waist, and perky buttocks, each one exudes the alluring charm of a girl. Tistask. Looking at the dazzlingly white and hot body in front of him, Chenfeng was filled with praise in his heart. "Brother Feng, do I look good?" Because it was the first time that she showed her figure in front of a man, Tang Huer was a little shy at first. However, after seeing Chenfeng's admiring and lustful eyes, she felt happy in her heart, and then she straightened her chest and raised her head, behaving confidently. "You are just a little goblin." Seeing Tang Huer's performance, Chenfeng couldn't wait to reach out and pick her up, and gently put her on the soft couch. "Thanks for the reward, Brother Mo." Chapter 32. The wedding shocked the guests. Brother Feng. After a long time Tang Huer stood up again. Her beautiful figure was revealed. Her slender willow-like, snow-white waist was simply heart-throbbing. The eldest lady of Burning Flame Valley has really good physical fitness. Looking at Tang Huer's condition, Chenfeng's eyes showed admiration. Originally, Chenfeng had planned to be gentler to her tonight. However, I didn't expect Tang Huer to be so strong-willed and excited. In this case, Chenfeng then demonstrated his true abilities. It was impossible to have pity on the beautiful woman at this moment. In the middle of the night, Tang Huer finally fell into a deep sleep, but there was still a hint of an intoxicating smile on the corner of her mouth. "Call." After Tang Huer fell down, Chenfeng stood up, looked at Karen below, and let out a long sigh of relief. This time Tang Huer really surprised Chenfeng. He didn't expect that she could hold on for most of the night. Next, Chenfeng summoned Feng Qing to sleep with him. Her cool and elegant demeanor completely disappeared in such a place. Time passes slowly in such an intense struggle. A few days later, Tang Huer successfully became pregnant with Chenfeng's child, and in the following time Chenfeng never left the harem. Over a period of more than 20 days, Chenfeng relied on the dragon and phoenix art and some powerful elixirs to raise the cultivation of several women to the level of Du Huang. This situation made Yao Yi, Ya Fai and other women who originally had very poor aptitude for cultivation feel very excited. They had never thought before that one day they would be able to become a Duang powerful person, and at that so quickly. Some of them reached this step after only 2 days and nights of hard work. Tao Ying, Feng Qing'er and Ziyan, who already had high levels of cultivation, were also going further and further on the path to becoming a Duzong. Their cultivation had now reached the level of a 5-star Duzong. Tang Huer also advanced from the Duong realm to the Duzong realm, and later took the Duzong star, uphill, breaking through 3 stars in succession and reaching the 4-star Dozong level. It is worth mentioning that Yun Yun, as Chenfeng's favorite, has surpassed everyone else in cultivation and has achieved the 7-star Duzong. Under the effects of the dragon and phoenix art and the star-up pills that can improve cultivation at each stage, any strong physique and excellent bloodline will pale in comparison. The level of one's cultivation is simply a matter of how long one practices the dragon and phoenix art with Chenfeng. In the process, the time is approaching for Chenfeng to hold a wedding for Han Yu, Lu Fei, Han Shu and Tang Huer. In the days before this, countless guests arrived at the capital of Gama. This time Chenfeng's marriage involved 3 Zhongzhou forces: the Lu family, the Han family, and the Fenyan Valley, and those 3 Zhongzhou forces involved countless large and small forces. Therefore, the current Gama Empire is a mixed bag. Of course, Chenfeng couldn't avoid this kind of thing. He couldn't be so timid about getting married and not letting others know. When these many guests who came from afar entered the Gama Empire, many of them naturally learned a lot about Chenfeng's deeds after asking around. This young emperor of the Gama Empire is no ordinary person. In just 2 years, he has undergone such a huge change. Why do I feel like I'm just listening to a story? Is there really anyone who can do this? In 2 years, the emperor of a small empire has grown to that level, and is even called the #1 genius in the northern territory. Could this Chenfeng be possessed by some old monster? I don't know. Since Fenyan Valley has already accepted him as their son-in-law, why should we care so much? Stesk. Fenyan Valley is really bold this time. The son-in-law they recruited actually already has so many women. After learning about some of Chenfeng's deeds, many guests kept talking about it. But fortunately Chenfeng is now the son-in-law of Fenyan Valley, and with Fenyan Valley's support, no one dared to act recklessly here. Morning Breeze, your palace is truly amazing. In a hall of the Imperial Palace, Tang Jun, the master of Fenyan Valley, said in surprise. Before coming to the Gama Empire, Tang Jun just thought that Chenfeng was the only one who performed well in the Gama Empire. However, he did not expect that he had just come in and sensed the aura of no less than 1,000 Du Wang. Even some big families in Zhongzhou could not compare with such a skill. How can this small achievement be compared with the Burning Flame Valley? Hearing Tang Jun's words, Chenfeng responded very calmly. To be honest, after coming here, even I sometimes feel that you have been possessed by an old monster, who has lived for a long time. Tang Jun joked that when Chenfeng was in Fenyan Valley before, Tang Jun had consulted their Fenyan Valley's Dusheng strongman, Patriarch Huoyun. After Patriarch Huoyun's investigation, there were no problems at all, so Tang Jun naturally would not have any suspicions anymore. I'm afraid many people would think so now, Chenfeng said indifferently. Even if these people felt there was something wrong and were very curious, so what? Father, you are here. While Chenfeng and Tang Jun were talking, Tang Huer came into the hall wearing a gorgeous red dress. Now wearing a red skirt, she looked much more ladylike. Huer, your cultivation. When Tang Huer showed up, Tang Jun narrowed his eyes slightly with a look of disbelief on his face. He clearly remembered that Tang Huer had only an ordinary Du Hong level of cultivation before, but less than a month after leaving Chenfeng, he broke through to the Du Zong level. This was simply incredible. Huer, how did you do it? Tang Jun asked excitedly. Secret. Hearing Tang Jun's question, Tang Huer's face turned slightly red. She shyly came to Chenfeng, took his arm, and looked like a little bird. Seeing his daughter and son-in-law being so affectionate, Tang Jun felt very happy and stopped asking any questions. Following Tang Jun, people from the Lu family and the Han family also came here slowly, and Chenfeng settled them in advance. Tomorrow is his wedding day, and these people are important witnesses. I didn't expect that the young emperor of the Jiama Empire would become so famous in Zhongzhou. Yes, I didn't know before. I only thought he was a Du Wang. But now, according to those who came from Zhongzhou, he has reached the Du Zong level. A Du Zong in his early 20s. Does such a monster really exist? At the same time, within the Gama Empire, many people who were originally in the northwest continent were also shocked by the news coming from the people of Zhongzhou. Chapter 33. Someone from the Soul Palace is coming. His Majesty the Emperor is getting married again. That's great. I hope His Majesty the Emperor can hold a few more weddings this year. The next day, red lanterns were hung everywhere in the capital of Gama, and the people of the entire huge city were shrouded in joy. Whenever an emperor gets married, taxes across the empire will be reduced. Such an emperor will naturally be loved by the people. Of course, with Chenfeng's current wealth, he does not lack the tax exemption for a few months. He even personally provided a lot of support for the development of the Gama Empire. These resources cannot be collected even if the Gama Empire pays taxes for 10 or even dozens of years. The reason why Chenfeng still maintained this tax was because he did not want to break this rule. If people can get something for nothing for a long time, they will not have much desire to strive for success and will only think that the empire will support them. That is the result that Chenfeng does not want to see. At this time today, the Gama Palace Forbidden Area, which originally seemed a little empty, was now crowded with people. Countless guests from all directions filled the palace. The huge uproar resounded throughout the sky of the Imperial Palace, causing people's eardrums to feel a slight stinging sensation. Boom! As the sound of an ancient bell rang out, the loud noise in the palace came to an abrupt end. Then, a path was cleared in an orderly manner on the largest square in front of the hall. Soon Han Yu, Han Shu, Lu Fei and Tang Huer, the 4 brides dressed in red, surrounded by many maids, walked on the red carpet, went up the steps and came to the high platform in front of the hall. The beauty of the 4 brides made almost everyone present envious. Soon Chenfeng's figure appeared on the platform. Thank you all for taking the time to attend my Morning Breeze wedding. Chenfeng bowed to all the guests and said a few polite words. After that, everything was handed over to the MC. I guess this must be Yunshan, the old leader of the Yunlin sect. It's true that hearing about him is worse than meeting him in person. The old master of Yunshan is here. During the guest banquet, Yunshan, the most powerful person in Yunlin sect, received praises from countless Duong and Duzong masters from Zhongzhou. This was something Yunshan had never dared to think about before. One day, his name would be known by so many powerful people in Zhongzhou, and they would come forward one by one to establish relationships with him. The same goes for Hai Bodong, who rushed back from Canon College. Now, with the help of the elixir given by Chenfeng, Hai Bodong's cultivation has also broken through to Duzong. Because he and Chenfeng are from the same family, there are more powerful people from Zhongzhou who come to greet him than those from Yunshan. It is a blessing for our family to have a kid like Chenfeng. No matter who you are, you will have some vanity, and Hai Bodong is no exception. When he learned that Chenfeng was marrying the eldest daughter of Fenyan Valley, he was extremely excited. He has been in Canon College for some time and now knows some of the general structure of Zhongzhou, and is aware of the enormous power that Fenyan Valley possesses in Zhongzhou. Now, Chenfeng has become the son-in-law of Fenyan Valley. Anyone who dares to deal with Chenfeng in the future will have to think twice. On Chenfeng's side, after the wedding started, he first completed the wedding ceremony on the stage with Han Yu, Han Su, Lu Fei and Tang Huer, and then went directly to the nearly 10,000 banquet tables below. There are quite a lot of guests this time, so Chenfeng needs to show some courtesy and say some polite words to give some face to the father-in-law and his family. Because of this wedding, Chenfeng temporarily changed the lower alarm limit of the monitoring compass in the past few days, and changed the original setting that would alarm when exceeding the Duzong realm to Duzun realm. Many Duzong masters came to this wedding, and according to the monitoring compass, Tang Jun was not the only Duzun master who came. According to the monitoring compass, there are 3 guys with unknown origins who have reached the level of Duzun hiding among the guests. It seems that these old guys can't help but come here out of curiosity. Glancing at the 3 people hiding in the crowd, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Today is his big day. He did not try to find these people. As long as they behave themselves, Chenfeng will treat them with courtesy, even if one of them is a venerable from the Soul Palace. After the wedding, Chenfeng planned to let the Soul Slave Eagle Guardian test the Soul Palace Master. As time passed, this lively wedding gradually came to an end, and most of the guests from all directions left, and Chenfeng entered the harem after everyone left. Suddenly, in Chenfeng's perfect spiritual realm, he discovered a strange aura following him. You dare to follow me here? At this moment, Chenfeng couldn't help but show some anger on his face. With the monitoring compass, the hidden guys can't escape Morning Breeze's perception at all. As long as they are in the Gamma Empire, their location will always be exposed under Morning Breeze's eyes. I was planning to deal with you tomorrow, but I didn't expect you to come and die early. Looking up at somewhere in the sky, Chenfeng dodged and rushed up directly. Hey, you actually found me. After Chenfeng arrived above the sky, a surprised voice suddenly sounded, and then a figure covered in a black robe appeared in front of Chenfeng. What do you think, old man? Chenfeng spoke bluntly. Boy, if you weren't Tang Jun's son-in-law, I would have killed you just based on what you said. Hearing this, the old face under the black robe revealed a hint of anger, and a cold voice sounded. Haha, you don't have the ability to kill me. Chenfeng sneered, then took out a space-blocking talisman and blocked the 100-foot space where the two were. Who are you? Looking at the thick space barriers that suddenly appeared around him, the man in black robe said in surprise. I am the one who should ask this question, Soul Palace Master. Chenfeng said in a cold voice. You can actually guess my identity. It seems that you are not from this northwestern continent. The black-robed man was shocked again. Since you won't tell me, I'll have someone identify you. Chenfeng was too lazy to talk nonsense with this guy, and directly summoned the soul of the Eagle Protector from the soul-controlling banner. Meet the Master. The Eagle Protector came out of the soul-controlling banner and immediately saluted Chenfeng. The aura emanating from him immediately allowed the man in black to determine his identity. Boy, you make me more and more curious. You actually have the ability to make the people in my soul palace serve you as their master. Looking at the situation over there, the man in black robe was not angry, but his voice became calm. Chapter 304 Defeat the Old Ghost Jakesing. How dare you disrespect your master? As the black-robed man finished speaking, the Eagle Protector suddenly turned around and started scolding. Who do you think you are? Being scolded by a guardian-level minion immediately made the black-robed man, the Soul Palace Master, look ugly. The next moment, a huge pressure emanated from the man in black robe. Master, I remember now. This person is the old ghost Jaxing, the elder of the Soul Palace. As the black-robed man completely revealed his aura, a strange color flashed in the scarlet eyes of the Eagle Protector, and he quickly introduced him to Chenfeng. Star-picking old ghost. Hearing the reminder from the Eagle Protector, Chenfeng showed a teasing smile. This person could be considered a celebrity in the Soul Palace. Interesting, a mere guardian like you can actually remember my name. Seeing that his identity was exposed, the old ghost Jaxing showed a smug look on his face. Although Chenfeng had set up a space blockade here, old ghost Jaxing was certain that Chenfeng was only able to do so with the help of a treasure. In front of a junior like Chenfeng, old man Jaxing was not worried at all that he would be in any danger. Old ghost Jaxing, since you are here this time, don't go back. A trace of murderous intent flashed across Chenfeng's eyes. This man dared to spy on the harem, which had already offended Chenfeng. Ha, how shameless. Looking at the murderous intent revealed in Chenfeng, the old ghost Jaxing sneered, still appearing very calm. Ha, you are so shameless, I hope you can still laugh later. Chenfeng also responded with a sneer. At the same time, he controlled the hidden spirit stone to reveal the aura of the 5-star Duzun. 5-star Duzun. As the morning breeze revealed its breath, the smile on the old ghost Jaxing's face froze instantly. It seems that the outsider's guess is correct. The emperor of this small empire has indeed been possessed by someone. But why can't I remember who he is in Zhongzhou? The old ghost Jaxing thought quickly in his heart, and then said with emotion, Sir, this time I made a mistake. In fact, with your strength, you may consider joining the Soul Palace. Soul Palace, are you worthy enough to recruit me? Upon hearing the invitation from Jaxing Laogui, Chenfeng rejected it with disdain. It seems that you must fight with me today. Facing Chenfeng's repeated insults, the old ghost Jaxing became extremely angry. A pale hand suddenly stretched out from his sleeve, and a vast black mist surged. In an instant, it condensed into a huge black mist palm print that was 10 feet in size. He slapped Chenfeng hard in the direction of his hand. Woo woo. Hearing the terrifying sound of breaking wind, Chenfeng's face remained calm. He also stretched out his hand, and a giant silver palm quickly condensed and collided fiercely with the palm print made by the old ghost Jaxing. Bang! In an instant, a shocking explosion was heard where the two palm prints collided, and a terrifying air wave swept over. However, no matter how violently the energy raged, the surrounding space barriers remained motionless, and the outside world could not sense any breath or sound, and even 80% to 90% of the light was blocked. Therefore, even though Chenfeng and Jaxing Old Ghost were fighting above the Imperial City, no one else noticed. Under the residual energy, the old ghost Jaxing was forced to retreat more than 10 steps, and his face instantly became solemn. He knew that if he couldn't get rid of this space barrier today, he would be in danger. We can't delay any longer. The old ghost Jaxing pondered for a moment, and then a vast amount of fighting energy gushed out from his palm, and then turned into a strange viscous substance, and after a strange wriggling, it solidified into a pitch-black ghost head sword. This big knife is extremely strange. It is covered with a layer of black strange crystal. The blade lightly passes through the space, and a thumb-sized crack suddenly appears quietly. The old ghost Jaxing held the big knife tightly in his hand, and looked at Chenfeng opposite with a grim look. The big knife suddenly trembled and left a trail of afterimages, and then chopped down angrily from the air. You asked for this, star-shattering slash. As the low roar of the old ghost Jaxing resounded, countless stars seemed to appear in the sky behind him, and then turned into tiny streams of light that gathered on the big knife. As these streams of light gathered, the energy on the big knife became more and more terrifying. You're going to use this trick so soon? Watching the old man Jaxing accumulating strength, Chenfeng had a faint smile on his face. He knew that the star-breaking knife was the biggest trump card of the star-picking old ghost. It was a fighting skill at the pinnacle of the earth rank. When used among opponents of the same rank, it was generally hard to find an opponent. However, the mere peak earth-level fighting skills are really not enough in front of Chenfeng, who possesses many heaven-level fighting skills. At this moment, Chenfeng's hands were also rapidly condensing energy, and a silver lightning spear slowly condensed out. The old ghost Jaxing smiled grimly and chopped down with his knife. As the knife fell, if the space in front of him shook, if this space had not been blocked, it would have collapsed directly. Finally, a huge and sharp blade light of dozens of feet in size shot towards Morning Storm like lightning with an extremely domineering attitude. At the same time, the lightning spear in Chenfeng's hand flew out, and instantly increased dozens of times in size, shooting straight towards the sharp sword. As the lightning gun was fired, The sword that originally seemed to be extremely powerful turned out to be as fragile as a piece of paper. It began to shatter from the tip of the sword, without causing any ripples. How could this be possible? Looking at the scene in front of him, there was a hint of horror in the old ghost Jaxing's eyes. Is he using a heaven-level fighting skill? Only a heaven-level fighting skill can be so powerful, the old ghost Jaxing screamed, then completely ignored the big knife that was constantly breaking into pieces, and fled backwards madly. However, the space here was blocked, and no matter how fast he ran, he could only reach the edge of the space barrier. Seeing the silver lightning spear flying towards him with horror, a fear of death finally climbed into his heart at this moment. He knew very clearly that if he was hit by the lightning spear, even he might be killed on the spot. Bang bang, bang, at the critical moment of death, the old ghost Jaxing hurriedly released his powerful fighting spirit to try to stop the attack of the lightning spear. However, these attacks, landing on the huge lightning spear, immediately dissipated after causing a slight ripple, and were unable to block much of the offensive at all. Puff! Fortunately, at the last moment, the old ghost Jaxing was unable to completely escape, and was pierced straight through the abdomen by the silver lightning spear. Sizzle! After the lightning spear pierced through the body of the old ghost Jaxing, it instantly turned into a raging force of thunder and traveled through the old ghost's body. His black robe was destroyed in an instant, and even his flesh and blood turned black. Chapter 3-5. Silver-haired Snow Girl. With most of his flesh and blood destroyed by the raging power of thunder, intense pain swept through his body and the old ghost Jaxing screamed miserably. That shrill sound made the Eagle Guardian, who had been transformed into a soul slave, shudder. Old ghost, you dare to provoke the master with your strength. You are simply seeking your own death. Of course, seeing the miserable state of the old ghost Jaxing, the Eagle Protector did not have the slightest sympathy, but just ignored him coldly. The shrill screams continued for a long time before Jaxing old ghost temporarily suppressed his injuries and said very weakly, Sir, although I have offended you today, I am not guilty of death. Moreover, if you kill me, the other heavenly masters and even the palace master in my soul palace will know about this. By then, don't you think it will be traced back to you? The old ghost Jaxing continued. Tisk, you can still stay so calm even when you are about to die. Hearing Jaxing old ghost's plea for mercy mixed with some threats, Chenfeng couldn't help but nodded. Jaxing old ghost, you are indeed right. Killing you will indeed cause some trouble. Since you understand all this, why not let me go today? Don't worry, I will forget everything that happened today immediately. Hearing Chenfeng's reply, Jaxing old ghost felt a surge of hope in his heart and replied quickly. Old ghost Jaxing, you have lived for so many years, you must know that only the dead have the most strict words. Well, I have another option for you. This pill contains a deadly poison. Once you take it, you must get an antidote every once in a while. Otherwise, even if you are a Duzun, you will die from the poison. As Chenfeng spoke, he took out a black pill from his storage ring. It was the intermediate puppet pill that he had stored in large quantities before. It was effective for anyone below the level of Du Sheng. Originally, after listening to the first half of Chenfeng's words, Jaxing old ghost felt the breath of death. However, the second half brought him a glimmer of hope. Okay, sir, I choose to take this pill. Although Jaxing old ghost's voice was still weak, his attitude was very firm. In his opinion, as long as he could leave alive today, he would not care what kind of poison it was. After all, there were countless capable people in the Soul Palace, and he did not believe that no one could remove the toxin from a poison pill. A wise choice. Hearing the answer from Jaxing old ghost, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then shot the intermediate puppet pill towards Jaxing old ghost. Under such circumstances, the old ghost Jaxing naturally didn't dare to have any other thoughts, and obediently swallowed the intermediate puppet pill handed to him by Chenfeng. Very good. As the intermediate puppet pill was swallowed by the old ghost Jaxing, Chenfeng's face showed admiration again. This is not a poison pill. What on earth is this? Why can it control my thoughts? Today, the old ghost Jaxing was seriously injured and could not resist the erosion of the puppet pill at all. When he found that something was wrong, he discovered that he could no longer control his body. Meet the master. After a while, the puppet pill took full effect. The old ghost Jaxing lost all resistance and looked at Chenfeng with great respect. Go and recuperate first. I'll come back to interrogate you when I have time. With a thought, Chenfeng directly took the old ghost Jaxing into the small world. Today's small world, with the help of many space expansion packs, has become quite large with a range of almost 200 miles, which is almost the area of a province, and in this huge little world every space is directly controlled by Chenfeng. He divided the small world into 3 areas, and the places where the areas were connected were separated by thick space barriers. Yao Chen was also staying in the area where the star-picking old ghost was. Chenfeng directly sent a message to Yao Chen, asking him to take out some pills to treat the severely injured star-picking old ghost. It's time to go to the bridal chamber. After dealing with the old ghost Jakesing, Chenfeng lifted the blockade of the space in the sky, and then walked towards the harem with great interest. There were several brides waiting for him to favor them. The next day Chenfeng walked out of the room refreshed. In the room behind him, Feng Qing'er, Tang Hou'er, and Cao Ying had fainted from pleasure. In the palace hall, Hai Bodong had been waiting for a long time. Grand Elder, you hurried back to attend my wedding this time. Are you going to leave in a hurry again? Looking at Hai Bodong sitting in the hall, Chenfeng said with a smile. Haha, kid Morning Breeze, you guessed wrong this time. Hearing this, Hai Bodong smiled and shook his head. Before, he planned to travel abroad in order to seek development in a wider area. But now, knowing that the younger generation of his family was so promising and there were countless powerful people in the palace, he naturally no longer had that idea. Oh, it seems that the Supreme Elder has other plans, Chenfeng said with a little surprise. When you get old you should stay home and enjoy your retirement. Don't miss out on my supplements, boy, Hai Bodong said very bluntly. Haha, this goes without saying. Chenfeng admired Hai Bodong's straightforward character, so he immediately took out some pills and handed them to Hai Bodong. Hai Bodong put away the pills sent by Chenfeng with a smile, and then suddenly said, by the way, Chenfeng, the Gamma Empire's 8-year alchemist conference is about to be held, and the old man Fa Ma invites you to make arrangements. The alchemist conference asked me to make arrangements. Hearing this, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, but soon felt relieved. His current identity is the Emperor of the Gamma Empire, and such a grand event as the alchemist conference does require his participation. Well, since Fa Ma has invited you so sincerely, let's go. After hesitating for a moment, Chenfeng nodded and agreed. Soon Chenfeng and Hai Bodong came to the Alchemist Guild together. Ling Fei, wait for me. Chenfeng and Hai Bodong, accompanied by several alchemists, entered the Alchemist Guild. Soon a cold and delicate voice suddenly reached his ears. The voice was like the crisp and ethereal sound of snow rocks hitting each other on the snow-capped mountains, and was quite pleasant to hear. The next moment, Chenfeng turned his head slowly with some curiosity and looked behind. There a woman in a silver robe appeared, walking gracefully. The woman in the silver robe has a slender figure, and her eyes and eyebrows are as clear as the cold spring on the snow-capped mountains. In addition to her delicate face, long and thin eyebrows and slender body, she wears a tight silver dress. The silver clothes and her skin like warm jade complement each other, making the woman have a special metallic and cold style that is difficult to conceal. What surprised people the most was that this woman in silver robe actually had long silver hair that reached her waist. Chapter 306. Shumei, do you admire me very much? This silver color was not the pale silver color that was mutated due to some disease. It was as soft as silver threads, floating in the air, and instead gave the woman in the silver robe a strange attraction. After taking a look at her, Chenfeng secretly praised her in his heart. In his mind, such charm and temperament could be rated as excellent. Su Mei, hurry up. At the end of another road there were 2 figures standing. One of them was an old man wearing an alchemist's robe. On the badge on his chest was a picture of an ancient medicine cauldron with 4 silver ripples on it, indicating that the old man was a 4th-grade alchemist. This was nothing in Chenfeng's eyes, but it was still quite rare for the Gamma Empire. Next to the old man was a woman in purple who was waving at the woman in silver robe. The woman was probably in her early 20s, with a pretty face and a slightly petite figure. However, her development was quite surprising, with curves in all the right places, and a plump, mature body. She was wearing a set of tight-fitting purple alchemist clothing, which looked like a noble uniform. After all, alchemist clothing could not be worn casually. On her chest was a badge representing a 2nd-grade alchemist. The woman had long black hair that was tied with a purple ribbon and then fell down to her buttocks. When she swung her hair, it gently slapped her round and firm buttocks. The slight low sound was like a cat's paw constantly scratching the hearts of the men around her who had some strange eyes. In comparison, this woman in purple lacks the ethereal temperament compared to the silver-haired beauty. The 3,000 soft silver threads of the silver-robbed woman, which were pure silver yet still shiny, made some women feel jealous. Tusk, Morning Breeze boy, you don't want the old man to come to your wedding again in a few days. Hai Bodong noticed Chenfeng's eyes and couldn't help but chuckle. Hai Bodong knew Chenfeng very well. Given his personality, he would usually take action to win her over if he saw a beauty like this. Haha, Grand Elder, you really know how to joke. Hearing Hai Bodong's straightforward words, Chenfeng laughed and replied. At this moment, the silver-robed woman slowly walked over, looked in surprise at Chenfeng and Hai Bodong, who were accompanied by several alchemists from the Alchemist Guild, then walked around them and went straight to the purple-robed woman. Sniffing the faint body fragrance left by the silver-robed woman, Chenfeng smiled and praised in his heart, "It's really top-notch. Ling Fei, why are you walking so fast? Meet Master Otto." Coming to the side of the purple-robed woman, a faint smile appeared on the delicate face of the silver-robed woman. That instant smile was like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg, which made people feel amazed. "Haha, Xu Mei is a very polite girl. Frank taught her well." The old man looked at the silver-robed woman with gentle eyes, praised her, and then glared at the purple-robed woman next to him. Snort. Hearing her teachers put down, the purple-clothed woman pouted to express her dissatisfaction. "Teacher, who is that? Why are there so many 3rd and 4th grade alchemy masters surrounding him? And they seem to be accompanying him." After turning around, the purple-clothed woman noticed Chenfeng and his group and asked Otto curiously. Hearing Ling Fei's words, Otto followed her gaze, and after a moment his eyes became shocked. "This is His Majesty the Morning Breeze." Although Otto was from the alchemist branch of Black Rock City and seldom visited the imperial capital, due to his status in the Gamma Empire, he had the honor of attending Chenfeng's wedding once. Therefore he recognized Chenfeng's identity at a glance. "Teacher, what did you say? He is His Majesty Morning Breeze." Hearing Otto's words, the purple-robed woman was very surprised, her well-developed body trembling, and the silver-robed woman's slightly cold eyes also flashed with a strange color. "Today, Chenfeng is like a myth in the Gamma Empire. Whether it is his cultivation talent, strength, or some of the policies he has promulgated, the people of the entire Gamma Empire admire him very much. This naturally includes Xu Mai and Ling Fei. I just passed by His Majesty Morning Breeze and he didn't even say hello." Thinking of what happened just now, Xu Mei's cold and beautiful face showed a bit of nervousness and regret. "Oh my god, His Majesty Morning Breeze is coming." Under their gazes, Chenfeng and his group were actually walking towards this side. Otto greets His Majesty the Morning Breeze, Senior Ice Emperor. The next moment, Otto quickly bent down and saluted Chenfeng and Hai Bodong very respectfully. Xu Mei greets His Majesty Chenfeng, Senior Ice Emperor. Ling Fei greets His Majesty Chenfeng, Senior Ice Emperor. Upon seeing this, Xu Mei and Ling Fei hurriedly bowed and saluted, their graceful figures becoming even more charming. "Everyone, get up." Looking at the 3 people who saluted in front of him, Chenfeng smiled and waved his hand. "Your name is Xu Mei, right? Your temperament is very similar to that of one of my wives." Looking at Xu Mei's fresh and refined face, Chenfeng spoke with admiration in his eyes and smiled. "Oh my god, His Majesty Morning Breeze actually spoke to me." Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xu Mei, who looked very cold, was extremely excited. At the same time, there was an embarrassing thing. She thought for a long time but didn't know what to say to respond to Chenfeng's words. In an instant her fair face turned red. Xu Mei usually behaves well and gracefully. Why did she fail at such a critical moment today? Seeing that Xu Mei remained silent after Chenfeng spoke, Otto suddenly became very anxious. "Your Majesty Chenfeng, Xu Mei has always admired you very much. Today perhaps she was too excited and nervous to see you suddenly, so she behaved so rudely. Please forgive me." The next moment, seeing Xu Mei's lips moving but not saying anything, Otto had no choice but to speak up to help smooth things over. "Oh, you admire me?" After hearing Otto's explanation, Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth and stared into Xu Mei's eyes. "Yes, finally, this one-word answer was uttered from Xu Mei's cherry lips, who was extremely nervous. "It's not good to be so nervous. Why don't you stay in my palace for a while? Then when you see me next time you won't be as nervous as you are now." Seeing Xu Mei's reaction, Chenfeng made an invitation without any concealment. Chapter 37 Sister-in-law's Contempt. This. As Chenfeng finished speaking, everyone around him was shocked. Xu Mei was extremely nervous, her mouth slightly open, as if she wanted to say something but hesitated. His Majesty Chenfeng actually invited Xu Mei to stay in the palace for a few days. Did I hear it right? Xu Mei is so lucky. On Ling Fei's side there was a gleam in her big eyes, and her heart was filled with envy for Xu Mei. "Xu Mei, please agree to this quickly. It is such a great opportunity to visit the palace of His Majesty the Morning Breeze." Looking at Xu Mei's reaction, Ling Fei acted 10 times more anxious than her and kept shaking Xu Mei's hand. This movement once again made her well-developed capital vibrate up and down and left and right, which was very eye catching and successfully diverted some of Chenfeng's attention. This woman is quite similar to Xu Nin. Both are well-developed and outgoing women. However, it seems that her personality is more carefree than Xu Ni. After taking a glance at Ling Fei's curvy body, Chenfeng commented secretly in his heart. Your Majesty, Morning Breeze, is what you said true. Mei suddenly spoke. Her voice was as small as a mosquito's, but very pleasant to the ear. Hearing such a voice, Chenfeng felt that his soul was cleansed and extremely comfortable. He then nodded slightly and said with a smile, Of course it is true, Your Majesty Chenfeng. Shumei and I are good sisters, we always go everywhere together. Can I go to the palace with Shumei? Just as Shumei's red lips moved again, Ling Fei's anxious voice came. Since you are good sisters, then go together when the time comes. Hearing Ling Fei's request, Chenfeng naturally agreed without hesitation. He has always been interested in seeing such sisters fighting together. Your Majesty, you are so kind. Ling Fei, you little girl, how can you be so disrespectful in front of His Majesty Chenfeng? Take your hand away quickly. Seeing that his apprentice actually hugged Chenfeng's arm, Otto became very nervous and quickly spoke out to stop him. It's okay, Miss Ling Fei has a very straightforward personality. Seeing this, Chenfeng smiled and shook his head gently. In his previous life in that technologically advanced world, Chenfeng liked to make friends with extroverted girls because their carefree personalities would always lead to some ambiguous physical contact unintentionally. I believe most men would not refuse that kind of casual and ambiguous contact. Of course, the prerequisite is that the girl herself must be good-looking and have a good figure. Your Majesty, Morning Breeze is so approachable. I really admire you. Hearing this, Otto had no choice but to give in and quickly flattered him. Tiskisk, it looks like I, the old man, have to drink at this kid's wedding again. Hai Bodong watched all this with a hint of strangeness in his old eyes. In that case, I would like to thank His Majesty Chenfeng. On Shumei's side, when everyone was silent, she stretched out her jade hand and touched the silver thread on her forehead. A smile broke out on her face again. She responded to Chenfeng softly and accepted his previous invitation. Okay, then after I finish arranging some matters for this alchemist conference, I will take you two back to the palace. Seeing that Shumei agreed, Chenfeng's smile became even more intense. Your Majesty, Morning Breeze, has come to visit us. I am truly sorry for not welcoming you in person. I am sorry for not welcoming you in person. At this moment, an old voice suddenly sounded in the distance. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw, at the entrance of the inner courtyard wall, a figure dressed in a purple alchemist robe slowly walking towards them. This purple-robed figure has a face like dry bark and looks like a dying old man, but his body contains a terrifying Du-Qi energy that frightens even Du-Wang powerhouses. With the arrival of the purple-robed figure, Otto and some alchemists accompanying Morning Breeze all looked at him with great respect. Because this old man is the president of the Alchemist Guild of the Jiama Empire, and is considered the leader of all the alchemists in the Jiama Empire. This old guy probably didn't expect that I could drag the Morning Breeze kid here that day. With the appearance of the purple-robed old man, a hint of pride flashed in Hai Badong's eyes. Behind this purple-robed man were two other old men. It was obvious that both of them held important positions in the Alchemist Guild. Behind these three people, there was a little girl. The little girl has a very delicate appearance. Under the influence of the royal family, she has an innate noble temperament. She was wearing a specially made light blue alchemist robe. The loose cuffs were tied with brocade silk to form a lotus shape, which made her look more elegant. Her slender waist was tied with a purple belt, which showed off her small waist to the fullest. What a philandering guy. Didn't he just marry 4 wives yesterday, and today he found another one? What on earth is his purpose in marrying so many wives? At this moment, the little girl's big, shiny black eyes saw Ling Fei hugging Chenfeng's arm in a very intimate manner, and a hint of contempt flashed across her eyes. This little girl, who was only 16 or 17 years old, was Chenfeng's sister-in-law, Princess Yaoyu. Your Majesty Chenfeng, please give me some instructions for this Gamma Empire Alchemist Conference. The old man in purple robe seemed to be walking slowly, but in fact he was walking very fast. He came in front of Chenfeng and spoke politely. Pharaoh, you are too polite. What instructions can Chenfeng give at a pharmacist conference like this one? After hearing what the old man Fama said, Chenfeng did not put on airs and said casually, the matters of this conference can be arranged by Pharaoh. Chenfeng will send people to guard the order of the conference and add some bonuses. Oh. After hearing Chenfeng's last sentence, Fama's eyes lit up. Ordinary people did not know the powerful strength of the royal family, but Fama was very clear about it. He had sensed the signs of breakthroughs not long ago and knew that the royal family was full of masters. I wonder what His Majesty Chenfeng wants to add to the prize? Fama asked with a smile. The first place winner of the top 10 in the conference will receive an imperial pill. Wangji pill, that's a 6th grade pill. 6th grade elixir. The reward for this competition is too generous. Chenfeng had just announced the reward for the first place in the conference when Fama and the many alchemists around him exclaimed in surprise. To Chenfeng, that kind of elixir was not worth mentioning at all, but to people like them, it was a priceless treasure. Chapter 308. Bringing Xu Mei and Ling Fei into the palace. The second place winner of the conference can be assigned a 5th grade elixir. As long as it is not too rare, it can be redeemed. The third place, the fourth place. In addition, the top 3 will receive a 6th grade, 5th grade, and 4th grade elixir recipe as encouragement. Looking at the surprised expressions of the crowd, Chenfeng did not care too much but continued to quietly announce the rewards that the top 10 of the Alchemist Conference could get. Your Majesty, Chenfeng is really amazing. With so many rewards, he can buy out the entire Black Rock City Alchemist Guild. Beside Chenfeng, Ling Fei was extremely excited after hearing the prize of the competition announced by Chenfeng. The hand that was holding Chenfeng's arm became tighter and tighter, which caused the magnificent place to get closer to Chenfeng's arm. Ling Fei is such a bold girl. At the side, Xu Mai, who had been staring at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes, also noticed the condition of Ling Fei's part. Her cheeks turned slightly red and her expression was a little complicated, and it was unclear whether it was surprise or some other emotion. It seems that my brother-in-law is showing off his wealth again. Behind Mitchell, the vice president of the Alchemist Guild, the little Princess Yaoyu couldn't help but stick out her tongue after hearing what Chenfeng announced. Although Yaoyu has always despised Chenfeng for having so many wives, it does not affect her recognition of Chenfeng's strength at all. Some time ago, she learned from Yao Ye that Chenfeng had achieved considerable success in places like the northern region of Zhongzhou, and was revered as the #1 prodigy in the northern region. Such an honor alone is enough to make Chenfeng the pride of the people of the Jiama Empire, and even the entire northwest continent, and the object of admiration and love of countless women. Even Yaoyu herself is the same. Having such a brother-in-law with countless halos makes her lose interest in all other boys. She once secretly swore in her heart that if she couldn't find a young man better than her brother-in-law Chenfeng in this life, she would never marry, or in other words, just, that guy is obviously trying to seduce my brother-in-law, but it seems like my brother-in-law is buying into it. Alice, inadvertently, the little girl also noticed Ling Fei's little movements, and she sighed secretly in her heart, looking helpless. Thank you, Your Majesty Chenfeng. I believe that with your support, this alchemist conference will be more exciting than any previous one. After Fama was stunned for a second, a look of ecstasy surged across his old face. The people from the Alchemist Guild around him had the same reaction. In addition to the 6th grade elixir, the reward this time also included a 6th grade elixir recipe. The value of that thing was simply immeasurable to them. As soon as this news gets out, the Gamma Empire's Alchemist Guild will become famous throughout the entire northwestern continent. These are not worth mentioning, as long as it can inspire the young alchemists in the empire. As he watched the people around him becoming excited, Chenfeng's expression did not change and he remained very casual. Your Majesty is mighty, Your Majesty is mighty. As Chenfeng finished speaking, almost everyone around him bowed and saluted towards him. Of course, Hai Bodong, as the elder of the Chenfeng family, naturally did not make any comment, and in front of Chenfeng, there was a figure still standing which was particularly eye-catching. Do you have the confidence to win the championship in this alchemist conference? Looking at the sister-in-law with delicate features and well-developed appearance, Chenfeng chuckled with a warm smile on his face. Certainly, Yaoyu had no objection to Chenfeng calling her Yuer. She thought about the question Chenfeng asked, then nodded seriously and said, I am now a 4th-rank alchemist. If I don't take first place, who can take it? Okay, I'm very happy that you have this confidence. Hearing Yaoyu's stubborn answer, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. In fact, Yaoyu, a 4th-grade alchemist, cannot be considered a master alchemist. However, the alchemist conference has an age limit. Among young people, Yaoyu's achievement is already quite good. Of course, this is only compared with the Gamma Empire and the Northwest continent. If Yaoyu went to Zhongzhou and compared with a genius in alchemy like Xiao Yan, I am afraid that her current self-confidence would collapse in an instant and she would become inferior. His Majesty Chenfeng is her brother-in-law. It seems that she is Yao Yu. What a great talent! It's a pity that I am still striving to become a third-grade alchemist. She is 2 years younger than me, but she has already reached the level of a fourth-grade alchemist. Listening to the conversation between Chenfeng and Yao Yu, Xu Mei's delicate face, as ethereal as a snow-capped mountain, showed a hint of envy. Vice President Mitchell, thank you for your help in teaching Yu during this period of time. This is a gift from me, please accept it. After talking to Yao Yu, Chenfeng turned his gaze to Mitchell, Yao Yu's teacher, a white-haired old man whose alchemy level had reached the 5th level. While speaking, Chenfeng handed over a wooden box. This, thank you, Your Majesty Morning Breeze, for your gift. Seeing this, Mitchell seemed a little excited and respectfully reached out to take the wooden box handed over by Chenfeng. The things given by Chenfeng himself were obviously not ordinary items. However, Mitchell also knew that Chenfeng was able to give him the gift all because of his disciple Yao Yu. Okay, since there is nothing else to arrange for the conference, Master Fama, see you next time. After dealing with the rewards for the Alchemist Conference, Chenfeng did not stay here for long. He wanted to take the 2 beauties beside him into the palace for a thorough tour. Congratulations to your Majesty. Congratulations to your Majesty. When Chenfeng turned around, Fama and others bowed again, their eyes full of respect. Master Otto, please tell Mr. Frank that I was invited by His Majesty the Morning Breeze to visit the palace for a few days, and ask him not to worry. Watching Chenfeng turn around, Xu Mei bit her silver teeth lightly, said something softly to Otto, and then hurriedly followed Chenfeng's pace. As for Ling Fei, although she was only a companion to Xu Mei into the palace, she was acting like the host at this moment. Her soft arms had never loosened since the moment she held Chenfeng's arm. At this time, I'm afraid no one would think this was an accident. It was obvious that Ling Fei seemed to enjoy the feeling of touching Chenfeng's arm. Her fair cheeks had already turned a strange blush. Chenfeng's palm was moving intentionally or unintentionally, and neither of them said anything, just maintaining this ambiguity. Chapter 309 Xu Mei, Your Majesty Chenfeng, you have ruined my innocence. Will you take responsibility? Ling Fei is a really smart girl. She knows how to seize opportunities. If she can become an imperial concubine through this opportunity, she will be able to rise from a humble background and become a sensation. In the distance, Otto looked at the Morning Breeze group, who were gradually moving away, and a hint of relief and expectation flashed in his old eyes. He had been blaming Ling Fei for not knowing etiquette, but now he immediately changed his attitude and praised Ling Fei. You today, the entire Gamma Empire and the Imperial Palace are no longer the same size as before after Morning Breeze spent a lot of money and organized manpower to renovate them. The area of the entire Gamma Empire has expanded more than 10 times compared to before. To the east of the Imperial capital, if you walk 3 or 4 miles out of the city gate, you can directly step onto Yunlin Mountain. The entire huge city from south to north is nearly 100 miles long. The Imperial capital has become so large, so the Palace of Morning Breeze will naturally not be small. It can be said that the area of today's Gamma Palace is equivalent to that of the previous Imperial capital. A large group of neatly arranged palaces stands in the Imperial Palace, and it is normal for some newcomers to get lost here. Wow, Your Majesty Morning Breeze, this palace is so magnificent. This is the first time I have seen such a magnificent place. After Ling Fei walked into the huge gate of the palace holding Chenfeng's hand, she looked around at the scenery and exclaimed from time to time. Her excitement and the youthful and lively aura she displayed made Chenfeng's gaze involuntarily linger on her for a few more seconds. At this moment, there were only Ling Fei and Xu Mei by Chenfeng's side. The cunning Hai Bodong had already run away as soon as he walked out of the gate of the Alchemist Guild. Xu Mei, judging from your reaction, it seems that this palace does not arouse your interest. While walking, Chenfeng noticed that Xu Mei, who was standing next to him, did not have the same reaction on her face as Ling Fei, and seemed very calm. No, Your Majesty, the palace is so beautiful, how could I not like it? Hearing Chenfeng's sudden words, Xu Mei gently shook her snow-white wrist and explained, it may be related to my personality. Even if I see beautiful things, I will not be as excited as Ling Fei, as long as you like it. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then continued, do you want to go to a higher place and overlook the entire palace? Yes, Your Majesty Morningwind, can you take us there? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Xu Mei's red lips moved, as if she wanted to say something but stopped herself. On the other hand, Ling Fei nodded her chin excitedly, looking as if she couldn't wait any longer. Ling Fei's performance was just like Xu Ni's crazy assists when Chenfeng and Xiao Yu first met. If it weren't for Xu Ni's assist, Xiao Yu wouldn't have been conquered by Chenfeng the first time they met. Since you want to try it so much, I will satisfy you. Although Xu Mei did not express her opinion at this moment, Chenfeng directly relied on Ling Fei's enthusiasm and assumed that they both agreed. Or the next moment, Chenfeng waved his hand, and a soft force sucked Xu Mei to his side. Then, when Xu Mei was in panic, Chenfeng's palm directly circled her slender waist and lifted them both into the air. With his hands on the waists of the two women, Chenfeng could feel that Xu Mei's body was soft and gentle, and the faint virgin fragrance emanating from her was as fragrant as orchid and very alluring. Your Majesty, the morning breeze. With the morning breeze hugging her slender waist, Xu Mei's originally frosty beautiful cheeks instantly flushed with a layer of blush, and she looked very shy. Her voice was so weak that one had to almost put it close to her ear to hear it clearly. Ling Fei's reaction was completely opposite. It was her first time experiencing the feeling of being in the sky, and she screamed with great excitement. When the morning breeze carried them both to higher in the sky, Ling Fei looked down and was suddenly hit by a strong feeling of dizziness, causing her whole body to go limp. Your Majesty, I'm so scared. The next moment, Ling Fei put her head on Chenfeng's shoulder, and her cheek was almost touching Chenfeng's cheek. Chenfeng naturally would not refuse. He slowly walked in the sky, while playing tricks on Xu Mei with his hands. His Majesty, feeling Chenfeng's restless hand, Xu Mei blushed and gave a coquettish sound. However, how could such an action stop Chenfeng? Next, Chenfeng's actions became even bolder. Even if Xu Mei didn't understand the relationship between men and women, she knew Chenfeng's thoughts from this action. She never thought that one day she would be favored by the young emperor of the Gama Empire. Xu Mei's beautiful eyes showed hesitation and struggle. Finally she mustered up the courage, put her mouth close to Chenfeng's ear, and whispered, Your Majesty Chenfeng, Xu Mei is not that kind of woman. If you make Xu Mei lose her innocence and don't take responsibility, Xu Mei will have no choice but to die. Hearing this, Chenfeng looked at Xu Mei with even more fondness. Now as the most powerful and influential person in the Jiama Empire, Xu Mei dared to say such words which showed how strong her character was. And what she said just now actually indirectly indicated that Xu Mei actually had a great liking for him. But she was worried that Chenfeng would not take it seriously and would ignore her after making her lose her innocence, so she gritted her teeth and said such words. Xu Mei, how can you think like that? The woman I Chenfeng like will never be abandoned after having fun with her. Chenfeng continued to get closer to Xu Mei's body, staring intently into her beautiful eyes, and spoke very seriously. Your Majesty Morningwind, so what you mean is, will you marry me? A strange light shone in Xu Mei's eyes and her voice became louder. What are you two talking about? Although Ling Fei still felt a little dizzy, she suddenly woke up completely after hearing Xu Mei's words. She glanced to the left quickly, her eyes full of curiosity. In just a short while, Xu Mei and Chenfeng were already talking about marriage, which was beyond her expectations. Ling Fei, His Majesty Chenfeng just said he wants to marry both of us. Looking at the expression on Ling Fei's face when she turned her head, Xu Mei smiled, as clear and beautiful as a snow lotus on an iceberg. Ah, really, I didn't hear it wrongly. This happiness comes too quickly. Hearing Xu Mei's words, Ling Fei suddenly became excited, laughed out loud, and his chest kept rising and falling. Your Majesty, is this true? After being excited for a while, Ling Fei still couldn't believe it and asked Chenfeng weakly. Of course it's true. Seeing Ling Fei's performance, Chenfeng bent his arm and pulled her in front of him. The two of them were face to face and could seem to hear each other's heartbeat. Chapter 310 Xiao Yu gave birth. Although Ling Fei's appearance cannot reach the super high standards of other women in Chenfeng, her figure is extremely plump. Her fair skin, perky buttocks, and lively and bold personality all add to her unique charm. The touch is excellent, and if she were stripped naked, she would definitely be very tempting. That voluptuous body will show greater advantages on the bed than ordinary women. Xu Mei, like Han Yu, has an extremely cold and beautiful face, and a clear and melodious voice. Like an ice lotus on the snowy mountain, if you conquer such a frosty beauty, you will feel an extraordinary sense of accomplishment. Chenfeng is now looking forward to seeing what kind of alluring expression Xu Mei's cold face will have when she changes her attitude. Next, Chenfeng's flying speed increased, and in just a few strides, he brought Ling Fei and Xu Mei to a palace complex deep in the Imperial Palace. Here is where Chenfeng's harem is located. However, above the sky of this harem, there is an invisible seal that prevents outsiders from spying. People outside can only roughly see the outline of the building inside, while people inside will not have their vision obstructed in any way. This time Chenfeng came to the harem, and after hurriedly greeting everyone else, he took Xu Mei and Ling Fei to an empty palace. Bang! As the door of the room was closed, Xu Mei and Ling Fei in the room both became a little nervous. Although Ling Fei's previous performances were very bold, when faced with such a thing, even though she was mentally prepared, she still seemed a little at a loss. Although Xu Mei had escaped from Chenfeng's embrace, she still felt a little hot. She lowered her head and looked at her collar, as if Chenfeng's big hand was still there. Her pretty face blushed with shame. Seeing such a shy and charming look, Chenfeng couldn't resist at all. He stretched out his arms and hugged Xu Mei. The masculine scent of Chenfeng filled her nose. Xu Mei felt her whole body shudder and tingle, and she leaned softly into Chenfeng's arms. Thinking of what Chenfeng had promised just now, Xu Mei couldn't help but feel excited. She bravely raised her pretty face, her beautiful big eyes suddenly became watery, and she said softly, "Your Majesty, you must pity me." Xu Mei's expression added a touch of charm to her cold face. Her slender body was simply delicate and charming. Her snow-white skin was like solidified white jade, yet full of elasticity and felt great. "Your Majesty, I also want you to pity me." Seeing that the usually cold Xu Mei could say such embarrassing words, Ling Fei was not willing to be outdone, so she directly unbuttoned her dress, then approached the morning breeze. At this point, Chenfeng knew that it was time to get things done, so he quickly brought both of them to the soft bed in the middle of the room. Xu Mei closed her eyes and felt the warmth on her lips. She was very nervous, but at the same time, she had a strange feeling and some sweat appeared on the palms of her hands. Ling Fei, who was lying next to him, stared at Chenfeng, her cheeks flushed and her heart was filled with anticipation. Soon, the room was filled with a charming spring atmosphere. "Sister Yun, it seems that Brother Feng has brought back 2 more sisters." In the garden outside the palace, Xiao Yan, dressed in a black gauze dress, looked towards the palace where Chenfeng was with a slightly resentful look. "Yeah, one of them seems to look a lot like you." Yun nodded slightly and then looked at Han Yu. Hearing this, Han Yu's face turned slightly red, and she didn't say anything. Her belly was already very big now, and because of this, she hadn't been nourished by the morning breeze for a long time. Maybe Brother Feng also missed the smell of Yuer, so he found a sister who is very similar to you. Yuer. Looking at the expression on Han Yu's face, the clever Tao Ying immediately explained Chenfeng's intentions from the side. "I am also very happy to have other sisters to share my worries when I can't serve Brother Feng." Han Yu smiled and nodded. "Speaking of which, Yuer, you should be giving birth soon. Then we can." Nalan Yanran suddenly spoke. "Yuer and Lu Fei should be here earlier." Han Yu shook her head and said, "Xu Ni and Sister Lin will be here earlier than me. Anyway, you guys are only a few days apart and by then there will be a few more little ones," Yun said with a smile. Suddenly, a gentle force appeared around Cao Ying, pulling her body directly towards the palace. Looking at this scene, Yun's cheeks turned slightly red. But soon that gentle power appeared in her body again. When Yun arrived, there were already 2 jade-white bodies lying limply on the bed. In this huge harem it is almost spring all year round, and fresh flowers are added every once in a while, which will never make people feel bored. "She's giving birth. Madame Yu is about to give birth." At this moment, the anxious voice of the midwife was heard in the harem. After noticing the movement of the blood crystal, even though Chenfeng had just stripped Tao Ying of her clothes, he had to temporarily suppress the heat in his heart, and hurried to wait outside Xiao Yu's bedroom. Fortunately, everything went so smoothly, and Xiao Yu gave birth to a healthy little princess for Chenfeng. After a burst of joy, Chenfeng named the little guy Mitre Yulong. After pacifying Xiao Yu, Chenfeng directly said to the system, "Open the gift package." "Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 6th rank Du Zun Peak Experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the Space Expansion Pack. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary heavenly fighting skill, the Great Fierce Slash. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Du Zun Star upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a Du Sheng Star up pill. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill." Chapter 301 Lu Fei. Sister Xu Mei, as long as you are willing to work hard, you can break through to the Duong level in 1 month. All the above rewards have been distributed. Please check them carefully. As Chenfeng finished speaking, several system prompts sounded in his mind. Listening to these system prompts, Chenfeng quickly skipped over the rewards that had appeared before. The only things that appeared for the first time were the primary fighting skill of that heavenly rank, the Great Fierce Slash, and the Fighting Saint Star upgrading pill. Chenfeng has now mastered many kinds of heavenly level fighting skills, but no one would think that they have too many fighting skills of this level. Different fighting skills may have miraculous effects in different situations. Moreover, when you have mastered enough fighting skills, you will be more comfortable using them. And maybe you will even have a deeper understanding of them. It is precisely because Chenfeng has already practiced many fighting skills that have reached the heavenly level that it would not be difficult for him to practice a fighting skill of this level again. As the saying goes, if you understand one method, you will understand all methods. Although the training methods of various fighting skills are different, they all have the same goal. Once you master this point, unless it is some special fighting skills, the rest will not be difficult to get started. This great fierce slash is also a very domineering attack skill, with extremely strong penetrating power and no attribute requirements. Of course, when practitioners of the gold, wind, fire, and thunder attributes perform this fighting skill, the power will be significantly stronger than those of practitioners of the earth, water, and wood attributes. If Yun'er, Ying and the others grow up to be good at this fighting skill, we can let them practice it as well. After reading the information about the great fierce slash fighting skill, Chenfeng nodded slightly, and then his eyes turned to the fighting saint star, rising pill. Dusheng star up pill. It can only be taken by Dusheng masters. After taking it, masters with a cultivation level of 3-star Dusheng or below can break through 1 star with a 100% chance. For masters with a cultivation level higher than 3-star Dusheng, the chance of a star up decreases by 20% for every star higher with a minimum chance of 1%. A 9-star Dusheng master cannot break through to Du D even if he triggers the 1% chance, but will reach the peak of a 9-star Dusheng. Each practitioner can take it 3 times in his lifetime, and it will become ineffective after 3 times. Looking at the information about the Dusheng star, rising pill, Chenfeng couldn't help but take a breath. This Dusheng star, upgrading pill can actually allow a Dusheng to directly break through to the 1st star. Although the probability of upgrading stars for strong people above the 3-star Dusheng level will gradually decrease after taking it, it is still very tempting. When one reaches the Dusheng stage of cultivation, the gap between each star is as huge as an insurmountable chasm. If one does not have some heaven-defying means, it is almost impossible to challenge someone with higher cultivation than oneself. Like in the original novel, Xiao Yan relied on the Xiao clan's powerful clan emblem and the power of the strange fire to fight above his level at the fighting saint stage. But now, a pill can allow a person of that level of cultivation to break through 1 star. If this were to get out, I'm afraid the Duki continent would be plunged into a bloody storm right away. Even those old monsters that have been hiding will become active one by one. Even if there is only a 1% chance, those terrifying and powerful people with the cultivation level of high-level Dusheng will do whatever it takes to get this kind of elixir. This effect is so terrifying. When I reach the Dusheng realm, this will become a precious pill that will dramatically increase my cultivation. Chenfeng said this very excitedly. It's a pity that, so far, only 1 pill like this has appeared. If he could get more Dusheng star upgrading pills, Lu Yun was confident that he could create the strongest force on the continent in a very short period of time. In today's Duki continent, there is no Du Emperor, and the Du Saint represents the highest combat power. The strength of a force is not only related to the number of Du Saint masters, but also the quality is of paramount importance. I hope that after Feier, Shuni and the others give birth, they can continue to bring treasures like Dusheng Sheng Xing Dan. A Chenfeng temporarily suppressed the restlessness in his heart. After all, his current cultivation level was only a 5-star Duzun, which was still a long way from the Dusheng realm. Soon, the morning breeze came to the palace again. As the morning breeze blew in, Xu Mei and Ling Fei woke up one after another. Brother Feng, Xu Mei opened her eyes and looked at Chenfeng with resentment. Although her voice was still as crisp as before, it no longer had any coldness in it. Xu Mei's originally cold heart has been warmed by Chenfeng's body, and from then on, her heart is filled with Chenfeng. Ling Fei opened her snow-white arms and was about to stand up and hug Chenfeng's neck when a sharp pain came over her and her cheeks turned pale. It was almost the same for Xu Mei. When she moved her snow-white feet, she felt pain in her body. Take this pill and you will recover quickly. Looking at the condition of the two, Chenfeng felt a little bit reluctant and immediately took out the healing pills for them to take. Under the effect of the elixir, the two's bodies recovered quickly, and they were taken to get to know Yun Yun, Xiao Ying, Nalan Yanran and others. Xu Mei is usually rather aloof, which is also related to the slight arrogance in her heart. The more beautiful a woman is, the more likely she is to be aloof. However, after meeting many women in Chenfeng, Xu Mai realized that beautiful women like her were almost everywhere here. She did not have that sense of superiority that outshined all the other beauties, so naturally, her words were not as cold as before. They are all Du Huang and Du Zong. This is too terrifying. Moreover, when Xu Mei learned that among her sisters, the one with the lowest cultivation level had actually reached the Duang level, her cherry lips suddenly opened into an awe shape, with deep shock and disbelief in her eyes. You know, in the previous Gamma Empire, the Duang cultivation level was almost enough to be regarded as the strongest person in the entire empire, and could be admired by thousands of people. As long as there is a Duang strongman, the family of that strongman will be able to become one of the top families in the empire. But now, Chenfeng's dozen or so wives were all powerful warriors above the Du Huang level, and several of them had already dabbled in the Du Zong realm. This was almost beyond Xu Mei's cognition. Seeing the surprised expressions of Xu Mei and Ling Fei, Lu Fei smiled and said, "Xu Mei, Ling Fei, as long as the two of you work hard, maybe in less than a month, you will be able to enter the ranks of Du Huang like us. Work hard, you can reach the Duang realm in just 1 month." Hearing this, Xu Mei and Ling Fei were both very confused. In their opinion, breaking through to the Du Huang level was not something that could be achieved by hard work. After all, their own cultivation talent was there. Chapter 3 While Lu Fei gave birth, is this really possible? It only takes 1 month to cultivate to the Duang realm. Xu Mai and Ling Fei still had an expression of disbelief on their pretty faces. Don't worry, fire didn't lie to you. You two can ask Fenger at night and you'll know. Seeing the confusion on Xu Mai and Ling Fei's faces, Yun Yun also stood up and spoke. Could it be that Brother Feng has some secret method that can increase one's cultivation dramatically? The two of them knew that Yun Yun was the leader of the Yunlin sect, and now she had even achieved Du Zong level cultivation. Therefore, Yun Yun's words were very convincing, and both of them felt a sense of anticipation at this moment. In the evening, Xu Mai and Ling Fei took a bath early, washed themselves clean, and then lay side by side on the couch, waiting for the arrival of the morning breeze. Soon, the door of the room where the two were was pushed open by a big hand, and the morning breeze came on time. As soon as he entered the room, Chenfeng saw 2 pairs of long white legs lying side by side on the big bed in a seductive pose. Tisk, are you so anxious? Looking at the display that Xu Mei and Ling Fei put on tonight, Chenfeng couldn't help but be amazed. Since the two beauties are already looking forward to it, Chenfeng naturally dare not neglect them. He quickly closed the door, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Xu Mei. Brother Feng, tonight, don't be like yesterday. There was a hint of resentment in Xu Mei's beautiful eyes. Tonight she was still thinking about exploring the secret of why Yun Yun and the others' cultivation level improved so quickly. Therefore, I don't want to faint from exhaustion like I did yesterday. Looking at Xu Mei's resentful eyes, Chenfeng seemed to think of the madness of last night. He smiled awkwardly and said, "Okay, I will be gentler tonight." As soon as Chenfeng finished speaking, he lowered his head and covered Xu Mei's cherry mouth. Soon the room was filled with a spring atmosphere. Call. After a long time, Chenfeng let out a long sigh and slowly sat up. Brother Feng, do you have a secret method that can quickly improve people's cultivation? At this time, Xu Mei finally spoke out what was in her mind. Her soft little hands like white jade gently slid across Chenfeng's skin, with a hint of charm in her eyes. It seems that they have already told you. Listening to Xu Mei's words, Chenfeng raised the corners of his mouth and smiled evilly. Yes, but the sisters just said that we will know it naturally in the evening. Xu Mei shook her head slightly. So that's how it is. Well, do you want to know? Of course I do. If I could become a Du Huang, I would wake up laughing in my dreams. Ling Fei answered Chenfeng's question first. Okay, my Chenfeng woman must not only be beautiful but also capable. Now you must remember this technique formula. Looking at the attitudes of the two, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then told them the technique of the dragon and phoenix art. Then, he stretched out his hands forward and directly grasped that. Is this the posture for practicing that secret technique? Looking at Chenfeng's hand movements, Xu Mei felt a little embarrassed and said, and then she also practiced the skills she had just learned. Soon the energy of the outside world began to surge into her body violently. This effect was dozens of times faster than when she normally took pills to practice. This effect immediately made her no longer doubt. What a fast absorption speed, I feel like I'm about to break through. Xu Mei's cultivation level was not high, it was just that of a fighter. In less than a few seconds after the dragon and phoenix art was activated, she successfully broke through to 1 star, and a look of ecstasy appeared on her face. In the following time, the speed of her own cultivation breakthrough made her astonished, and she was in surprise all the time. Oh my god, he has already reached the level of a fighting master. But only 2 hours have passed. Beside Chenfeng and Shumei, Ling Fei watched the changes in Shumei's aura and felt eager to try. At this moment, Chenfeng temporarily ended his dual cultivation with Shumei, and his hands were held tightly by another person. When Chenfeng placed his hands there, Ling Fei reacted instantly and actively practiced the dragon and phoenix technique to cooperate. With the help of Chenfeng in just 4 days, the cultivation of Shumei and Ling Fei was raised to the Duwang level. It's so happy to follow Brother Feng. While practicing, Shumei and Ling Fei were always very excited and were grateful for the choices they had made before. Originally, the best they could achieve in their lifetime was to become 4th-grade alchemists. As for cultivation, being able to reach Du Ling level when old is considered very good. However, after following Chenfeng in just a few days, they reached the Duwang realm that they had only dreamed of before. In the future their achievements will only be higher. Buzz! At a certain moment, Chenfeng, who was concentrating on practicing the dragon and phoenix art, once again sensed the movement of the blood crystal in his body. This time, it should be Fei who is about to give birth. Feeling the unusual movement of the blood crystal in his body, Chenfeng immediately ended his practice, stood up and walked towards Lu Fei's palace. Outside Lu Fei's palace, Yunyun, Xiao Yixian, Ya Fei, Xiao Yu and others also came over one after another. This time there was no painful sound during Lu Fei's childbirth, because, among the previous rewards of the system, there appeared a kind of repair pill for childbirth. It can prevent women from feeling the pain during childbirth, and can also greatly restore their vitality. Therefore, Chenfeng and the others were waiting outside the room without being too anxious. Whoa wow! A moment later, a loud baby cry was heard in the room, and everyone immediately smiled with joy. Ding! It is detected that Lu Fei has given birth to a child for the host, and the host will be rewarded with a big gift package. Ding! Would you like to open the gift package? At this moment, a system prompt sounded in Chenfeng's mind very timely. However, this time the system prompt sound did not end there. Ding! It is detected that the host has 10 offspring. The host is rewarded with a special gift package. Please keep up the good work. Ding! Would you like to open the special gift package? Upon hearing this extremely special system prompt sound, Chenfeng's forward steps suddenly stopped. If you have 10 offspring, will you be rewarded with a special gift package? Chenfeng's mood became excited as this special reminder sounded. Next, after comforting Lu Fei and naming the child Yingfei, Chenfeng went directly to the secret room for training. Chapter 313. The number of descendants has reached 10, and their cultivation has risen to the peak of 9. Star Duzhen system. Open the gift package. After arriving at the training chamber, Chenfeng first opened the more conventional gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the 7th Revolution Duzhen Peak Experience card. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a pair of communication stones. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate level heavenly rank fighting skill, Jinghong Dance. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 Duzhen Star upgrading pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a Du Sheng Star up pill. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Ding! All the above rewards have been distributed to the system space. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Except for the scroll on the intermediate heavenly level of physical fighting skills, all the other rewards had appeared before, so Chenfeng did not check them one by one for the time being. I hope this special gift package can bring me a surprise. Next, Chenfeng took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and continued to speak to the system. System, open the special gift package. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained 2 advanced experience pills. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have obtained the Heart of Space. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 3 Dushing Star up pills. After opening this special gift package, although only 3 system prompts were heard, each prompt made Chenfeng feel excited. I didn't expect there really is such a thing as advanced experience pills. Recalling the first prompt sound, Chenfeng couldn't help but reveal a look of ecstasy on his face. The next moment, he could hardly wait to immerse his mind in the system space to check the rewards brought by the special gift package. Advanced experience pill. After use, it can increase the host's cultivation by 100 years. 100 years of cultivation, and it's a one-time reward of 2. After reading the information about these advanced experience pills, Chenfeng felt excited. These 2 experience pills were equivalent to 200 primary experience pills, which could increase his cultivation by 200 years. With them, Chenfeng's cultivation would be greatly improved in an instant. However, Chenfeng did not use the advanced experience pill immediately at this moment, but chose to look at the other rewards first. The second reward of this special gift package is a white diamond-shaped crystal that is 3 meters in size. Heart of space. After being placed, it will immediately create an independent space with a range of thousands of miles. As long as the power of space is continuously injected into the heart of space, the space can be continuously opened up, making the space continue to expand. In addition, all the power of this opened-up world can be mobilized at will by the host. In this world, the host is the master. It's actually this kind of strange thing. As he analyzed the usage of the heart of space, a gleam of light flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. Before, he had also obtained a similar treasure, the Qiankun treasure box. However, the space range of something like the Qiankun treasure box is too limited, and it is not suitable for public use. However, the heart of space is completely different. It originally has a territory of thousands of miles, allowing morning breeze to open up an independent space for living like those ancient races. Moreover, as long as a cultivator has mastered the power of space, even if he is only at the level of Duzun, he can help Chenfeng expand the spatial area of this world. The larger the world that is opened up, the greater the power that Chenfeng can mobilize in it. Just imagine if Chenfeng could mobilize the energy of heaven and earth within a territory of thousands of miles, or even 100,000 miles, to launch an attack in an instant. Even those high-level Dusheng masters would be frightened and retreat instantly when they saw it. After seeing the second reward, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. Next, Chenfeng looked at the third reward, the Fighting Saint Star Ascension Pill. This time the reward is 3 Dusheng Star Up pills plus the previous 2. There are 5 in total. These 5 pills are almost comparable to a 9th grade treasure pill. It seems that I have to break through to the Dusheng level as soon as possible. By then, with the help of this Dusheng Star upgrading pill, I can achieve a 4-star Dusheng in a very short time. With anticipation in his heart, Chenfeng directly set up a seal in this secret room, and then extracted and used the 2 high-level experience pills that could increase his cultivation by 100 years. Boom! Soon as the 2 high-level experience pills took effect, Chenfeng's aura began to rise rapidly. The bottleneck that had been bothering him was quickly broken, and he advanced from a 5-star Duzun to a 6-star Duzun in the blink of an eye. The peak of 6-star Duzun, 7-star Duzun, the peak of 7-star Duzun, 8-star Duzun, the peak of 9-star Duzun. 4 golden dragons flew up from Chenfeng's body in succession, and his cultivation level finally stabilized at the peak of the 9-star Duzun. At this moment Chenfeng felt an unprecedented powerful force in his body. However, his current cultivation level is still a long way from becoming a saint. Before becoming a Dulyo saint, there is a realm of cultivation called half-saint. Although there is only one step between the peak of Duzun and half-saint, this step is like a chasm between heaven and earth. The gap between the two is so terrifying that it is hard to describe. The reason for this is that this short step hides a unique practice. This kind of unique practice can only be felt by those who are close to the level of semi-saint. In Zhongzhou, some top experts call this unique practice the 9 revolutions to become a saint. The so-called 9 transformations is a quantifier used to measure the gap between the peak of Duzun and half-saint. After all, the gap between the two is so terrifying that it is necessary to use a more seemingly subtle, but actually huge level of difference to carefully distinguish them. The 9 transformations are actually not complicated. To put it simply, they can also be called 9 times of condensation and compression. When a strong man who is at the peak of Duzun has full Du-Q, that is when the 9 transformations begin. At this time, he needed to condense and compress all the Du-Q in his body, and finally make an empty area in his full body to accommodate the new Du-Q. And when the fighting spirit is full again, it is necessary to continue to condense it. Repeat this process 9 times before reaching perfection. The fighting spirit in the body will also undergo a qualitative change under this compression. Then he leaped across the immeasurable ravine in the sky and truly advanced to the level of semi-saint. Therefore, some powerful people who have reached this level call this practice hidden in the peak of Duzun the 9 transformations. Only after the 9 transformations can one become a saint. It seems that the Bodhi pill will be useful soon. Feeling the aura of his own cultivation, Chenfeng couldn't help but think of the 20 Bodhi pills that the system rewarded to Nalan Yanran when she gave birth to a child. Chapter 3D Fortune Opening Up a New World Bodhi Pill, an 8th grade high-level elixir, can increase the chances of a strong man at the peak of the 9 revolutions du Zun to break through the half saint by 20%. However, although the 9 transformations are easy to say, it is really life-threatening to practice them. Just think about how terrifying the amount of Du-Q that a Du Zun peak powerhouse can contain in his body is. To fill it up, and to fill it up 9 times in a row, this level of demand is enough to deserve the word terrifying. Every time you complete a transformation, the difficulty is equivalent to improving 1 star of cultivation in the Du Zun stage, or even more difficult. In less than 2 years I have reached the peak of Du Zun. This is enough to make people all over the continent envious. There is no need to rush the road of cultivation. It doesn't matter if I take my time. Thinking of the extremely difficult process of becoming a saint 9 times ahead, Chenfeng did not feel discouraged. With such a powerful system, maybe the next reward will be able to directly solve this problem. With the help of the hidden spirit stone, Chenfeng doesn't have to worry about anyone seeing through his cultivation. Next, Chenfeng took out the heart of space. If Chenfeng's training chamber wasn't big enough, this huge diamond-shaped crystal would probably cause the chamber to collapse the moment it was extracted. This thing will become the base of my huge family in the future. Looking at this huge heart of space, Chenfeng's eyes flashed with brilliance. Currently, his strength has not yet reached the level where he can ignore the top powers in the Duki continent. The heart of space is undoubtedly his biggest trump card at the moment. The spatial barrier of that big world is enough to block the attacks of strong people below the level of Du Di. Moreover, that world will also become a means for Chenfeng to fight against the enemies. Even the energy of heaven and earth in a territory of thousands of miles can definitely pose a threat to some Du Sheng strongmen. In the future, when this world becomes larger and the energy of heaven and earth becomes more abundant, Chenfeng will be able to mobilize more power. Today, let me open up a new world. Having made up his mind, Chenfeng instantly put away his heart of space and disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already above the sky above the harem. The next moment, the huge heart of space appeared again. As the seal in Chenfeng's hand was continuously exerted, the surrounding space shook violently. Then, the huge diamond-shaped crystal stone slowly dissipated in the sky. Immediately afterwards, Chenfeng took a step and suddenly disappeared in the sky. With this is a white world. Everywhere was filled with blinding white light. At a certain moment, with the appearance of a figure, a handful of soil gradually appeared in the white world. Then, the handful of soil grew bigger and turned into a piece of land. It's like a small island suddenly appearing in the white ocean. Boom! Soon this world began to shake violently again, and the area of the island began to expand at an alarming speed. In a blink of an eye, there is no end in sight. The speed of this spread is simply beyond description. Chenfeng's figure was suspended in the sky above the land, without relying on any power. Even though he did not have any fighting spirit in his body at this moment, he could still stay freely in any sky in this world. Because, at this moment, he has become the master of this world. With just a thought, he can change the mountains and rivers of this world. With just a thought, all the energy of heaven and earth in this world can be gathered together, and turned into a sharp sword in his hand to kill the invading enemies. The vast world of 1,000 miles is all under my control. This feeling is truly amazing. Looking at the world that had expanded by thousands of miles in just a few blinks of an eye, Chenfeng's heart was filled with pride. Although he was only at the peak of the Du Zun level now, he had become a creator and owned a huge world that completely belonged to him. In the following period of time, Chenfeng plans to transform the landscape of this world. When his order was issued, the land rose rapidly. In the central area, a plateau appeared, which was 1,000 feet high and covered 100 miles. In the 4 directions of east, south, west and north, the land sank, forming 4 huge oceans. In other places there were endless plains, continuous mountains and bottomless cracks. Even the world opened up by a Dodi strongman can't be as good as mine. Looking down at the transformed world, Chenfeng felt very happy. After that, Chenfeng's mind moved, and a huge space gate appeared in front of him. Come on, today your husband will take you to a whole new world. When he arrived at the harem, Chenfeng did not hide anything and directly told many women about the world opened up by the heart of space. A whole new world. When Yunyun, Yafei, Xiao Yixian and others heard Chenfeng's words, there was a hint of doubt in their beautiful eyes. At this moment, a huge space gate appeared in the sky above the harem. Follow me in and you'll find out, Chenfeng smiled and did not explain too much for the time being. Instead, he invited them to enter the space gate. All right. With anticipation, Yun took the lead and walked towards the space gate. As Yun entered the space gate, her figure immediately disappeared. Next, Tao Ying, Tang Huer, Yafei, Xiao Yixiang, and Nalan Yanran also flew towards the space gate in the sky one by one. Even Xu Mei and Ling Fei, who had just arrived not long ago, had reached the level of Du Wang. They both followed, vibrating their Do-Q wings. Because this world cannot be exposed to the public right now, Chenfeng had better bring some maids from the harem in as well. Here it is. Coming out of the space channel, Yun and the others floated in the sky, their eyes filled with shock. Not to mention the maids in the harem, who were sitting on the back of the purple demonic vulture with their legs feeling a little weak. Brother Feng, you just said that this is a new world. Is it the kind of space that can only be opened up by Du Sheng's strongmen? Cao Ying retracted her gaze, looked at Chenfeng with her beautiful eyes, and asked in surprise. Cao Ying lives in Danyu and knows that there is a Dan world in Danyu. That world is completely separated from the original world. Yes, this place is a world of its own, with no connection to the outside world. Hearing Cao Ying's words, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. Isn't that a method that only a Du Sheng can master? Cao Ying's heart was greatly shocked, but he did not doubt Chenfeng's words. Because, in this vast world, there are only some very common plants and trees, and there are no other living things except them. Chapter 315 Xiao Zun'er escapes from the secret room. Who on earth is Brother Feng? How could he own such a huge independent world? Cao Ying sighed in her heart. On the other side, Feng Qingge was also shocked by the scene before her. Although the Sky Demon Phoenix clan she belonged to also owned a huge and independent world, an entire huge clan of the Sky Demon Phoenix clan lived there. And this world is like the most primitive world. There are no living things, only green plants, just like a world in a dream. My husband is really amazing. Tang Huer's eyes were also quite complicated. The burning flame valley where she was located enclosed a piece of heaven and earth with a space barrier between the mountains. Such a scene was enough to make her proud, but compared with this place, it was nothing. Brother Chenfeng is really amazing. Ziyan's performance was similar to the others. Chenfeng's generosity is no less than the Taixu Ancient Dragon Clan's placement of the Ancient Dragon Island in the void space. People like Xu Mei, Xiao Yu, Xiao Mei and Ling Fei, who originally had limited knowledge, were speechless at this moment. Such a move was almost beyond their imagination. Don't just stand there, this world belongs to you from now on. It's up to you to decide how to transform it. Looking at the astonished expressions on the women's faces, Chenfeng waved his hand and brought everyone to the plateau in the center of this world. Immediately afterwards, a strange phenomenon appeared again in the sky above the plateau. An island covering a huge area fell from the sky and slowly fell down. This is the harem. Brother Feng brought the entire harem over here. Looking at the huge object falling, the women exclaimed in unison again. Next, an even more shocking scene appeared. When the huge palace complex fell to the ground began to wriggle, perfectly fitting the bottom outline of the falling palace complex. After the palace complex fell, the ground became extremely flat, as if it had been built here originally, without leaving any other traces. What kind of horrible method is this? Looking at this scene, even Cao Ying, Feng Qingge and Tang Huer, who were born into extraordinary families, found it incredible at this moment. Even the strong ones in their tribe probably don't have such strength. Following Brother Chenfeng is really the best choice. In the future, Brother Chenfeng will definitely become the most outstanding man in Duqi continent. Feng Qingge's beautiful purple, brown eyes looked at Chenfeng, full of love. In her opinion, Chenfeng's excellence was incomparable to anyone else in the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Later, perhaps the entire Sky Demon Phoenix clan would enjoy certain benefits because of her marrying Chenfeng. Yanran, from now on you can bring your children and live in this area. This will be our new home. Chenfeng brought everyone to the harem and gave some instructions to the maids they brought in. In the past 1 or 2 years, these maids and midwives are needed to stay in this world to take care of Chenfeng's many women and children. Of course, Chenfeng will not treat these maids unfairly by keeping them here, and will try to give them the best treatment. Now Chenfeng even moved all the buildings of the harem here intact, and everyone didn't need any time to adapt. After a while, Nalan Yanran suddenly asked Chenfeng curiously, "Husband, does this world have a name?" "Yeah, such a magical place should have a name, right?" Hearing this, the others also became interested and looked at Chenfeng with curiosity. "I don't have a name yet. How about you give me one?" Chenfeng shook his head and threw the question to them. "Without a name, is it really a new world?" Cao Ying said to herself, but she also felt that it was too unrealistic to open up such a world in a short period of time. Brother Feng, how about we name this world after you, Wind Realm? Yun Yun was the first to suggest. Feng Ji, great brother Chenfeng has a nice name, and calling him Feng Ji is the best. Soon, Ziyan and several others also agreed with Yun Yun's idea with a smile. Okay, let's call this place the Wind Realm. Hearing the names put forward by the girls, Chenfeng gladly accepted them. Outside Gamma Palace, the entire harem building was uprooted along with the land below, forming a huge pit several miles in radius and dozens of feet deep. However, due to the seal of morning breeze, people outside have no idea what is happening inside. After Chenfeng settled the girls in the new world, he suddenly thought that since there was a larger wind realm, Xiao Sunner, Queen Medusa, and Ling Yu in the Qiankun treasure box could also move to another place to live. Soon, in the wind realm, Yun Yun, Feng Qinger, Cao Ying and others met three new sisters. The person standing in the middle, wearing a purple dress, has a cool and indifferent temperament, like a worldly green lotus. Her slender waist is like a willow leaf, just enough to be held in one hand. Her 3,000 black hair is casually tied with a piece of lavender satin ribbon, and falls softly along the moving curves to her waist. Two tiny green bells hang on her white wrists, just like a person walking out of a painting. The one on the left was so beautiful that she was almost enchanting, with a pair of narrow lavender eyes that were so charming that they could draw almost every man's attention. She was wearing an elegant purple brocade robe. Her body was plump and exquisite, just like a ripe peach, exuding a faint charm. Her 3,000 black hair casually fell from her shoulders and vertically hung between her slender waist. Under the brocade robe, a pair of snow-white and well-proportioned jade feet were floating on the ground. The one on the right is a girl who looks only 18 years old. She is only wearing a thin black silk dress. Her fair skin is faintly visible through the dress, and her bust is extremely full. Her curvy figure seems to be about to burst out from under the black silk dress. She had shiny and smooth black hair that fell to her waist, a full and white forehead, curved dark eyebrows, bright cherry lips, and a pair of beautiful eyes that looked more charming and captivating than peach blossoms. Her long and pointed ears added a lot of wild charm to her. Hello, sisters. My name is Xiao Sunner. Xiao Sunner looked around at the dozen or so people in front of her, with a smile on her face, and took the lead in greeting them. Sunner, Sister Sunner. Among these people, only Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei knew Xiao Sunner. When they saw Xiao Sunner, they were all very surprised. The two of them had previously learned from the Xiao family that Xiao Sunner had suddenly left the Xiao family, apparently to go home and prepare to get married. Unexpectedly, she was following Chenfeng, and they had never known about it. I would like to recommend a Duliu fan fiction written by a friend. Duliu. Becoming a title in the Wumshok's Bibidong, Chenfeng traveled to Duliu continent and became the fetus in Bibidong's belly. With his younger sister Chuanrengsu and mother Bibidong, he conquered the world together. Chapter 3:16 Sunner's thoughts. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mai are here too. Did they both marry Brother Feng? There was some confusion on Xiao Sunner's pretty face, because when Chenfeng brought her, Queen Medusa and Ling Yu out just now, he just told them to come and meet the other sisters, but did not say who they were. Sunner, where have you been during the time you were away from the Xiao family? The next moment, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei came directly in front of Xiao Sunner. The two of them asked Xiao Sunner about her experiences during this period. I was pregnant some time ago. Since it's quite far from the Gamma Palace, I just came here today. A Xiao Sunner almost subconsciously made up an excuse. She didn't want to tell everyone about her previous experience as a slave girl of Morning Breeze, for fear of being looked down upon by these many sisters. As for women, once they hang out with other women, they will tend to compare with each other. Xiao Sunner was no exception in this regard, so she planned to bury the history of being treated as a slave by Chenfeng in her heart forever, and never let anyone else know about it. So that's how it is. It's really great that we sisters can be together more often in the future. Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei had no doubts about Xiao Sunner's explanation. They happily pulled Xiao Sunner aside to reminisce about the past, and the atmosphere was very harmonious. Brother Feng, who are these two sisters? After Xiao Sunner introduced herself, Yun Yun looked at Queen Medusa and Ling Yu. It has to be said that the looks and figures of Xiao Sunner, Queen Medusa, and Ling Yu amazed all the girls. Three people, three completely different temperaments, any one of them looks like a fairy. Medusa, Ling Yu. Chenfeng pointed at Queen Medusa and Ling Yu and introduced them. So this sister is Queen Medusa. The rumors are indeed true. Queen Medusa is not only notorious for her evil deeds, but also for her unparalleled beauty. After hearing Chenfeng's introduction, Nalan Yanran, Yao Yi and others were quite shocked. They were all from the Gamma Empire, so naturally they had heard of Queen Medusa. Although Chao Ying, Tang Huer, Han Yu and the others had never heard of it, they were still very amazed at this moment. Queen Medusa's beauty was still captivating even when she was pregnant. This woman is so charming. In the following time, the three of them mingled with the other girls here. What's more interesting is that Queen Medusa, like Sunner, did not mention the fact that she was treated as a slave by Chenfeng before. In this matter the two of them showed great tacit understanding. That night Chenfeng favored Sunner first. Sunner's beautiful face, which seemed to have walked out of a painting, became even more beautiful after leaving the small world. It is like a green lotus blooming in the mundane world, otherworldly and full of spirituality. Such a woman seemed to be conceived from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, so outstanding that it was dazzling. Gently peeling off the shrouding mist, a perfect body that made one's blood boil suddenly appeared in front of Chenfeng. Her skin is extremely white, her slender and flexible waist looks extremely smooth, and her pair of plump, snow-white breasts are irresistible. Brother Feng, wait a minute. Looking at Chenfeng's fascinated eyes, Sunner showed a bit of pride in her eyes. She took out a set of one-piece stockings from the ring slowly, and then slowly put them on from the soles of her feet to her snow-white neck. Tesk. Seeing Xiao Sunner's increasingly proficient skills, Chenfeng felt very satisfied and carefully admired the performance of the beauty in front of him. Brother Feng, now that we have Junger and Shuer, when can we let them meet their grandfather? After a long time, the fishnet stockings on Sunner's body were full of holes. She was sweating all over and pressed against Chenfeng, asking with some anticipation. This, after hearing Sunner's words, Chenfeng originally wanted to refuse directly, but when he saw the maternal glow that suddenly appeared on this pretty face he hesitated again. After all, he is still unable to fight back against the huge power of the ancient clan. Brother Feng, in fact with your talent my father will approve of our marriage. Sunner's palm gently slid across the skin on Chenfeng's back and explained softly, besides, my bloodline level has now reached the 10th rank and I have a lot of say in the clan. Sunner, in that case, I'll take you back after some time. Chenfeng had thought about Sunner's explanation before, but he was not in a hurry. Moreover, he did not want to reveal too much before he had strong strength. If anyone knew that he had reached the peak of Duzun at the age of 20, I'm afraid no one would be able to remain calm. At that time, even if Guan protected him, there would still be a great risk. Moreover, Chenfeng himself did not like the feeling of living under someone else's roof and being restricted in every way. All right. After hearing Chenfeng's answer, Sunner was sensible enough not to ask any further questions. Now, Chenfeng and her two children are everything to her. For them, Sunner is willing to give up everything. As the room gradually became quiet, the door was suddenly pushed open, and then a dazzlingly white naked body rushed in. It turned out that Tang Hor heard no movement inside, and thought that Xiao Juner had fallen down, so she couldn't wait to strip herself naked and ran over. Sister Shunner, you are not unconscious yet. No, that's not what I mean Sister Shunner, why are you still not asleep? Tang Hor looked at Xiao Sunner who was clinging to Chenfeng and spoke subconsciously, but halfway through he realized something was wrong and quickly changed his words. I'll need a moment, Sunner replied softly, and then her cold little hand slowly reached down. Oh, I'll come back later. Tang Hor turned around awkwardly and prepared to leave. However, at this moment an invisible force wrapped around her body, and she was lying on the other side of the bed in an instant. Hor, just wait here, I'll take care of you later. Chenfeng laughed, and then continued to work hard, writing furiously. In the next few days Chenfeng did almost the same thing every day. After all, it would take a lot of time to favor each of these women. During this process, Chenfeng raised the cultivation of all the women around him to the Duzong stage. With Chenfeng's current cultivation level at the peak of Duzun, practicing the dragon and phoenix art with them would be like an initiation to them. As their cultivation level improves, their body functions become better, and their youthful appearance can be maintained. Chapter 317 Teacher Rulin gave birth. As time passed, another 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Chenfeng received some good news. Shu Mai and Ling Fei both became pregnant, and Shu Ni gave birth to a baby daughter for Chenfeng yesterday. Chenfeng named her middle Shu Jin. The accumulation of 3 rewards allowed Chenfeng to harvest a large wave of supplies. Among them, after Shu Ni gave birth to Shu Zhan, the system's rewards included a pill called Creation Pill. The effect of the Creation Pill is that it can allow a person to directly condense the fighting energy and become a fighter. Even Chenfeng was very surprised when this elixir appeared. You know, A person cannot practice martial arts before he becomes a fighter. Those children who are a few years old can only practice step by step when they are young, usually take medicinal baths, or take some mild pills. Judging from the length of time spent in cultivation, the Do-Q stage is where many geniuses spend the most time in their lives. And now, with such elixir, a person who is at the Do-Q stage can directly condense the Do-Q cyclone without any side effects. It is likely that it can cultivate geniuses in large numbers. Think about it. A child who is just born and can barely remember things has already reached the level of a fighter, which means he has started practicing 10 years earlier than others. 100 fortune pills are definitely enough for now. Looking at the reward of the good fortune pill, Chenfeng felt very satisfied. When his children start practicing, they will be able to repay him, and then he can lie down and advance. Just as Chenfeng was studying these rewards, the blood crystal in his body had an abnormal reaction again. It looks like Ruolin is about to give birth. Sensing the movement of the blood crystal, Chenfeng quickly came to the outside of teacher Ruolin's room. Because Xiao Yu, Liufei, Xu Ni, instructor Ruolin, Ziyan, and Han Yu all became pregnant at about the same time, they gave birth to their children one after another during this period. However, Ziyan seems to be an exception. Up to now, she has only shown some signs. According to Chenfeng's guess, Ziyan is a magical beast, and like Lingyu and Queen Medusa, her pregnancy time is longer than that of humans. Whoa, wow, it's born, it's a little princess. Not long after Chenfeng arrived here, the loud crying of a baby and the excited voice of the midwife were heard in the room. Nowadays, when the women give birth, they take numerous recovery pills in advance, so the birth process is not as painful as it was before for Nalan Yanran, Yafi and others. Roland, how are you? Chenfeng walked to the bedside, reached out and stroked teacher Ruolin's small hand and spoke softly. Husband, I'm fine. Teacher Ruolin smiled and shook her head. Her gentle and charming face had an indescribable temptation. Ruolin, this little girl's looks show that she has completely inherited your gentleness and tenderness. How about we just call her Roshui? Chenfeng held the child in his arms and said with a smile. Okay Roshui, what a nice name. Child, you have a name. Teacher Ruolin had a gentle smile on her face, and she slowly raised her hand and took the child from Chenfeng. Sister Ruolin, my Shujian was born 1 day earlier than your Roshui. Roshui can only be your younger sister from now on. Just then, Xuni, who had just given birth to a child yesterday, also came over. She was joking with teacher Ruolin, and her plump and upright breasts swayed in a somewhat thrilling arc amid the laughter. Xuni, are you thinking that as our mentor, teacher Ruolin is at a disadvantage in childbirth? So we can turn the tables, as Xiao Yu teased Xuni. Her pair of straight and round long legs emitted a dazzling white light when she walked, which made people want to find out more. Well, you girl, you have this idea in mind. Teacher Ruolin also stood up directly. Thanks to the recovery of many elixirs, her vitality had been restored after giving birth to the child. At this moment, even though she was pretending to be angry, her appearance was still as gentle as water. In the past 2 days, Chenfeng has just tasted Xiao Yu's charm. Her long legs are truly unmatched. Teacher Ruolin's gentle gaze was like a stream of clear water flowing quietly through his heart, making Chenfeng unable to help but indulge in that unique gentleness and agility. Although instructor Ruolin is a few years older than Xiao Yu and Xu Ni, her plump and slender figure exudes a mature charm that has been honed by time. This kind of natural charm is far beyond the reach of young girls like Xiao Yu. Hey Sister Ruolin, the way Brother Feng looks at you is as if he wants to swallow you up. Noticing Chenfeng's gaze, Xu Ni just laughed out loud. Yeah. Hearing this, teacher Ruolin turned back to look at Chenfeng shyly, and her face instantly blushed. A few months had passed, and she was also very eager to be nourished by Chenfeng. Xu Ni, it seems that you want to join us tonight. Chenfeng looked directly at Xu Ni and smiled wickedly. Xu Ni giggled, and her face turned red instantly when she remembered Chenfeng's madness last night. Next, while the girls were having fun, Chenfeng silently said to the system in his mind, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the 9 Revolutions Dazun Peak Experience card. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Wang Star. Up pills. Congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Ding, all of the above rewards have been Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. There is another Dusheng star, uphill. It seems that the probability of its appearance is not low, but it will only appear at certain stages. Listening to these system prompts, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. This time's reward, the Duwang star up pill, made Chenfeng's eyes light up. The Duwang Shengsing pills are not only huge in quantity, but also extremely effective. It can allow practitioners at the Duwang stage to steadily break through 1-star level after taking it. And the most amazing thing is that it is actually effective for 7 consecutive times, as long as there is a period of time between each dose to have no side effects. This also means that Chenfeng can use this to improve the cultivation of a large number of Duwang powerhouses under his command, allowing them to quickly become high-level Duwangs, or even directly break through to Duhuangs. Chapter 318 Infiltrating the Soul Palace Gamma Imperial Capital. A week has passed since the Emperor's wedding, but the festive atmosphere has not subsided much. Most of the residents were looking forward to the Emperor continuing to marry and bring them benefits. Although the imperial capital was still immersed in festivities, the many guests who came from afar were leaving one after another. That day, late at night, 2 black fogs with mysterious movements sneaked into the imperial capital without the guards on the city wall noticing. Your Excellency has been in the Jiama Empire for some time. I wonder if you have made any discoveries. I don't know. How can we guess the fate of a great man like the Venerable? 2 black mists were flying in the sky and talking to each other. From their words, it is not difficult to tell that they are from the Soul Palace, and it seems that they came for the old ghost Jixing who was captured by Chenfeng before. Because Chenfeng is now in the Wind Realm, and before his wedding, he changed the lower limit of the monitoring compass's alarm to above the Duzun level. Therefore, these 2 Soul Palace guardians who only had Duzong cultivation sneaked into the imperial capital and did not attract Chenfeng's attention. Your Excellency is here to investigate Emperor Nagama. He is very likely in this palace. Let's go straight there. After a conversation, 2 streams of black mist rushed straight towards the Gama Palace. The guards at the edge of the palace still did not notice the arrival of the 2 black fogs. In this way, the 2 black fogs came to the depths of the palace unimpeded. Haha, this small country's palace is like entering an empty space for you and me. When they reached the depths of the palace, one of the black mists spoke with disdain. But, there is still no aura of the Venerable here. Another person asked doubtfully. Perhaps the Venerable is hiding his aura and observing Emperor Jiama. It is really abnormal for a young man who is worthy of being called a genius in the Northern Territory to appear in a place like this. Well, if that's the case, should we continue to go deeper? In case we disturb the Venerable's plan, you are right. If this affects His Majesty's plan, we will be in big trouble. Let's go. After staying on the top of a hall in the Imperial Palace for a while, the 2 black mists suddenly made a move to retreat. Since you 2 are here, why don't you stay a few more days? However, just as the 2 black mists were about to evacuate outside, an old shout suddenly sounded from somewhere in the sky. Then, a large energy net suddenly appeared and completely enveloped the 2 strange black mists. 5-star Dezong, do you think you can stop the 2 of us by yourself? The owner of this old voice was Jia Xingxian. At this moment he was staring at the 2 black mists across the energy net. One of the black mists took on a human shape and mocked Jia Xingxian with disdain. Haha, I can't stop you 2 by myself, but what about 10 Do Hongs and 500 Du Wangs? Facing this man's ridicule, Jia Xingxian replied with a sneer. As Jia Xingxian finished his words, countless balls of light suddenly lit up on the ground of the Imperial Palace below, and hundreds of powerful auras spread out. 10 Du Hongs and 500 Du Wangs. Hearing this, the 2 figures in the black mist were finally moved. They didn't expect that among the Emperor of Gama there would be so many Du Wang and Du Hong masters. Under normal circumstances, they would not take Du Wang and Du Huang masters seriously at all. However, with so many Du Wang and Du Huang masters gathered together to form a formation, even they would find it difficult to break through, not to mention that the person in charge of the formation had a cultivation level similar to theirs. Do you know our identities? If you attack us, your Gama Empire will have no reason to exist. Realizing that today's situation was rather dangerous, the Black Shadow threatened directly. No matter who you are, don't even think about leaving the palace today. Jia Xingxian didn't care about the identities of these people and his attitude was very tough. Boom! Seeing this, the 2 black-robed men hiding in the black fog became furious, and immediately shot out several black chains to attack the huge energy net. However, the energy network built by so many powerful people together is simply not something they can destroy. Within the Wind Realm. After receiving the message from Jia Xingxian, Chenfeng also noticed the situation outside and immediately turned on the monitoring compass to check it out. He felt relieved when he found that the guards in the palace were able to deal with 2 Seoul Palace Duzong level bodyguards on their own. Nowadays, the resources he controls are definitely enough to support a huge force comparable to Mitanni, but the time seems too short. If a few years pass, the number of strong people in the Jiama Empire will definitely increase tenfold or even dozens of times. It seems like it's time to interrogate that old ghost who picked the stars. With the appearance of these 2 Seoul Palace guardians, Chenfeng also remembered the old ghost Jaxing who was trapped in the Qiankan treasure box to recuperate. As an important figure in the Seoul Palace, he came to the northwest continent alone. He must have a mission. In addition to exploring his own secrets, it is very likely that he is involved with the Xiao clan. Thinking of this, Chenfeng appeared in the small world in an instant. Welcome, Master, welcome, Master. In the small world, Yao Chen, the guardian eagle, and the old ghost Jaxing saw Chenfeng appear and bowed in greeting. Old Jaxing, do you have any mission in the Jiama Empire this time? Chenfeng asked straight to the point. Master, my main purpose this time is to observe the remaining members of the Xiao clan. Another purpose is to find out the secret of your rapid cultivation. The old man Jaxing replied without any hesitation. Really? Hearing this answer, Chenfeng suddenly realized that it was almost exactly what he had guessed. Nowadays, the sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei have become his women. If the Seoul Palace wants to touch anyone from the Xiao family, Chenfeng will naturally stop them. Old Jaxing, now that your injury has healed, you should go back and report. Chenfeng gave the old ghost Jaxing a few instructions, and then took him away from the Wind Realm, and also gave him 2 intermediate puppet pills. Naturally, these 2 intermediate puppet pills were not meant for the old ghost Jaxing to bring to the 2 Seoul Palace guardians in the palace. It would be a waste to give the intermediate puppet pill to someone with Duzong cultivation level. Chenfeng's idea was to ask the old ghost Jaxing to find an opportunity to let other Seoul Palace masters take it after he returned. Yes, Master. After receiving the puppet pill, Jaxing old ghost responded respectfully. Soon, the old ghost Jaxing appeared next to the 2 Seoul Palace guardians. Your Excellency, you are here. Seeing the old ghost Jaxing show up, the 2 trapped Seoul Palace guardians were immediately surprised. Chapter 39 Xiao Mei gave birth. Your Excellency. The people from this small empire actually dared to attack us and said that they don't take our Seoul Palace seriously. They really don't know how to live or die. Please teach them a lesson. Now that the Venerable One has arrived, these ignorant people should prepare to die. As the old ghost Jaxing appeared directly inside the energy net, the 2 Seoul Palace guardians immediately stopped attacking the energy net. With a smug look on their faces. This is. Outside the energy network, Jia Xingxian and a group of palace guards were suddenly surprised. The weirdness of the old ghost Jaxing was beyond their understanding. However, the next moment, what everyone did not expect was that the mysterious strong man who appeared did not destroy the energy network. Instead, he took the 2 men in black robes away one by one like catching chickens. Soon, the old ghost Jaxing appeared outside the imperial capital, and the 2 Seoul Palace guardians were in his hands. Your Excellency, why is this? One of them said in confusion. He was still wondering in his heart whether the appearance of the 2 of them had disrupted the star picking old ghost's plan, which made the star picking old ghost angry. You who dare to spy on the master's palace deserves death. The old ghost Jaxing didn't say any more nonsense. He just exerted force with his palm and crushed the 2 people to death. The reason why they were not killed in the palace was because they were afraid of polluting the air inside the palace. Next, we must try to get those guys to take the pills given by the master. After killing these 2 people, the old ghost Jaxing murmured in his heart. Wu Liyun didn't take the little incident from the outside world to heart. He used the monitoring compass again and changed the lower limit of the alarm to Duzong. Next, Chenfeng went to Xiao Yu. Last night Xiao Yu's seductive long legs almost fell apart. At the same time Chenfeng's waist was greatly exercised. Xiao Yu, Suni and instructor Rulan. These 3 women often stay together at night. The 3 of them set up a formation and wanted to defeat Chenfeng. But how could Chenfeng be defeated so easily? Bang! Soon, Chenfeng pushed open the door of the room where Xiao Yu and the other 2 were. Brother Feng is here again. Seeing Chenfeng appear at the door, Xiao Yu and Shuni immediately started playing around and deliberately made avoidance movements. Even the usually reserved and gentle teacher Rulan looked a little frightened. Last night, Chenfeng's performance was so crazy that he almost made her, no, let one of us escape and ask for help. Sister Ying and Sister Ho are much stronger than us. Xiao Yu quickly arranged the tactics. Okay, I'll go then. Xuni patted her chest to make the promise, then took a step towards the window to escape. Where are you going? Looking at Xuni's actions, Chenfeng had an idea and sealed the room completely, so that not even a fly could escape. Didn't you three set up a formation? Tonight, I will break it. Chenfeng smiled evilly, quickly came to Xiao Yu, and then waved his hand, and a large piece of cloth was torn open. Brother Chenfeng, you are so bad. Looking at Chenfeng's movements, Xiao Yu's face turned slightly red, but she was not panicked but rather expectant. Her pair of snow-white long legs, shining with a dazzling white light, looked delicate and tempting. Teacher Ruolin sat there without moving, but her heartbeat suddenly quickened. There is a strange temptation in those watery eyes that captivates the heart. Soon there was a burst of playful sounds coming from the room. At midnight, Chenfeng did not move the battlefield, but hugged the three people and lay down to rest peacefully. However, not long after, the blood crystal in Chenfeng's body began to move strangely again. This direction seems to be Xiao Mei. Feeling the unusual movement of the blood crystal, Chenfeng quickly stood up and walked towards Xiao Yu's palace. Even though it was the middle of the night, Yunyun Yafei and others arrived one after another. Whoa, wow. It's born, Madame Xiao Mei is giving birth. It's a little princess. After a while good news came from the room. Hearing the sound, Chenfeng and his group quickly walked into the room. Inside the room, Xiao Yu had swallowed several kinds of pills, and had just given birth to a child. So she stood up without any pretense. Meyer, seeing Xiao Mei stand up directly, Chenfeng was also a little surprised. Xiao Mei was only in her 20s at this time, but her childish face contained a hint of charm. The combination of purity and charm, a contradiction, made her face extremely attractive to men. Although her mind is not as exaggerated as Xuni, Liu Fei and others, it also has that kind of beauty of a bud about to bloom. At this moment, she who had just given birth to a child, still had a hint of maternal radiance on her body, and when people saw her, they couldn't help but want to love her well. Brother Feng, our daughter is so beautiful. Xiao Mei was not aware of Chenfeng's surprise at all. She had already taken the child from the maid and held it in her arms. Let me see. Looking at Xiao Mei's mentality, Chenfeng also showed a gentle smile on his face. The little one wrapped in the swaddling clothes was pink and tender, with delicate features that could be seen from a young age, and he inherited Xiao Mei's beauty. Meyer, this time, how about letting you name the child yourself? Looking at the excitement on Xiao Mei's face, Chenfeng suddenly made a decision. Okay. Hearing this, Xiao Meilian, who had already had this idea, nodded. The little girl has had pretty eyes and eyebrows since she was young, so why not call her Lu Mei? Xiao Mei thought for a moment and said with a smile, Lu Mei. Beautiful but not coquettish. What a good name. When Chenfeng heard the name Xiao Mei gave to the child, he agreed in his heart. Child, you have a name now, Lu Mei. Xiao Mei is younger than the other women in Chenfeng, but her love for children is most obvious and she looks very excited at the moment. Wait a minute, moisturize Meyer properly. Looking at Xiao Mei, who was so playful and cute, Chenfeng made a plan in his mind to compensate her for the losses she had suffered during this period of time. Next, while the girls were having fun, Chenfeng silently said to the system in his mind, System, open the gift package. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the primary half-sense, to the host for obtaining a micro-soul essence. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining 2 bloodline awakening pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the intermediate friendly fighting skill. Wind Spirit Sorrow. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Ding, all the above rewards have been distributed to the system space. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Chapter 320, Awakening the Xiao Clan Bloodline Primary Half-Saint Experience Card. After hearing these system prompts, Chenfeng was stunned for a moment, and then a hint of joy appeared on his face. It seems that for this experience card rewarded for having a child, the peak of the 9 revolutions du Zun is not the peak. In the future, there will be opportunities to obtain higher level experience cards, but I don't know if, after reaching the advanced semi-saint level, there will be experience cards for the fighting saint level. Now, with this semi-saint level experience card, plus some of his own methods, Chenfeng is confident that he can deal with it as long as there is no strong man above the 2-star Du Sheng. In this era when the fighting saint is in seclusion, as long as he does not actively provoke some powerful people, such strength is already considered to be the top level in the continent. After thinking for a while, Chenfeng continued to look at another reward that had not appeared before. Bloodline Awakening Pill. Taking this pill can awaken the bloodline power of the ancestors. This information is very brief, but its value cannot be ignored. Awakening the blood power of ancestors, that is to say, if those members of the declining Duty family have lost their ancestral blood, after taking this pill, they will be able to restore the Duty blood in their bodies. This treasure is very suitable for Yu and Meyer. They are both descendants of the Xiao clan, but now they no longer have the blood power of the Xiao clan. After reading the introduction of the blood awakening pill, Chenfeng immediately thought of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei. Mayor, Yu, come here. The next moment, Chenfeng looked at Xiao Yu and the other person who were playing over there and smiled. What is it? When Chenfeng called out her and her cousin's names separately, Xiao Yu's fair face flushed instantly, and she was already thinking of many possibilities in her mind. It seems that Brother Feng wants me and Sister Yu to sleep with him tonight. A Xiao Mei stood there, with a hint of anticipation in her heart. She hadn't felt the warmth of the morning breeze for several months. It seems like Brother Feng is going to let the sisters fight together tonight. Cao Ying, Feng Qing'er and others also had other ideas. Come here, I have something for you. What are you thinking about? Looking at the reactions of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, Chenfeng said unhappily. Thing? Hearing this, Xiao Yu felt embarrassed again. It turned out that she had misunderstood. Okay, I'll be right over. The next moment, Xiao Yu took a step and ran towards Chenfeng. Her pair of snow-white and seductive long legs appeared and disappeared, which was very charming. Xiao Mei also trotted over very shyly, her magnificent buds that were about to bloom trembling as she ran. Seeing this, Chenfeng wanted to reach out and help Xiao Mei stabilize that part. Here are 2 pills. If you take them, they can activate the blood power of your Xiao clan. When Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei came over, Chenfeng took out 2 bloodline pills and handed them to them, and explained the effects of the pills directly. Brother Feng actually knows the secret of the Xiao family. Not far away, after hearing Chenfeng's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Xiao Sun'er's beautiful eyes. The Xiao clan has been in decline for 1,000 years. Except for some powerful ancient races, few people still remember them, let alone know about the remaining members of the Xiao clan. Moreover, the bloodline of the Xiao clan has been completely wiped out. Now Chenfeng says that he can reproduce the bloodline of the Xiao clan. This is too incredible. Brother Feng was able to find a way to make my bloodline talent reach the divine level. Now activating my bloodline seems to be nothing impossible. Suddenly, Xiao Sun'er thought of the divine bloodline pill that Chenfeng had given her before, and she felt relieved immediately. With Chenfeng, the impossible could be turned into possible. What bloodline is activated? Compared to Xiao Sun'er, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were a little dull because they didn't know the origin of the Xiao clan. Try it first, I'll explain it to you later. As Chenfeng spoke, he stuffed 2 pills into the mouths of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei respectively. As the elixir entered Xiao Yu and the other person's bodies, the blood in their bodies began to flow rapidly at this moment, and there was a faint sound of extreme desire and joy. The medicinal power of the elixir instantly penetrated into their limbs and bones, and then a strange substance grew from their blood. Hiss! Although there was no severe pain during the whole process, there was a faint feeling of being pricked by needles, which made Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei frown slightly. Such a strong bloodline power. What are the origins of Yu and Meyer's ancestors? Aren't they human? Looking at the aura emanating from Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei over there, Feng Qing'er couldn't help but reveal a hint of surprise in her cold eyes. The surname is Xiao. Could it be that they are from the Xiao clan, one of the 8 ancient clans? Suddenly she thought of something, and the surprise on Feng Qing'er's face became even stronger. The bloodline of the Xiao clan has disappeared for thousands of years. Unexpectedly, it has revived today. If it were to get out, it would cause great turmoil in the Duki continent. I'm afraid many ancient races would be unable to sit still. At this moment in this room, the bodies of Xiao Yu and the other person were both stained with a layer of bright red. Fortunately, this situation did not last long and gradually faded away. The skin of the 2 slowly returned to its previous fair color. Immediately afterwards, the aura of both of them also surged. Originally, both of them were only low-level Duzong, but after awakening the power of their bloodlines, their cultivation level directly rose to 4-star Duzong. Brother Feng is really too powerful. The women around Brother Feng are not superior to me, a descendant of the ancient clan's divine bloodline. Seeing the cultivation levels of Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, Xiao Sun was filled with emotion. Until now she still felt that there was always a layer of fog shrouding Chenfeng. When she finally uncovered one layer, another layer of fog was waiting for her. Brother Feng, this elixir is so magical. I feel that in addition to the increase in my cultivation, a great change has also taken place in my body. A Xiao Yu sensed his own condition and said with a smile on his face, "You, Meyer, you too are from the Xiao family. In fact, 1,000 years ago, your Xiao clan was one of the few Dodi families on this continent." After Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei both activated the blood power of the Xiao clan, Chenfeng did not hide anything and directly told them the entire origin of the Xiao clan. My Xiao family's ancestors were so glorious. After hearing Chenfeng's story, Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei were both a little dazed. Around them Nalan Yanran, Xiao Yixian, Su Mei and others who had never known such a secret were also quite shocked and surprised at the backgrounds of Xiao Yu and the other person. Haha, Yu, Meyer, since you too now know that the blood power of the Xiao clan is rare, shouldn't you make more efforts to continue this blood power? Looking at Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei in a trance, Chenfeng suddenly laughed evilly. Chapter 321 Identity Leaked. Fengyun Valley rushes to help my husband is right. Yu Meyer, in order to continue the bloodline of the Xiao family, you too must work hard. As Chenfeng finished speaking, Nalan Yanran also encouraged Xiao Yu and the others. Continuation of the bloodline. Brother Feng, you are so bad. Xiao Yu quickly understood the meaning of Chenfeng's words. Under the strange gazes of everyone, she covered her red lips with her bare hands and giggled. Yu, let's work hard together. Next, Chenfeng didn't say any more nonsense. He just picked up Xiao Yu and threw him onto the couch. That pair of seductive snow-white thighs, slender and straight, as thin as a willow and as white as snow, were in an extremely seductive posture at the moment, which immediately made Chenfeng feel a little dry in the mouth. There is one more. At this moment, Chenfeng was not in a hurry to taste it but turned to look at Xiao Mei. Before Chenfeng could do anything, Shu Ni, Lu Fei and others extended a helping hand and lifted Xiao Yu up. Soon, the delicate Xiao Mei was stripped into a big white sheep by Shu Ni and others and placed in front of Chenfeng. Her long hair was flying and she was kneeling on the couch in a peculiar posture. There is a breathtaking curve between the smooth jade back and the perky buttocks. Such a scenery, combined with the pair of dazzling white long legs next to him, who could bear it? Chenfeng immediately took off his clothes. Brother Feng is very excited today. Cao Ying, Yun Yun and others around originally wanted to leave the room, but after seeing Chenfeng start to exercise, there was a hint of desire in their eyes. What the northern region of Zhongzhou, Fengli Mountains, above Li Mountain, the figure of Tian Lizi, the master of the North Pavilion, suddenly appeared on the top of the Thunder Mountain, and then quickly flashed to the top floor of the extremely tall Silver Tower. Pavilion Master Kinger seems to have followed friend Chenfeng to the northwest continent. In the not-so-spacious space, Tian Lizi reported to Li Zun respectfully. It's been almost 2 months. Kinger isn't planning on coming back. Upon hearing this, Venerable Lei did not react particularly strongly, but only asked about Feng Qing's return date. I don't know about that. Kinger has had no contact with us since she stayed in the Han family. Tian Lizi shook his head. It's okay. Qinger has a special identity. Even if someone goes to cause trouble for friend Chenfeng, nothing will happen to her. Venerable Lei waved his hand and said that even he had to treat the huge race behind Feng Qinger with great respect. Pavilion Master, I also heard something about friend Chenfeng this time. Tian Lizi spoke with a little hesitation. What is it? Hearing Tian Lizi's tone, Lai Zun also became interested. I heard that some time ago, a young man killed a genius of the Song family in the Dan domain Shengdan City. That man was very similar to friend Chenfeng. Now, many people suspect that they are the same person. Tian Lizi spoke slowly. Oh, since there are such rumors, it seems that young Master Chenfeng will be in trouble soon. I wonder if he can handle it. Hearing Tian Lizi's story, Venerable Lai murmured softly. If the Song family and Danyu knew about this, they would definitely send people to the northwest continent to seek revenge. Master, what do you think about this matter? The Song family has the support of Danta. Even if we want to intervene, we are powerless. Since friend Chenfeng dares to cause such a thing, perhaps there is a way to deal with it. Let's wait and see. Venerable Lai sighed and said that he really valued Chenfeng, a genius with thunder attribute, and did not want such a genius to die young. It was not just Fengli Pavilion that received this news. Many forces in Zhongzhou also had some understanding of this. Chenfeng's relatives from Fengyun Valley are naturally no exception. Tang Jun had just arrived in Central Region after attending Chenfeng's wedding when he received this news. Valley Master. Young Master Chenfeng has offended the Song family. Now that his identity has been revealed, I'm afraid the Song family will come to seek revenge soon. In the Fenyan Valley, an elder said to Tang Jun with some worry, this guy actually dared to kill the Song family's genius in Dainyu. He is really brave. Tang Jun narrowed his eyes slightly. Chenfeng was now his son-in-law. No matter how big the trouble was, as long as he could take care of it, he would help without hesitation. Otherwise, his daughter would become a widow right after getting married, which was something he didn't want to see. Therefore he did not hesitate even for a large family like the Song family in Dainyu. Follow me to the northwest continent. After a moment Tang Jun made a decision directly. He planned to bring his men to stay in the Jiama Empire for a period of time and find a way to solve the trouble of Chenfeng. As for Fenyan Valley, Tang Jun was not worried. Even if he was away for a long time, no one would dare to have any bad intentions towards Fenyan Valley. Moreover, even if such a thing really happened, Tang Jun still had the strongest trump card. With that trump card, Tang Jun had nothing to fear except those ancient races and a few individual superpowers, who were at the same time in the Wind World. After favoring the sisters Xiao Yu and Xiao Mei, Chenfeng turned to Tang Huer. Tang Huer's skin was the whitest and tenderest among all the women Chenfeng had ever seen. Even skin as white as mutton, fat jade was not enough to describe it. This is somewhat inconsistent with Tang Huer's heroic appearance. However, the sense of difference created by this kind of conflict is the most wonderful and more fun. Brother Feng, how come you are so energetic? 4 or 5 hours later, Tang Huer said breathlessly with sweat all over her body. Are you tired? If so, let's start practicing. Hearing Tang Huer's faint voice, Chenfeng ended the battle and assumed a posture to practice the dragon and phoenix technique. Good. When being held there, Tang Huer responded immediately, stretching out her white jade hand and placing it on Chenfeng. Now, although Tang Huer, Taoying Ziyan and others have reached the cultivation level of 4 or 5 star Duzong, Chenfeng's cultivation level has also improved a lot compared to before. Therefore, when practicing the dragon and phoenix art, the speed at which they improved their cultivation did not slow down due to the improvement of their realm. Even if they all reach the Duzun level later, their cultivation will still progress quickly by practicing dual cultivation with Chenfeng, a peak Duzun expert. With such a speed of cultivation, Chenfeng was not worried at all about the bet he had made with Elder Julie of Donglong Island. The bet stated that within half a year, Ziyan's cultivation would be raised to the level of a high-level Duzong. Now, less than 2 months had passed, and Ziyan had already reached the level of a 5-star Duzong. I'm afraid that by the time the 6-month period arrives, Ziyan will have already entered the realm of Duzun. Chapter 322. Han Yu gave birth after 5 or 6 days of dual cultivation. Chenfeng had helped many of his women with the cultivation level of the peak Duzun. Now, among her many wives, Xu Mei and Lingfei, who had the lowest cultivation level, had both reached the level of 1-star Duzong. Ziyan, Caoying, Tang Huater, Feng Qing'er, Yun, Queen Medusa, and Xiao Sun'er have all reached the peak of Duzong. With such a speed of cultivation, words like genius and monster are not enough to describe it. Xiao Sun'er, Feng Qing'er and the others had long lost all their arrogance. They understood that no matter how high their bloodline was, it would not have the slightest advantage in front of Chenfeng. The only advantage is that it depends on Chenfeng's preferences. As long as Chenfeng practices dual cultivation with someone for a long time, that person's cultivation level will definitely improve the fastest. Brother Feng, didn't I make a bet with that old man before? He said that I would reach the high-level Duzong level in half a year. Now in less than 3 months, I have reached the peak of Duzong. If the half-year period is up, I am afraid I will reach Duzun. In the Wind Realm, in a boudoir in the harem, Ziyan, who was sitting cross-legged and practicing face-to-face with Chenfeng, felt her own cultivation and had an excited smile on her face. Ziyan, in fact your identity is quite special. Given your current situation, the better you perform, the more danger you will attract. Looking at the smile on Ziyan's face, Chenfeng's eyes were very gentle, but he still gave a serious reminder. Hearing this, Ziyan's expression suddenly became a little heavy. She knew what Chenfeng meant. Nowadays the Taixu ancient dragon clan has been torn into pieces. Except for the East Dragon Island that is still protecting her royal bloodline, the people from the North Dragon Island, South Dragon Island, and West Dragon Island all have evil intentions. The Dragon Kings of the 3 Dragon Islands, North, West and South, all have impressive cultivation bases. They are at least 3-star Dulua warriors, which is far beyond her ability to contend with now. Now, the reason why the 3 Dragon Kings haven't made a move on her yet is because she is still too weak and poses no threat to them. However, if Xian showed too much evil, she would immediately arouse the fear of the 3 Dragon Kings. At that time, they would most likely not care about morality and would want to strangle Xian in the cradle. Brother Feng, I remember this. I will not easily reveal my strength until I surpass the strength of the 3 Dragon Kings. Xian tapped her snow-white chin lightly and replied to Chenfeng very seriously. Although she lost that bit of playfulness when she was serious, she gained a touch of heroism and a unique charm. Chenfeng's outstretched palm felt a strange impulse. Brother Feng, you are so bad. Feeling Chenfeng's movements, Xian pouted and looked at Chenfeng with resentment. Xian, when it comes to cultivation, you should focus on combining work and rest. Now that you have reached the peak of Duzong, it's time to relax. Seeing Xian's resentful eyes, Chenfeng became more interested. He stood up and took a step forward. Pooh! How can this be called relaxation? It's clearly Chenfeng's actions. Xian blushed and complained. After a few hours, Chenfeng's anger finally subsided. Xian, when the 6 months are up, if we still can't deal with the 3 Dragon Kings, your breakthrough will only be known to those old men like Zhu. The next moment, Chenfeng stood up and said in a calm tone, "Yeah, I remember it." Xian nodded and stretched lazily. She also knew in her heart that after so many years, although most people on East Dragon Island supported her royal bloodline, they were unable to eliminate the spies from other Dragon Island. Once the news of her rapid improvement in cultivation spreads in East Dragon Island, it will immediately be leaked by spies planted in the other 3 Dragon Islands. By then, the 3 Dragon Kings will most likely be forced into desperate measures. Let's go, Ur seems to be giving birth. Seeing the mature demeanor that Xian was now displaying, Chenfeng was very pleased. However, he soon noticed the movement of the blood crystal in his body and pulled Xian towards the palace where Han Yu was. Outside Han Yu's palace, many people came one after another at this moment. Shu Nai, Xiao Yu, instructor Ruolin and others arrived first. Now they all came here, and there was no longer the tension they had before. Thanks to the pills that Chenfeng had prepared for them in advance, their delivery process was not only safe, but even the pain was reduced to a minimum, making it completely harmless. Ur is about to give birth. I wonder if it's a boy or a girl. I wonder if the child will inherit Ur's silver hair. Outside the palace, Shu Ni, Xiao Yu, Nalan Yanran and others gathered together. They all looked very relaxed, and from time to time there were sounds of playfulness. The same goes for Chenfeng. He no longer has any worries, only anticipation. Wow, my wife gave birth to a little princess. After a while everyone was chatting, the long-awaited loud crying sound was heard from Han Yu's palace. Ding! It is detected that the host has a new offspring, and now the host is rewarded with a gift package. Ding! Would the host like to open the gift package? A system prompt sounded in his mind, but Chenfeng didn't care at all. He took a step forward and walked into Han Yu's room with a smile. Inside the room, Han Yu had just walked down from the bed. She was very tall, and although her face was a little thin, she had a rare beauty. Her skin was as white as snow, her eyebrows and eyes were picturesque, and she had silver waist-length hair. With a silver dress, she exuded a cool temperament. However, after getting familiar with Han Yu, you will find that her cold temperament is just an appearance. Once on the bed, she treats Chenfeng with passion. At this moment Han Yu, with her graceful figure, reached out and took the child from the maid. A touching smile appeared on her cold face, like a snow lotus that had melted from an iceberg. Brother Feng, look at how pretty the child is. Seeing Chenfeng coming in, Han Yu immediately put the child in front of Chenfeng. This child really did inherit your silver hair. Looking at the baby in the cradle who was moving around with his eyes still closed, Chenfeng felt happy. Brother Feng, have you decided on a name for your child? Han Yu asked with a little anticipation. How about calling her Yuru? Chenfeng said without hesitation. Yuru, this name is quite good. Han Yu had no objection to the name Chenfeng gave to the child. Soon, the other women of Morning Breeze also gathered around. But there were too many people, and if you wanted to see Xiao Yuru you had to queue up in a long line. Chapter 323 The Song Family's Revenge. In Danyu, looking at the excitement on the women's faces, it was as if they had just given birth to a baby. Among them Han Yu's sister Han Shu also came over. She is the biological aunt of little Yuru. She had been looking forward to the birth of her sister's child for a long time and finally saw it. Yuru, call me auntie. Han Shu stretched out her snow-white little hand and waved it in front of Yuru, and even put her mouth close to the little guy. Sure, you are wrong. You should call her little mom. Looking at Han Shu's actions, the other girls started to make a noise. It's okay to call me aunt or mom. Han Shu didn't feel embarrassed at all. She replied very seriously and then touched her belly, calculating the time her child will be born in half a year. She and Han Yu are sisters, and their children will also be sisters, which makes her very happy. Chenfeng, after playing with the girls for a while, quietly walked aside and said to the system in his mind, "System, open the gift package." Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the Saint Experience card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining a micro-soul essence. To the host for obtaining an congratulations for obtaining pair of dragon spirit wings upgrading pills. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience pill. Ding, of rules please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Listening to the system prompt sound in his mind, Chenfeng didn't feel much. This is not to say that the rewards have become smaller, but his perspective is different now. For example, the intermediate experience pill was a priceless treasure to him a year ago. Although it is still helpful now, the effect is not very obvious. Of course, if there were several or even dozens of them at once, Chenfeng would still laugh out loud. Chenfeng has already absorbed a lot of micro-soul origins as rewards in recent times, but they still cannot allow him to cross the threshold of the heavenly realm. Under such circumstances, Chenfeng's desire to plunder the branch of the Soul Palace and plunder the soul essence stored in it became stronger. Once my strength improves a bit, I will definitely do something big. Under the blockade of the Space Seal, no news can get out, and even the Soul Clan can't find out. Chenfeng thought secretly in his heart. Next, his gaze turned to the Dragon Spirit Wing and the Phoenix Spirit Wing. These two pairs of wings were actually intermediate, level heavenly flying skills, which surprised Chenfeng a little. Flying fighting skills when it comes to the Duzong level seem to be useless, but that is only because the level of flying fighting skills mastered by ordinary people is too low. Like in the original novel, in the later period, when Xiao Yan had reached the level of a fighting saint, he was still using flying fighting skills. Some good flying skills can increase a person's speed exponentially. These two pairs of wings are both very good, but I already have thunder wings that are not inferior to these two pairs of wings. After some thought, Chenfeng decided to give the two pairs of wings to Xian and Feng Qing'er respectively. At this moment, Chenfeng suddenly discovered that the second-level alarm of the monitoring compass sounded. The next moment, Chenfeng directly separated a strand of soul power and entered the monitoring compass. Suddenly, a picture appeared in his mind. In the picture, more than 30 figures appeared above the border of the Jiamai Empire. Among them, most of them had the cultivation level of Duzong, and the 3 old men in the lead had the cultivation level of Duzun. 2 3-star Duzun and 1 5-star Duzun. The Song family has made a big move this time. Among these people, half of them were dressed in the clothes of the Song family of Danyu, so Chenfeng immediately guessed their identities. Of course, it is impossible for the Song family alone to have 3 Duzun powerful men. However, the power of a medicine refining family is still quite great. The family has recruited many powerful people as worshippers. At critical moments, they can also mobilize financial resources and invite many powerful people to do things. For example, Han Feng, who is only a 6th-rank alchemist, was able to mobilize a group of strong men in the Black Horn region to attack Cannon College for him. It is conceivable how tempting the olive branch thrown by the alchemist is to others. It seems that there is no way to be at peace, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Then closed the image he had spied on. Brother Feng, what's wrong? The careful Tao Ying noticed Chenfeng's expression and asked in a low voice. The Song family is coming, Chenfeng said bluntly. The Song family, they know your identity, Brother Feng. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Chao Ying's face suddenly showed a trace of worry. The revenge of the Song family, one of the 5 major families in Danyu, is no small matter. Don't worry, the Song family can't do anything to me. At most, I'll just expose more of my tricks, Chenfeng said casually. Brother Feng is so confident. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Cao Ying was very surprised. However, when she thought about how Chenfeng dared to kill Song Qing's father in front of Xuan Kongzi's incarnation in Shengden City, she felt relieved. To be able to possess such a skill, Brother Feng must have many secrets. Cao Ying sighed in her heart. You guys stay here, I'll go out and deal with it, Chenfeng said with a smile. No, Brother Feng, I want to go with you. My cultivation has reached the peak of Duzong now, and I can help you a little. Hearing this, Xiao Ying tightly grasped Chenfeng's hand and said in a firm tone. At this time Tang Ho, Yun Yun, and Nalan Yanran who were around also heard the conversation between the two and gathered around with concern. Yinger, what happened? Sister Yun, Brother Feng offended a medicine refining family in Danyu before, and now those people are about to come to our door, a huge family in Danyu. Fenger, I'm worried about you going alone. Brother Feng, I'll go with you. After learning the situation from Tao Ying, the girls all expressed the same attitude. Okay, but you guys just have to watch from the sidelines. The Song family can't cause much trouble. Chenfeng nodded helplessly. His cultivation had reached the peak of Du Zun now. It would be a piece of cake for him to deal with 3 ordinary Du Zuns. The girls were not aware of his strength and acted as if they were going to part forever. Next, Chenfeng only took Yun Yun, Tao Ying, Feng Qinger, Tang Hoer and others who had reached the peak of Duzong to leave the Wind Realm, while the rest of the people continued to stay in the Wind Realm to take care of the children. Chapter 324. Scared away by one word, the Gama Empire is considered a big country in this northwestern continent. Its territory is vast, and even a Duong strongman would need several days to cross it. However, for a Duzong or even Dozun strongman, such a distance can be reached in just a few hours, less than half a day. The Song family brought a group of strong men this time, the lowest of whom had the cultivation level of a high-level Duzong. Therefore, before long they all arrived at a piece of sky 300 miles away from the capital of Gama. Stop! At this moment, an old man in a white robe at the front suddenly raised his hand and ordered everyone to stop. This old man in white robe is the ancestor of the Song family, Song Tiandu. His cultivation has reached the late stage of 3-star Duzun, and he can be considered a strong man even in Zhongzhou. On both sides of Song Tiandu there were 2 men in black robes, one of whom had reached the level of 3-star Duzun. The other one reached the level of 5-star Duzun. Behind the 3 of them, there were more than 20 strong men with high-level Duzong cultivation. Such a large lineup is already very terrifying when the top strong men on the continent choose to stay in seclusion. Just these 20 or so people can directly destroy a huge sect like Fengli Pavilion. Ancestor, what happened? Hearing Song Tiandu's call to stop, a middle-aged man from the Song family asked in confusion. Song Tiandu ignored him. His eyes were fixed straight ahead with a look of surprise in them. In his sight, there were 7 or 8 figures of young men and women slowly walking towards him. These people are not very old, but they all have the cultivation level of Duzong, which is hard not to be surprising. Ancestor, he is Chenfeng. He was the one who killed Song Qing and his son. As Chenfeng and several beautiful wives appeared in the sky, the middle-aged man of the Song family who had just spoken suddenly became excited and quickly pointed out Chenfeng to Song Tiandu. At this moment Song Tiandu, whose face was originally full of surprise, suddenly had a strong murderous intent flashing in his turbid old eyes. Are you the one who killed Song Qing? Song Tiandu said in a deep voice, with a strong sense of power in his voice. Could this be the ancestor of the Song family? The feeling Song Tiandu's aura, although Xiao Ying guessed that Chenfeng had a trump card to deal with him, she still couldn't help but feel a little worried. Yes, are you here to seek revenge? There was no panic on Chenfeng's face. He smiled and nodded, and asked Song Tiandu a question in return. You're asking even though you already know the answer. Today I will use your head to sacrifice to the people of my Song family who died in vain. As soon as Song Tiandu finished speaking, he raised his hand and struck out in the direction of Chenfeng. The huge energy palm print shattered the space and enveloped Chenfeng's head like lightning. Haha, since you're here to seek revenge, then be prepared to be killed. Chenfeng sneered, and a wave of invisible energy was released, instantly destroying the powerful energy palm print. What? Looking at this strange scene, Song Tiandu and the 2 Duzun powerful men beside him all had expressions of deep surprise on their faces. Brother Feng is truly unfathomable. He actually destroyed the attack of a Duzun master head-on, and it looked so easy. Cao Ying, Feng Qinger and others beside Chenfeng were also very shocked. In fact, they shouldn't have doubted Chenfeng long before he exposed the Wind Realm. After all, how could a person who owns an independent world be threatened by a few ordinary Duzun masters? Are you going to help the Song family? Chenfeng did not rush to take action, but instead asked some other strong men who were not from the Song family. Looking at Chenfeng's posture and the strange move he made just now, the 2 Duzun masters who were invited suddenly hesitated. Originally, the Song family invited them here not to deal with Chenfeng, but to prevent interference from the people of Fenyan Valley. Now, even if the people from Fenyan Valley didn't come, they were ready to take action. I'll give you 5 seconds. If you haven't left the Song family camp after 5 seconds, you will bear the consequences yourself. 5-4, Morning Breeze spoke again and started counting. Master Song, this boy is extraordinary. I will not participate in the fight between you two. When the Morning Breeze counted to the second sound, the old man who had the same 3-star Duzun cultivation as Song Tiandu quickly made a decision. Brother Situ, you won't leave, will you? If it weren't for the elixir I Song Tiandu had, you wouldn't have achieved what you have today. The old man's escape from the battlefield made Song Tiandu nervous, and he quickly looked at the black-robed man with the cultivation level of a 5-star Duzun. Brother Song, this is just a junior. I believe that your Song family has the ability to deal with him. It doesn't matter whether I take action or not. Originally, if Song Tiandu had not said that, the man in black robe would not have had any intention of leaving. But at this moment, Song Tiandu brought up the old favor, which immediately made the man in black robe a little annoyed. Situ Dian, I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful. After receiving such a reply, Song Tiandu rebuked angrily. Snort. Little did he know that the more he said this, the angrier Situ Dian became, and he immediately left in anger. With the example of these two people, the Duzong masters invited by the Song family also left one after another. When the Morning Breeze counted to the 5th beat, only people from the Song family were left in front of him. Yim, these people came to my territory to seek revenge and want to kill me. If I kill them all, will Danta hold me responsible for this? Seeing all the helpers invited by the Song family retreat, Chenfeng still did not rush to take action, but turned his head to ask Xiao Yan. What an arrogant boy, how dare you say you'll kill all of us? Grandmaster, this boy is too arrogant, he must not be allowed to stay. When some people from the Song family heard Chenfeng's words, they were all very angry. Brother Feng is actually confident that he can kill all the people from the Song family. Yun and the others behind Chenfeng were also quite surprised. No, this time they took the initiative to stir up trouble. If we kill them all, Danta will not hold them responsible. Although Tao Ying was very surprised, she still responded quickly. Good. After receiving Cao Ying's reply, Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then looked at the Song family members calmly. What on earth does this boy rely on? Looking at the confidence displayed by Chenfeng and the way he dealt with his attacks lightly before, Song Tiandu hesitated. This time, more than 80% of the Song family's high-end combat power are gathered here. Song Tiandu dare not gamble. If he loses the bet, the Song family will decline from then on. Friend Chenfeng, from now on, my Song family will no longer pursue the matter of Song Qing. Any grudges will be wiped out today. In the end, Song Tiandu gritted his teeth and made a shocking decision. Chapter 325 Father-in-law's surprise. Why would the ancestor make such a decision? This man killed Song Qing and his son, as well as the elite members of the family who were chasing him. Such a great hatred must be avenged. As Song Tiandu finished speaking, the dozen or so powerful Song family members in the back were all very puzzled. Anyone who dares to say anything more will be punished according to the family rules. Hearing the commotion behind, Song Tiandu shouted loudly. Under Song Tiandu's majesty, the powerful men of the Song family stopped talking. My dear friend Chenfeng, what do you think? After scolding the people behind him, Song Tiandu bowed to Chenfeng again. You are quite sensible. If it weren't for giving some face to Danta, you guys wouldn't even be able to get here. Looking at the attitude Song Tiandu was currently displaying, Chenfeng spoke very casually. He was not bragging. As soon as the people from the Song family entered the border of the Gamma Empire, he could show up and kill them. However, Chenfeng did not do so, because if all the members of the Song family died, based on his current relationship with Fenyan Valley, there would definitely be people on the continent who would insist that it was Fenyan Valley that killed the members of the Song family. This will bring great trouble to Fenyan Valley, and if Chenfeng came forward to clarify, he would also expose his own strength. Now the Song family has voluntarily given up revenge. There is nothing wrong with this outcome. Let's go. At this time, Song Tiandu no longer cared about Chenfeng's arrogant words and immediately returned with the Song family. Brother Feng, you are amazing, you solved the problem with just a few words. Yeah. A few words scared the Song family so much that they didn't dare to take action. Seeing that all the members of the Song family had left, Yun, Feng Qing'er and the others surrounded Chenfeng, each with a happy smile on their face. Hearing Tang Ho's words, Cao Ying shook her head and said, Hur, Brother Feng wasn't trying to scare people just now, isn't it scary? There was some confusion in Tang Hur's eyes. At this moment, the sound of rapid wind breaking was heard again in the distant sky. The girls thought that the Song family had returned. Haha Chenfeng, I didn't expect you to solve this problem by yourself. Did I make this trip in vain? Just as the girls were beginning to wonder, a hearty laugh came from a distance. Daddy, hearing the latter, Tang Heuer seemed very excited. She was very familiar with the owner of this laughter. Soon Tang Jun and a group of powerful men from the Fenyan Valley appeared in the sky where the Song family members had stayed before. Father-in-law, you came here for no reason. Heuer missed you so much. Chenfeng was very satisfied with his father-in-law Tang Jun. When he learned that there was trouble here, he brought people to help without hesitation. This kind of courage was not possessed by many leaders of big forces. Next, Chenfeng directly welcomed Tang Jun to the Gamma royal family to stay temporarily. Morning Breeze, are you saying that this kind of medicine will be effective if taken 3 times in a row? In a hall in the imperial palace, Tang Jun took the 2 Duzun Shengsing pills handed over by Chenfeng, with shock in his eyes. Father-in-law, when has Chenfeng ever boasted? Seeing Tang Jun's expression, Chenfeng was not surprised at all. Anyone who heard about the effects of Duzun Shengsing pill for the first time would probably have this reaction. Tang Jun's performance was pretty good, and he didn't lose his composure too much. Father-in-law, you can try it now, Chenfeng continued. Good. Seeing Chenfeng looking so serious, Tang Jun stopped questioning and directly picked up one of the pills and put it into his mouth. As the elixir entered his body, a powerful energy spread within Tang Jun's body and automatically merged into his flesh and blood when he was not practicing his skills. Father-in-law, you will see the results tomorrow. After taking the pill, Tang Jun's aura began to rise, and Chenfeng also set up a seal at this time to block out the aura in the hall. After only a dozen hours, Tang Jun's aura climbed to the level of 7-star Duzun. Hawa Chenfeng, your elixir is truly magical. The second time I took it, it had the same effect as the first time, and there weren't any side effects. Feeling the fighting spirit still condensed in his body, Tang Jun laughed loudly. Father-in-law, this 3rd pill only needs to be taken after a few days, and it will still have no side effects, Chenfeng continued. That means it won't be long before I can step into the realm of 8-star Duzun. Tang Jun became excited again. An 8-star Duzun is considered a big shot in Zhongzhou today. Even Mo Yu, the last of the 9 great celestial masters of the Soul Palace, has the strength of an 8-star Duzun. Before coming into contact with Morning Breeze, Tang Jun had only the cultivation level of a 5-star Duzun. Now, in less than a year, he has the opportunity to become an 8-star Duzun. If it were anyone else, it would probably take decades for them to achieve such an accomplishment. You kid, you are always so mysterious. Heuer has only been with you for a few months, and you have helped her reach the peak of Duzong. I really don't know how you did it. The next moment, Tang Jun suppressed his excitement and talked to Chenfeng about Tang Heuer. With his level of cultivation, he could naturally see the level of cultivation of Tang Heuer, Feng Qingger and others. Father-in-law, you just need to know that Heuer's cultivation is improving so quickly, there won't be any side effects. Faced with this question, Chenfeng did not explain too much. Anyway, the dual cultivation method like the dragon and phoenix art could not be revealed. Okay, I won't ask so many questions. It's normal for young people to have some secrets. It took me quite a while to get out this time. I'll be back in 2 days. Tang Jun waved his hand and stopped dwelling on the issue. I didn't expect the Song family to retreat directly. It is said that old fellow Situ Dian evacuated before the 2 sides started fighting, just because of a few words from the Emperor of the Gamma Empire. This time many people in Zhongzhou knew about the large-scale action of the Song family in Danyu. However, the final outcome was quite unexpected. The 2 sides never fought at all. At that time, apart from Chenfeng's own people and the Song family, there were no other outsiders present, so no one knew what happened. The Song family naturally would not announce the situation that would damage their family's reputation, but only announced that the 2 sides had reached a reconciliation. Many forces are confused about this. As for Chenfeng, after that he cultivated his body and mind and did not go out again. He used the elixirs brought by the system and invested large quantities of them in the powerful men in the palace and members of the Mitre family. The strength of the entire Gamma Empire grew at an extremely terrifying rate. Of course, it takes time for ordinary people to grow in strength. Even if the resources are in place, it will be difficult for new Duzong masters to emerge within a decade. Chapter 326 Alchemist Conference. On this peaceful day, in the capital of Jiama, the Alchemist Conference arrived as scheduled. Early in the morning, figures dressed in alchemist robes began to appear in groups of 3 or 4 on the streets of the imperial capital. These noble professions are rarely seen by ordinary people. Because of their strength and unparalleled importance, alchemists seem quite mysterious and awe-inspiring in the hearts of ordinary people. But today, These noble alchemists are pouring out one after another from their resting places in the imperial capital like ants leaving a hole. Alchemists, who are rarely seen on ordinary days, appeared in overwhelming numbers today in legion sizes. This spectacular scene can only be seen at the Alchemist Conference held every 8 years in the Gamma Empire. On both sides of the spacious streets, graceful girls laughed and teased, casting shy and admiring glances at the alchemists walking on the streets. For these young girls who are at their prime and full of fantasies, the mysterious and profound alchemist is almost like a magnet, attracting their attention tightly. In this era, alchemists are more likely to make young girls fall in love with them than princes in fairy tales. This shows what a noble status alchemists have in this continent where fighting spirit is respected. This time, the venue for the Alchemist Conference was chosen to be the Royal Square. Because the capital of Gamma has expanded several times compared to before and the Imperial Palace has been renovated and expanded, the area of this Royal Square is also astonishingly large. Even if hundreds of thousands of people enter the square at the same time, it will not seem crowded. Inside and outside this huge square, there are fully armed troops stationed to maintain order. This kind of event has gathered countless powerful people from all directions. Especially this time, Chenfeng has increased the rewards for the competition. With those rewards, alchemists from farther places have come without hesitation. In order to prevent this large crowd from rioting, it is necessary to send troops to garrison here. There are countless seats for spectators on both sides of the square, and in the central area, there are thousands of bluestone square platforms neatly distributed. These square platforms are staggered and placed very neatly. At first glance, they look like a motionless bluestone army. At this time, there were already many participating alchemists in the square. They sat quietly on the stone chairs behind the bluestone square platform, waiting for the competition time to come. As time went by, more and more alchemists poured out from the passage, and then looked for their positions according to the test cards they received. Are you confident that you can get into the top 3 in this competition? In the VIP seats of the square, Yao Yi touched Yao Yu's head and spoke softly. Yao Yi has a tall figure. On an occasion like today, she is wearing a luxurious brocade robe, which gives off a majestic aura. Compared with the petite and cute Yao Yi exudes a cool and mature charm from head to toe, and her beautiful eyes are full of temptation. Sister, of course I have confidence. Some time ago, I became a 4th-grade alchemist. After hearing Yao Yi's question, Yao Yi nodded confidently. Although she was only a 4th-grade alchemist, the Alchemist Conference had an age limit for participants. At the age of 17, being a 4th-grade alchemist was already quite good. This conference has attracted almost all the young alchemists from the surrounding empires. You still have such confidence, which is great. Just then, Chenfeng came over with Xu Mai and Lin Fei in his arms. Brother-in-law, are you praising me? Hearing the sound of the morning breeze, Yao Yu turned her head with a look of joy on her face. Today Yao Yu was wearing a specially made light blue alchemist robe. The loose cuffs were tied with brocade silk to form a lotus shape, which made her look more elegant. However, Chenfeng, who knew her personality well, knew that this seemingly quiet girl was actually a quirky person. A playboy man. The next moment, when Yao Yu saw Chenfeng hugging her left and right, the expression on her face changed instantly, and her little face puffed up slightly. Chenfeng didn't pay attention to the contemptuous look that Yao Yu deliberately showed. He chuckled and said, "Of course my brother-in-law is praising you. Self-confidence is a good thing, but sometimes blind self-confidence may lead to disadvantages. Your brother-in-law is right. It is said that even people from the Black Horn region are attracted by the rewards of this conference. Don't take it lightly." Yao Yi nodded quickly, agreeing with Chenfeng's words. "Are the others strong?" After hearing what Chenfeng and Yao said, Yao Yu asked, somewhat unconvinced. "I took a quick look and found that there are at least several 4th-grade advanced alchemists here this time, and there are also 2 5th-grade alchemists. Their ages are all under 30, Chenfeng said bluntly. "What, there are even 5th-grade alchemists? The top 3 spots won't all be taken by people from other fields. If this happens, the Gamma Empire Alchemist Guild will lose face." After hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Yu's previous confidence instantly disappeared and her cheeks drooped. "No, Sister Yao Yu, Xu Mai and I will both be participating in this competition. We have already secured 1st and 2nd place in this competition." Lin Fei spoke very confidently. "You guys took 1st and 2nd place." After hearing Lin Fei's words, Yao Yu's eyes were immediately filled with doubt. In her previous impression, Xu Mei was only a 2nd-grade alchemist, and Lin Fei had barely entered the 2nd grade. Now it's only been a month, and she dared to claim to be the 1st or 2nd. Yes, Sister Yaoyu, first and second place are taken by Shumei and I. Lin Fei straightened her waist slightly, and her plump figure immediately showed off her charming outline, and she spoke casually. Haha, Sister Yuer, you will know later. Su Mei smiled, she reached out and touched Yaoyu's cheek, her cold voice made people feel very soft in their hearts. I hereby announce that the Alchemist Conference, which takes place once every 8 years, is about to begin. On the other side, Fama has already stepped forward to preside over the meeting. Seeing this, Yaoyu walked down from the VIP seat with a complicated expression and headed towards the contestants' square below. Once the teacher sees our strength, he will definitely approve of us following Brother Feng. Su Mei and Lin Fei looked at each other and slowly walked towards the stone platform that belonged to them. Although their alchemy skills were still very low not long ago, now their cultivation has risen to Duzong level. With such powerful support, their alchemy skills have also risen. Chapter 327 stunned the audience, of course. The improvement in their cultivation could only allow the two of them to reach the level of a 4th-grade alchemist at best. The most important factor in improving the level of a pharmacist is the power of the soul. The reason why Xu Mei and Lin Fei are so confident is that their soul realms have already entered the spiritual realm. When an alchemist's soul enters the spiritual realm, it means that he can refine 8th-grade elixirs. Because of the time constraints, the two of them did not study the more profound 7th-grade and 8th-grade elixirs, but only chose the relatively simpler 6th-grade and 5th-grade elixir recipes. The enhancement of soul power greatly enhances the alchemist's control ability, allowing them to control more medicinal materials for fusion at the same time. This is the source of their confidence. Frank, Xu Mai and Lin Fei are both on stage, in the VIP seats. Otto was paying attention to the two people on the field and spoke softly to Frank, who was sitting next to him. This alchemist conference is the most grand one in history. The appearance of Miss Xu Mei and Miss Lin Fei is probably just a formality. Frank shook his head. As Xu Mei's teacher, he knew the strength of both Xu Mai and Lin Fei and was not optimistic about them at the moment. That's right. They just followed His Majesty Chenfeng a while ago and have neglected the matter of refining medicine. Their strength may not improve much. Otto also nodded, and then turned his attention to other young alchemists who performed outstandingly on the field. The first 2 rounds of this alchemist conference were elimination rounds. After all, there were too many contestants. In order to eliminate those who were not qualified, the Alchemist Guild set up 2 checkpoints. In the end, there were less than 300 people left who successfully passed the first 2 levels. Xu Mai and Lin Fei were among these 300 people. Not bad. These 2 girls actually passed the first and second rounds of screening and successfully entered the 3rd round. Otto was quite surprised to see such a result, because most of those who could pass the first 2 rounds of screening had reached the level of 3rd-grade alchemists, and only a few 2nd-grade alchemists passed by chance. It seems that we have misunderstood these 2 girls. After becoming the concubines of His Majesty Morning Breeze, their alchemy skills have not fallen behind. Frank also smiled and nodded. In the first 2 rounds they were just completing fixed tasks. Xu Mei and Lin Fei both completed them step by step without showing any extraordinary strength. Therefore, Otto and Frank were only slightly surprised and did not feel too amazed. In the field, after the more than 200 alchemists who passed the previous 2 rounds of screening had rested, Fama stood up again. In this 3rd round of assessment, the guild will no longer provide assistance to any contestant. You will need to rely on yourself for everything, including prescriptions, medicinal materials, etc. In other words, within the specified time, you must successfully refine a pill within your ability. The final winner will naturally be determined by the grade and practical value of the pill he refines. Fama announced loudly to everyone. As Fama finished speaking, most of the contestants in the square were stunned by the sudden test questions. After a while, some contestants turned pale. It was obvious that these people did not prepare suitable prescriptions or enough medicinal materials. In this type of test, without these 2 conditions, the result is obvious and the chance of failure will become extremely high. However, most people remained relatively calm, as if they had already foreseen this answer. Since everyone is familiar with the assessment rules, then, on the high platform, Famammoth slowly raised his hand, then quietly waved it down, and a faint voice resounded throughout the square. The 3rd round of assessment begins now. As Fama's voice fell, the square, which was originally filled with whispers, suddenly became quiet. In the audience seats, countless eyes were fixed on the more than 200 contestants on the huge square below, waiting for their wonderful performance today. In an instant, many alchemy furnaces fell on the stone platform, and bang-bang sounds were heard. Every contestant is trying their best, and the stronger ones are looking forward to being in the top 10 and striving for the additional rewards given by Morning Breeze. As time passed, some of those who were faster had already finished refining all the herbs needed to make pills and started fusing them. Su Mei, let's see who can take first place this time. On the court, Lin Fei tilted her head to look at Xu Mei on the right, her tone very relaxed. Between the two of them, there was another person, a little girl named Yoyu. Under the special arrangement of the Alchemist Guild, the stone platforms of the three of them were connected together, and the surrounding area was particularly spacious, unlike the stone platforms of others which were densely packed together. Fei Fei, I was a little better than you before, but this time of course I'm number one. Su Mei chuckled softly, and the sound was very pleasant, like the ethereal sound of ice and rocks knocking on the snow-capped mountains. The past is the past, and it has long since become the past. You are not necessarily better than me now, Lin Fei curled her lips and said unconvincedly. At this moment, Yoyu was sandwiched between Xu Mei and Lin Fei. She felt very uncomfortable listening to the two arguing about who was the first. Although she had already started to blend the herbs at this time, and Xu Mei and Lin Fei had just finished refining the herbs, Yoyu did not feel the slightest bit proud, because the amount of medicinal materials extracted by Xu Mei and Lin Fei was almost 5 or 6 times as much as hers. These two, even if it's a 5th-grade elixir, they don't need so many medicinal materials. Could it be that they are going to refine a 6th-grade elixir? After guessing a possibility, Yaoyu's mind became very complicated. She couldn't understand what the reason was that caused Xu Mei, who was originally a 2nd-grade alchemist, to reach this level. Something's wrong, something's wrong. The herbs that Xu Mei girl extracted are too many. Can she fuse so many herbs? Is Ling Fei crazy? What does she want to do by refining so many medicinal herbs? In the VIP seats, Frank and Otto also noticed the abnormality of Xu Mei and Lin Fei, and were very surprised. Of course, it wasn't just Frank and Otto who noticed the situation over there. The Alchemist Guild's president, Fama, and vice president, as well as many elders, also discovered the anomaly over there. That amount of medicinal materials was definitely a sign of being used to refine a 6th-grade elixir, but Fama didn't dare to believe it, nor did he dare to think about it that way. In a place like the Jiama Empire, how could there be a 6th-grade alchemist in his 20s? Chapter 328 Gu He is thankful people in remote areas don't have that much knowledge. When they saw the amount of medicinal materials that Xu Mei and Lin Fei had extracted, they all looked incredulous. If they knew that Tao Ying had already reached the 6th level of alchemy when she was just 16 years old, they would be shocked. Many times, talent is important, but resources are also indispensable. Just like the world of cultivating immortals, they value wealth, friends, skills, and land. If any one of them is missing, the impact will be quite large. In the center of the square, as time went by, some contestants had successfully refined pills. Waves of elixir fragrance wafted out from different elixir furnaces. Because Morning Breeze increased the rewards for the top 10 in the competition this time, talented alchemists from the Black Horn region, and even further afield, all rushed to the event. Among the nearly 300 alchemists in the field, about 20 of them were able to refine 4th-grade pills. So many people have actually been able to refine 4th-grade elixirs. Noticing the movements of the contestants around her, Yaoyu's face puffed up slightly, and she couldn't help feeling a little impatient. She was only a 4th-grade alchemist, and even if she performed exceptionally well this time, she could at most refine a 4th-grade intermediate pill. The hope of winning this tournament with a pill of this level is almost zero, and even getting into the top 10 is very precarious. Bang! Under such psychological pressure, the flame in Yaoyu's alchemy cauldron suddenly became uncontrollable and the entire cauldron exploded. The furnace exploded. As Yaoyu's alchemy furnace exploded, countless eyes in the VP seats looked over nervously. Fama and others knew very well that Yaoyu was now Chenfeng's sister-in-law. They were all concerned about Chenfeng's face after the explosion this time. Seeing Yaoyu's cheeks turning black and her hair becoming a mess, Yai's beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She was afraid that the little girl could not withstand such a blow. It doesn't matter. Experiencing more of these kinds of blows will help her mature sooner. Chenfeng gently embraced Yaoyu's slender waist and comforted her. He planned to train Yaoyu well in the future and help her get out of the shadow of this incident. On the stone platform, Yaoyu's cheeks seemed to be covered with a layer of soot from the explosion in the stove. At this point in time, if we refine the medicinal materials again, it will be impossible to refine the pills within the deadline. Thinking of this, the little girl's eyes couldn't help but be filled with tears, but she forced herself not to let the tears flow out. she just silently put away the remaining things on the stone platform and quietly left the venue. I heard that this person is the sister-in-law of the Emperor of the Jia Ma Empire and has a good talent for alchemy. I didn't expect her to be at this level. There are many who are not worthy of the reputation. I think they were just hyped up before. I am afraid that all the rewards raised by the Emperor of the Jia Ma Empire will fall into the hands of outsiders. As Yao Yu left the stage, some subtle mocking voices were heard from the crowd. I'm going to go see the moon. Yoi was concerned about Yao Yu and quickly ran down to the audience to find her. Your Majesty, your increase in the stakes has indeed attracted many young participants to the conference. It's a pity that the rewards. Fa Ma walked up to Chenfeng and spoke with great shame. Master Fa Ma, the competition isn't over yet, you don't have to rush. Chenfeng smiled and waved his hands, appearing very confident. It is difficult to find evildoers like Tao Ying around the Gama Empire. With the current strength of Xu Mei and Lin Fei, they are able to deal with them. Oh. Hearing Chenfeng's confident words, Fa Ma was also quite surprised. Could it be that Xu Mei and Lin Fei, the two people below, were not bluffing when they extracted so many medicinal materials, but were really going to use them all to refine pills? Fa Ma quickly looked towards the square and saw that Xu Mei and Lin Fei had already integrated the previously refined medicinal materials, and would be able to make a prototype pill soon. With such a large number of medicinal materials, even if it is not a 6th grade elixir, it has at least reached the peak of the 5th grade. It seems that the first and second place in this competition are still from the Jiama Empire. Fa Ma guessed something and was quite excited, because he couldn't imagine what method could have allowed Xu Mei and Lin Fei, who were 2nd grade alchemists a month ago, to reach their current level. He has been specializing in alchemy for decades, and now he is in his twilight years, but he is still only at the peak of the 5th level. Xu Mei and Lin Fei's growth was so fast that he felt it was a miracle. At this moment, a strong purple fragrance suddenly wafted out from the center of the square, forming a purple mist cloud above the alchemist's head. The purple heart barrier breaking pill has finally been refined. This is a pill that can rival the 5th grade pills. After refining this pill, the foreign contestant burst into laughter. However, after him 2 more people refined real 5th grade elixirs, which greatly reduced his momentum. However, these 2 people are not from the Gama Empire, which immediately makes people feel that the organizer of this conference is not worthy of its name. Without any of the top 3 choices, the reputation of the Gama Empire's Alchemist Guild is about to plummet. No, it seems that those 2 haven't finished refining yet. At this time, someone finally noticed Xu Mei and Lin Fei in the field again. The 2 of them had never exploded the furnace and had never failed, but up to now, they had not yet successfully refined the elixir. Xu Mei, let's see whose elixir is more effective. Okay, Lin Fei and Xu Mei didn't care about the situation of the people around them at all. After looking at each other, they both opened the alchemy cauldron. As a beam of light burst out from the alchemy cauldron, the energy of heaven and earth in the entire square began to vibrate violently. How can there be such a powerful energy of heaven and earth? A 5th grade elixir can never reach this level. Could this be a 6th grade elixir? Moreover, 2 of them were refined at the same time. On the high platform, Famaxu narrowed his eyes, but anyone could see the smile that was hard to conceal in those pupils that usually looked indifferent. With these 2 6th grade elixirs, there is basically no suspense about the 1st and 2nd place in the conference. At this moment, the many contestants who had already refined the pills and were waiting in front of the stone platform were all a little dazed. They did not expect that in the Jiama Empire, there would be people who broke through to the 6th grade alchemist at the age of about 20, and there was more than one person. These 2 are the wives of His Majesty Morning Breeze. They have made such great progress in just 1 month, it's truly a miracle. In a corner of the VIP seats, Dan Kingu he sighed heavily, regretting deeply in his heart. Thinking back, he actually wanted to borrow Chenfeng's strange fire on the pretext of refining the purple crystal pill. Now thinking about it, it was such a stupid behavior. Fortunately, Chenfeng did not care too much about it, otherwise his grave would have been overgrown with grass. Chapter 329 Yanran, work harder and you will have a 3rd child. Haha everyone. The champion of this competition is about to be announced, and it's between Madame Xu Mei and Madame Lin Fei. On the high platform, Fama announced loudly, and then he invited Gu He and several alchemists from other empires to test the pills of Xu Mei and Lin Fei. Everyone, the test results are out. The effects and values of Madame Xu Mei and Madame Lin Fei's pills are very similar. It's hard to tell which one is better. After a while, after discussion between Fama Gu He and several other alchemists, it was decided that Xu Mei and Lin Fei would be ranked together for first place. Haha, since there are 2 first-place winners, then the reward. Fafa Ma continued to speak, looking at Chenfeng, as if waiting for Chenfeng to make arrangements. Another reward will be given to the first-place winner, and the rewards for the remaining 9 people will remain the same. Chenfeng directly announced that these things were just numbers to him and did not have much meaning. Madame Xu Mei, Madame Lin Fei. After Chenfeng's announcement, a deafening roar of excitement suddenly rang out from the audience. Countless people stood up from their chairs with red faces and waved what they were holding. For a moment, the entire square was plunged into a sea of noise and excitement. No wonder these spectators became so excited and wild. This competition was different from previous conferences. In previous conferences, alchemists from the same country competed for the championship, so the spectators did not have too strong a feeling of solidarity. However, this time, the championship was almost taken away by people from other countries, which completely aroused the emotions of the Gamma people who did not want to let people from other countries win the championship in their own country. After all, no one wants to see a conference held in their own country end up bringing honor to athletes from other countries, especially hostile countries, because the honor they get is built on the humiliation of the Gamma Empire. Xu Mei and Lin Fei turned the tide at the last moment and won the championship in a crushing victory. This move undoubtedly brought hope to the spectators at the moment of despair. Therefore, it was understandable that the people of Gamma in the square would be so excited. They were both far inferior to me a month ago. At the edge of the square, Yao Yu did not have a direct position. She stood there, listening to what Fama and Chenfeng announced, with very complicated thoughts in her mind. Is it because they became my brother-in-law's women? When I grow up? The next moment, Yao Yu's gaze was fixed on the tall figure on the podium that was the center of everyone's attention, and a strange color flashed in her eyes. The alchemist conference ended successfully, and those who came from far away to the Gamma Empire to attend the alchemist conference did not gain nothing. In addition to the reward for first place, the rewards for second to 10th place are also quite generous for them. Of course, compared to the 2 6th-grade alchemists in their 20s who appeared from the Gamma Empire, the rewards of this conference were not worth mentioning. For a 6th-grade alchemist in his 20s, it is almost foreseeable that in a dozen years or so, the 2 of them will most likely become 7th-grade alchemists, or even 8th-grade alchemists. Once this matter spread, the reputation of the Gamma Empire became even more famous than before. The reputation of the Gamma Empire is growing, but Chenfeng doesn't care too much about it, because these will be announced sooner or later. Simply exposing Xu Mei and Lin Fei's ability in alchemy would arouse the curiosity of many people, but those truly strong ones, those masters above the fighting saint, would not care about such things. As long as those strong people don't interfere, Chenfeng naturally won't care about what other people think. On this day the Wind Realm once again welcomed good news. Nalan Yanran, who is pregnant with her 2nd child, is about to give birth. Fenger, guess whether Yanran gave birth to a boy or a girl this time. I like both boys and girls. Outside Nalan Yanran's palace, Yun, Chenfeng and others were already waiting there, chatting happily. Other people have already given birth to their 2nd child. When will you be able to give birth to your child? Listening to the noise coming from the room, Queen Medusa stroked her bulging belly with her slender hands, and a hint of anticipation flashed in her eyes. Compared with other people's belly, her belly was unexpectedly big. Even Xiao Sunner, who gave birth to twins, was bigger than hers. However, it has been almost 2 years and there is no sign of giving birth. She herself was helpless about this. According to the pregnancy records of previous queens of the snake people, it might take her another half a year to give birth. Of course, those who shared the same distress included Lingyu and Xian. Their bellies were also obviously big, but there was no sign of birth at all. Wow wow. The next moment, the sound of a baby crying in the room interrupted Queen Medusa's thoughts. As the crying sounded, everyone slowly entered Nalan Yanran's room. Husband, it's still a boy. When Chenfeng and others walked into the room, Nalan Yanran had already gotten out of bed, and was holding the child in her arms. Boy, it's pretty good. Seeing Nalan Yanran's somewhat resentful eyes, Chenfeng took the child and started teasing him happily. Husband, I originally wanted to have a daughter as my 2nd child, Nalan Yanran continued to speak. Haha Yanran, this is easy to handle. Since the 2nd child didn't fulfill my wish, I'll keep trying for the 3rd one. After understanding the meaning of Nalan Yanran's words, Chenfeng laughed and said something encouraging. Husband, you are so annoying. Can't you just leave my stomach empty for a while? Hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Yanran's pretty face turned slightly red and she said coquettishly, after giving birth to 2 children in a row, she had no chance to make love with Chenfeng and could only envy her other sisters. This time Nalan Yanran planned to take a good rest. Haha, I was just kidding. After this, I promise to keep your stomach empty for more than half a year. Seeing Nalan Yanran's dissatisfaction, Chenfeng quickly smiled and comforted her. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Nalan Yanran secretly breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, "That's good, husband. Have you thought of a name for the child? How about calling him Haran?" Chenfeng thought for a moment and replied seriously, "Mattel. Haran, what a nice name." Both of her 2 sons' names are related to her own name, so Nalan Yanran was naturally happy. Of course, Chenfeng is also myself. In the future, I will have many descendants. So I named him this way in order to distinguish them. After the little guy Mittel Haran was born, Chenfeng basically planned not to leave the Wind Realm for a short period of time. He planned to spend a month to improve the cultivation of many women so that they could all break through to the realm of Du Zun. Chapter 330 Looking for Ancient Ruins System. Open the gift package. After a while after Chenfeng calmed Nalan Yanran down, he began to check the rewards for this time. Ding, congratulations to the host for increasing his lifespan by 100 years. Ding, congratulations to the host. The cultivation speed of all people recorded in the Wanshi family tree has increased by 1%. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining the advanced simis, to the host for obtaining a micro soul essence. Ding, congratulations to the host him for obtaining the Do Q attribute card. Ding, congratulations to the host for obtaining an intermediate experience Pell. Ding, all the above rewards have been distributed to the Sismaris from L. Please check them. As Chenfeng's low cry in his heart fell, many prompt sounds immediately rang in his mind. Fighting Q attribute card. Hearing the unfamiliar sound in the system prompt, Chenfeng immediately became interested. Fighting spirit attribute card. Using this item, one can change one of the fighting spirit attributes. No matter what realm one has reached in cultivation, one can directly change the fighting spirit attribute. At this time, one can switch to other techniques without any impact on the realm of cultivation. Alternatively, one can directly increase one fighting spirit attribute thing. As it's such a magical thing, Chenfeng was very surprised when he saw the introduction of this Du Q attribute card. In the Du Q continent, things like Du Q attributes are predetermined by heaven, and no one can ever change their own Du Q attributes. However, this fighting spirit attribute card has such great power that it can change the innate fighting spirit attributes. Moreover, it not only has the function of converting attributes. In addition to conversion, its other function is to give people an additional attribute. Of course, except for the fire and wood attributes needed by alchemists, most other people would not want to have multiple attribute fighting spirits. It is much more difficult to cultivate 2 types of fighting spirit than a single attribute. It is difficult for ordinary people to cultivate to such a level as Feng Qinger's wind and thunder attributes at this age. This is also the biggest reason why Feng Qinger left such a large tribe as the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and came to Fengli Pavilion to learn skills. This is because, if there is a way to neutralize the dual attribute fighting spirit and make them complement each other, it may have unexpected effects. Another surprising thing about this fighting spirit attribute card is that it is not restricted to Chenfeng himself. I have no plans to change my lightning attribute yet, so I'll keep this thing for now and see who needs it in the future. Taking this into consideration, Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and decided not to use this thing for the time being. In the following time, Chenfeng really concentrated on working hard and improving the strength of the girls. Ziyan will need to inherit the throne of Dragon Emperor in the future, so she must be strong enough to convince and gain recognition from her clansmen. Chenfeng first sought out Ziyan for dual cultivation. With his current cultivation level close to reaching the peak of the first level of Duzun, he practiced the dragon and phoenix art with Ziyan. In just 2 days, Ziyan successfully broke through to the Duzun level. After about a week, Ziyan was promoted to 2-star Duzun. Even after reaching the 2-star Duzun level, Chenfeng did not stop. He spent nearly 20 days helping Ziyan reach the 3-star Duzun level. However, as time went on, as the gap in their cultivation levels narrowed, the effect of the dragon and phoenix art on Ziyan was significantly reduced. That was why Chenfeng stopped temporarily. Brother Feng, only 4 months have passed, and there are still nearly 2 months left before the 6-month deadline, and I have already reached the 3-star Duzun level. You are really amazing. Ziyan felt her own progress in cultivation and was extremely excited. Ziyan, I can guarantee that by the end of half a year, your cultivation will be able to reach the high-level Duzun. Looking at the excited Ziyan, Chenfeng promised very confidently. High-level Duzun, that is, above the 7-star Duzun. Ziyan was a little stunned when she heard Chenfeng's words, because she has now realized that the speed of her cultivation improvement when practicing the dragon and phoenix art with Chenfeng is not as obvious as before. Of course, this doesn't mean that her cultivation speed has slowed down. It's because when one reaches the Duzun stage, the energy required to upgrade each realm is much greater than before. Don't worry, if I say I can do it, I can do it. Chenfeng smiled and didn't explain too much. He had a large number of Duzun Star-up pills. This kind of pill could allow people at the Duzun stage to steadily improve their cultivation by 1 star. Now the dragon and phoenix art and other resources can still allow Ziyan to quickly improve her cultivation, so Chenfeng did not take them out. After the effect of dual cultivation decreases, the Duzun Star Rising pill will be able to exert its powerful effect. If I could really reach the 7-star Duzun, I'm afraid those old guys would be so shocked. Seeing Chenfeng being so confident, Ziyan said excitedly, if we can get something like the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, everything won't be so troublesome. Hearing Ziyan's words, Chenfeng suddenly thought of a very precious fruit in the original book. The energy contained in the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit can only be described as terrifying. In the original novel, Ziyan might have only been an ordinary Duzong, but because she successfully digested and absorbed a Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit, her cultivation level actually rose directly to a 3-star Dusheng. The gap between Duzong and Dusheng is so huge that it is simply staggering. Even a treasure like Bodhicitta seems much inferior. Thinking of this, Chenfeng had an urge to go to the Beast Realm to hunt for treasure. He remembered that the Dragon and Phoenix Origin Fruit was in the ruins of the Saint of Creation. The place where the ancient ruins left behind by the Saint of Creation appeared was in the Beast Realm. Ancient relics, as the name suggests, are naturally those things that have been passed down from ancient times. If they can still leave traces after the passage of time, then the owner of the relics must not be an ordinary person. The ancient times were completely different from the present era, and during those countless years, naturally many relics were left behind. Some relics may be buried or disappear over the years, but some will see the light of day again by chance. As far as Chenfeng knew, the relics left by the Saint of Creation were only sealed by a powerful space seal. As time passed, the power of the space seal there had gradually faded, and perhaps in 10 years it would disappear completely. With my current control over the power of space, if I can reach the approximate location of the ruins, I should be able to break the seal of space and bring the ancient ruins to light ahead of time. After some thought, Chenfeng finally made the decision to go look for the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. With his control over the power of space after integrating the body of the void, even the space seal left by the Dusheng powerhouse would not be a problem for him. What's more, the seal had been eroded by time for many years and was already in tatters. Chapter 331. Want to be a gigolo. If Chenfeng can successfully find the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit this time, and let Ziyan successfully absorb the energy in it and reach the level of a fighting saint, then in the future, when he and Ziyan practice the dragon and phoenix art again, it won't be Ziyan who benefits from him, but he who benefits from Ziyan. Moreover, once Ziyan's cultivation reaches the level of Dusheng, she can use precious elixirs like Dusheng Star, upgrading pill to improve her cultivation, and it is very likely that she will be promoted to a 5-star Dusheng in one fell swoop. At that time there was a huge gap in cultivation between Chenfeng and Ziyan. When they practiced dual cultivation, he would be able to improve his cultivation very quickly. Why didn't I think of this earlier? After figuring out the idea, Chenfeng decided to set off immediately. Brother Feng, what are you thinking about? Seeing that Chenfeng was distracted, Ziyan stretched out her little hand and waved it in front of his eyes. Haha, I'm thinking, maybe I'll have to be a gigolo in the future. Chenfeng came back to his senses and grinned at the playful and cute Ziyan in front of him. If he succeeds this time, he will have a wife with the cultivation level of a fighting saint to protect him. What does it mean to be a freeloader? Brother Feng, are your teeth bad? Let me take a look. Hearing Chenfeng's abrupt words, Ziyan's beautiful eyes showed confusion. She stretched out her hands, ready to help Chenfeng check his teeth. Ziyan, this is not what I mean by living off others. Seeing Ziyan preparing to pry open her mouth, Chenfeng quickly dodged. Next, Chenfeng gathered Yun Yafei, Nalan Yanran, Cao Ying and others together and told them that he was going on a long journey. Tao Ying and Ziyan originally wanted to go with him, but were rejected by Chenfeng. This time he planned to go treasure hunting alone in order to pursue high efficiency. My husband, have a safe journey. Brother Feng, please come back soon. Seeing that Chenfeng insisted on going out alone, the girls no longer forced him. Don't worry, I won't be gone for long this time. If you miss me, I will come back at any time. Seeing the girls reluctant to leave, Chenfeng kissed them on the face one by one. Although this journey is long, he has a rare item like the space teleportation flag in his hand, so it only takes a moment to return. Moreover, almost all the girls have now been given a communication stone, so they can contact Chenfeng immediately if anything happens. While the Beast Realm is located in the south of Zhongzhou, Liu Yun's first stop was directly to Zhongzhou Shengdan Domain, where he once left a space teleportation flag. Using this place as a springboard, it will be much faster to reach the Beast Realm. Although the area of the Beast territory is not as large as that of Zhongzhou, it should not be underestimated. The overlapping and endless mountains are enough to make people feel the alternative wild atmosphere of this Beast domain. Although the Beast Realm is known to have hundreds of thousands of mountains, this is just a rough number. If you really count it, it is definitely far more than this number. These mountains extend to places far beyond human reach. The passage of time has also left countless treasures in these endless mountains. Nearly 70% of the Warcraft families in the Duki continent gathered here. This is the world of Warcraft, including the Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Netherworld Python, 2 major families of Warcraft. The relationship of subordination within the Beast territory is extremely strong, and a powerful tribe can have many subordinate tribes. These subsidiary ethnic groups are all based on the main ethnic group, and there are many connections between them. To be honest, it is much more complicated than the main and branch sects of the human world. At Chenfeng's current speed, it took 4 or 5 days from the Holy Dan domain to finally arrive at this peculiar area dominated by the Warcraft family. At this moment, at the end of his sight was a vast mountain range that seemed to have no end. This place is really strange. Shape-shifting monsters are almost common here. Soon after entering this vast mountain, even the morning breeze couldn't help but feel amazed. According to his memory, the remains of the Saint of Creation were deep in the Skeleton Mountains. The Skeleton Mountain range is quite famous in the Beast Realm, because this mountain range has a terrifying ocean of skeletons. Countless animal bones were thrown there, and as time passed, those bones would gradually release some of the strange animal power contained in the bones. This energy has no effect on humans, but for Warcraft it is a good tonic. Therefore, this mountain range of bones has become a favorite gathering place for many Warcraft. The Skeleton Mountain range is located in the southwest of the Beast domain, which is the territory of the 9 Netherworld Python clan. And in the Beast realm, the tribe with the most subordinate groups is the 9 Netherworld Python tribe. Their numbers are the largest among the 3 major magic beast families. Of course, the consequence of exchanging numbers is that the bloodline of the 9 Nether Earth Python is becoming less and less pure. The 9 Netherworld Python clan. I hope there won't be any conflict with me. After taking a look at the map, a strange look flashed in Chenfeng's eyes. With his current strength, he was not very worried even about that huge Warcraft family. If a real fight comes, even if the current patriarch of the 9 Netherworld Python clan comes, Chenfeng is confident of winning. Would after Chenfeng had been traveling for 2 consecutive days over the endless mountains in the vast Beast domain, a dazzling white color suddenly appeared in the distance. We've finally arrived at the Skeleton Mountain range. This streak of white color seemed extremely discordant in the lush green mountains, but when Chenfeng saw it, a hint of excitement jumped into his eyes. The next moment, he did not slow down at all and rushed directly to the central area of the Skeleton Mountain range. According to his memory, the ruins were located in the central area of the Skeleton Mountain range, and it would be much easier to search from there. On the way, Chenfeng occasionally encountered some members of the 9 Netherworld Python clan with human bodies and snake tails, and he also saw some powerful 8th level magical beasts that could transform. However, after sensing Chenfeng's breath, these magical beasts all retreated and did not come forward to cause trouble. In most areas, Duzun strongmen will receive enough respect. Let's start looking from here. After arriving at the central area of the Skeleton Mountains, Chenfeng became fully alert and began looking for the broken space seal. With his control over the power of space and the perception ability of the soul, he would definitely be able to sense it if the broken space seal appeared nearby. In the next 3 days, Chenfeng slowed down and looked like an ordinary Duwang cultivator on the road. During these 3 days, the magical beasts in the nearby areas also learned that a powerful human had broken into the Skeleton Mountain range. This matter also attracted the attention of some powerful members of the 9 Netherworld Python. Chapter 332. Entering the Ancient Ruins. Strictly speaking, these snake people who paid attention to Morning Breeze were not real members of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, but their affiliated clans. The real 9 Netherworld Python clan, their base camp is in the underground world. Of course, they also have many branches on the ground, and the number of this race ranks first among the 3 major Warcraft races. The large number naturally leads to the impurity of their bloodline. According to the estimates of the elders of the 9 Netherworld Python clan, if this situation continues, the ancient bloodline possessed by the 9 Netherworld Python clan will be completely depleted in 100 years. By then, the 9 Netherworld Python clan will be reduced to a situation similar to that of ordinary monsters. This human seems to be a Duzun strongman. Looking at this situation, he entered the Skeleton Mountain range with a purpose. What is he looking for? How can we let a human take the treasure in the Skeleton Mountain? We will follow him quietly and wait until he finds it. This time the strongest of the snakemen who noticed Morning Breeze was only a 4-star Duzun. When they found out that Chenfeng, a powerful human Duzun, was looking for something in the Skeleton Mountain range, they were ready to take advantage of the situation. Haha, if you like to follow me so much, then all of you can follow me. With Chenfeng's current strength, he had already discovered that these people were following him secretly. But he ignored them. The Skeleton Mountain range is neither big nor small. The Morning Breeze slows down the flight, and the power of the soul senses the abnormalities of the surrounding world. Finally, on the second day, Chenfeng finally sensed something strange. At this moment Chenfeng was in a huge basin of 1,000 miles, almost half the size of the Gamma Empire. This place is filled with bones. From a distance, it looks like a sea of white bones. The white bones are so dazzling that they are eye-catching and make people feel creepy. Finally found it. The next moment Chenfeng's mind moved, and he shot a beam of spatial force directly towards the sky in the center of the Skeleton Ocean. Boom! Under the influence of the spatial force of the Morning Breeze, a huge distorted space slowly appeared in the center of the Ocean of Bones. As this an ancient relic? As the distorted space in the center of the Ocean of Bones appeared, the eyes of those powerful snakemen who had been following Morning Breeze in secret suddenly lit up. Let's go and stop that human. This is the treasure of the beast realm. How can we let humans take it away? Human, if you know what's best for you, get out of here. After being stunned for a while, the dozen or so snake people rushed directly towards the direction where Chenfeng was. Oh, how brave! Looking at this group of greedy snake people, Chenfeng sneered in his heart. Although there is 1 Duzun and more than a dozen Duzong powerhouses among these snake people, if this were in Zhongzhou, they would be considered a second-rate force, perhaps even stronger than Fengli Pavilion. However, with such strength, it would be a bit beyond one's capabilities to try to snatch Chenfeng's things. Crash! At this moment, the unearthed space was twisted violently, making a sound like flowing water. As the sound spread, the fluctuations in that space became more and more violent. Judging from the situation, it seems that it won't be long before the seal on this space will completely dissipate, and then the ruins will see the light of day again. Come on, let me see how powerful the ancient space seal is now. But Chenfeng didn't want to wait at all. He attacked again and sent an invisible fist towards the distorted space. Bang! Under Chenfeng's punch, the distorted space suddenly condensed, and then there was a crisp bang, and the distorted space actually exploded into countless tiny space fragments like fragile glass. Quick! The ancient ruins are open. The moment they saw the seal burst, the eyes of these powerful snakemen turned red, and they rushed towards the center of the bone sea greedily. The fragments of the space seal that exploded suddenly paused, and then there was a loud bang, and a violent space force that made even the Duzun strongmen tremble with fear swept in all directions like a storm. Those snake people that rushed over were swallowed up by the storm almost in the blink of an eye. Even the snake man leader with the cultivation level of 4-star Duzun was no exception. Sharp screams echoed one after another above the sea of bones. The violent space ripples destroyed the snake people like cutting wheat. By the time they realized something was wrong, it was too late to retreat, and Chenfeng just stood in front of the storm, allowing the space storm to hit his body. He already possesses a void body and has reached the peak of Duzun's cultivation. Even if the space seal left by this Du Sheng powerful warrior is broken, Chenfeng's body will not be damaged. Like the Taixu ancient dragon clan, they are able to hone their bodies in space storms since birth, but Chenfeng's void body and affinity for the power of space are far superior to those of the Taixu ancient dragon clan. This huge fluctuation spread to a very far place, and in an instant, Almost all the magical beasts and human explorers within a radius of thousands of miles sensed the signs here. Soon, countless people began to rush towards the Skeleton Mountain range. As for Chenfeng, he went straight to the depths of the Bone Sea. In the Sea of Bones, there appeared faintly a huge outline as majestic as a mountain. From a distance it looked like an ancient ferocious beast crawling in the Sea of Bones, which made people feel terrified. As they got closer, the white mist floating in the Sea of Bones gradually became thinner, and the huge monster finally appeared in Chenfeng's sight. This is a grand palace, a huge palace that is nearly 10,000 feet tall and almost as big as a mountain. Looking up at this behemoth standing between heaven and earth, a sense of insignificance arises spontaneously. The huge palace was completely red, and from a distance it looked like a flame rising from it. It was particularly dazzling in this dark white sea of bones. As expected of a Du Sheng master. This is indeed a magnificent and grand work. Seeing this huge palace appear, Chenfeng's lips curled up into a smile. This time he finally made the right choice. Boom! After a while, a loud rumbling sound was heard, and then a red stone door that seemed to be as heavy as 10,000 pounds suddenly rose slowly, revealing a dark passage behind it. As the red stone door opened, Chenfeng rushed into the passage without any hesitation. Moreover, before that, he also deliberately used the space-blocking talisman to construct a huge space seal to seal off the entire hall again. He knew that the strange phenomenon here would soon attract powerful people from the surrounding area, so in order to avoid being disturbed by others, he had no choice but to do so. If he wants to go out at that time, he can use the space teleportation flag to teleport away directly. Chapter 333 Ancient Forest. Soon after, the morning breeze rushed into the passage. The dark passage suddenly turned red, the hard floor below slowly cracked, and then red boiling magma gushed out. At the same time, columns of gorgeous blue fire suddenly spurted out from the four walls of the spacious passage. Here it comes. Looking at this sudden abnormality, Chenfeng was not panicked at all, but instead showed a look of joy. When the powerful purple flame attacked, Chenfeng quickly dived down and directly entered the boiling magma. Diving into the magma, Chenfeng quickly dived down. Although the magma was hot, it was not an obstacle at all for a strong man like him. 10 or so seconds later, there was a slight muffled sound, and Chenfeng's feet were empty, and he slid down a distance. Finally, his feet stood on the cold floor again. At this moment, dozens of feet above his head, the red magma was hanging in a ring-like shape, twisting and turning, like a complete giant python. Obviously this magma is the previous fire path. If we really follow such a long fire path, we don't know how long it will take to arrive. Fortunately, the morning breeze descended on the Duki continent, and everything was predicted. Tesk, if I didn't know this secret, I would have to go through so much trouble. Chenfeng smacked his lips and looked around. He was now in a rather spacious stone passage that extended into the distance, and a square could be vaguely seen. The passage was not too long, and with the speed of the morning breeze, it appeared on the square in a few seconds. At the end of the square, there is an extremely heavy stone door. In front of the stone door, 10 bodies as straight as guns stand there unchanged for thousands of years. The skin of these bodies is bright silver, their eyes are empty, and their faces are expressionless, just like ancient corpses. Puppet. Looking at these mummy-like creatures, Chenfeng had a hint of amusement on his face. Speaking of puppets, no matter how good the puppet is, it cannot achieve the effect of his puppet pill. Puppet pills can allow puppets to maintain their sanity, and these puppets only retain a fighting instinct. These puppets are bright silver all over, and their strength is at the peak Du Zong level. Crack! Coming here, Chenfeng didn't stop at all and went straight to the stone gate. Just when Chenfeng stepped within 10 feet of the stone gate, the 10 figures standing still like sculptures began to emit a low sound of bones rubbing against each other. Then, 10 cold and empty gazes were directed towards Chenfeng. As they clenched their hands, silver light surged and 10 dazzling silver spears appeared in their hands. Laugh, brilliant silver light flashed, and 10 figures were like lightning, instantly bringing up a sharp gust of wind and attacking morning breeze. Roll. Seeing that the puppets were blocking the way, Chenfeng gently waved his sleeves, and a gust of strong wind blew all 10 puppets away. Roar. The 10 puppets that were retreating stood up again, silver light flashing in their eyes, and a low roar came from their throats. They moved in unison, forming a strange formation. Silver light flashed, and streams of energy like silver snakes surged out of their bodies, then connected them all together to form a circular cycle. When the cycle was formed, a roar came from the throat of the leading puppet again, and then a little bit of golden light gradually emerged. After a moment, the golden light completely replaced the silver light. 2. Star du Zun is still too weak. Chenfeng waved his hand again and slapped the puppet leader, whose strength had skyrocketed away. Although the formations of these puppets were somewhat strange, Chenfeng was not interested in them at all. His clan protection formation could extract the cultivation of all people, and its effect was many times better than this formation. After the puppet fell to the ground, the stone door that was originally closed suddenly made a creaking sound and slowly opened a crack. As the stone gate gradually opened, a desolate and ancient atmosphere slowly drifted out. Seeing this, Chenfeng still did not hesitate at all. He rushed straight into the stone gate. A moment later, a huge palace like a behemoth appeared in front of Chenfeng. People standing in the hall seemed particularly small. Chenfeng glanced around and found that there were many very deep corridors around the hall, and no one knew where they extended to. Bring Xiyan here to see, she has a keen nose. Coming here, Chenfeng murmured in his heart that the road here is complicated. If Xiyan came, it would be much easier to find. Moreover, in addition to the space where the dragon phoenix origin fruit exists, which needs to be opened by Xiyan, Chenfeng remembered that there seems to be a soul infant demon tree here. In the human soul, there is the original soul energy. A soul body like Yao Chen's will not make any progress in strength even if he obtains a physical body, because he lacks the original soul energy. That original soul energy is actually equivalent to the soul origin that Chenfeng had absorbed before. Now, Yao Chen has become a soul slave in the Morning Wind soul banner. He can directly devour the original soul energy in other people's souls without being affected, but he has not yet fully recovered. And if he had the soul infant demon fruit, Yao Chen would be able to directly recover to his original peak strength. When the time comes to merge the bodies, he would be able to return to the strength of the former medicine master. Thinking of this, Chenfeng directly took out a space teleportation flag. In an instant, he disappeared from the ancient ruins and returned to the Wind Realm. Xiyan, follow me. When they arrived at the Wind Realm, Chenfeng didn't explain anything at all. He just pulled Xiyan and used the space teleportation flag again to return to the previous place. Where is this? Looking at the complicated corridors around her, Xiyan's eyes were filled with curiosity. Xiyan, this is an ancient relic. Can you smell the medicinal herbs? Chenfeng said with a smile.
Ancient ruins, medicinal herbs, yes, follow me.
Hearing this, Xiyan sniffed gently, then took Chenfeng's hand and walked towards a corridor. Not long after, the two stopped in front of an extremely ancient stone door. There are a lot of mosses climbing on the stone gate, and the dark green color makes people feel the passing time. The smell of medicinal herbs is strongest here. I guess this is where the herbs are stored. Xiyan pointed at the stone door and muttered. Good. After hearing Xiyan's words, Chenfeng pushed the stone door open. Boom, with a low sound, the heavy stone door covered with moss was slowly pushed open, and a thick medicinal fragrance that had been hidden for countless years suddenly surged out, lifting people's spirits. Behind the stone gate is not a stone chamber, but a forest, an ancient forest made entirely of various rare medicinal herbs. Chapter 334 Soul Fruit. Wow, Brother Feng, this is such a great place. Looking at the piles of medicinal herbs growing in front of her, Xiyan's eyes were already full of countless little stars. She couldn't help but leap into a patch of Ganoderma lucidum filled with rich energy, and stuffed the herbs into her mouth. The medicinal herbs here have grown for countless years and their energy is extremely rich. For Xiyan they are a great tonic. Although the taste is a bit bad, the abundant energy allows Xiyan to cover up the taste. The medicinal herbs here can be said to be the most that Chenfeng has ever seen. Even if all the medicinal herbs in the Gamma Empire were added together, their value would not be even 1% of what is here. Even so, with Chenfeng's current knowledge, he didn't care too much. The value of the pills he had on him was several times greater than the medicinal herbs here. Xiyan, come back and eat later. Let's go find the soul infant demon fruit first. Chenfeng smiled and spoke to Xiyan, who was eating big chunks of medicinal herbs. Alright. After hearing Chenfeng's words, Xiyan chewed her food quickly twice, then followed Chenfeng into the ancient forest. In the vast ancient forest, there is a strange fragrance and a light mist covering the forest. Occasionally, small animals flash out from the grass. The atmosphere is peaceful and looks like a fairyland. Chenfeng and Xiyan were walking inside and sensed a lot of powerful auras, which were obviously magical beasts that had existed here for a long time. Along the way, several times there were some huge and ferocious-looking monsters rushing past them. However, because of the looming dragon power on Xiyan, these monsters did not take the initiative to harass her. Brother Feng, I sensed it. Suddenly a look of surprise appeared on Xiyan's face, and then the two of them quickened their pace and headed in the direction that Xiyan had sensed. Not long after, A lake about 10 feet in size appeared in front of Chenfeng and Xian. The water in the lake is extremely clear, but at a glance you can't see the bottom. In the center of the lake, there is a small piece of suspended land, just like a small island in the middle of the lake. On the island there is a small tree with a very strange shape. The entire body of the small tree is gray-silver in color, and its branches are intertwined like vines. As these branches extend and outline, they form a strange arc, which looks like a pregnant woman with a big belly, and within the belly formed by the heavy branches, there is a faint golden light overflowing. It is indeed the soul infant demon tree. When Chenfeng saw this strangely shaped plant, he confirmed it at a glance. Brother Feng, all spiritual creatures in the world are always guarded by exotic beasts. This soul infant fruit is a rare treasure for tempering the soul. It also has great effects on some magical beasts. There must be a guardian beast, I will find it. Xian said very seriously that she sensed the breath of magical beasts in the lake. Hearing this, Chenfeng smiled and nodded. In fact, even if he didn't sense it, he knew that there was a guardian beast here. The next moment, Xian clenched her fist and punched out in the air. A horrible gust of wind hit the lake hard, creating a huge hole. Boom! As soon as the punch was thrown, the calm lake suddenly broke into huge waves. Then, a huge shadow quickly emerged from the lake, with huge eyes flashing fiercely and scanning everywhere. It's actually the Tongshenjiao, which is extinct in the outside world. Xian couldn't help but be surprised when she saw the giant monster breaking out of the water. The giant creature that broke through the wind had the body of a snake, and its slender body was covered with green scales. On the top of this creature's head, there is a long, pitch-black horn with mysterious patterns on it, and faintly flashing blue light. Tongshenjiao comes from ancient times and has some dragon blood flowing in its body. If one could wash away all worldly desires and go through many thunder tribulations, perhaps he could eventually evolve into a being like the Taixu ancient dragon. Brother Feng, I'll go talk to it and ask it to give up the soul infant demon fruit. Xian did not try to snatch it violently, but planned to negotiate with the Tongshenjiao. This Tongshenjiao's strength is only at the peak of the 7th level, and Xian has already reached the level of Du Zun, so Chenfeng is not worried that Xian will be in danger if she goes there. Xian landed lightly on the lake, purple light lingered from her body, and then transformed into a purple light dragon about 10 feet long above her head. As soon as the purple dragon appeared, it roared towards the sky. Although the purple dragon is small in size, it is a true ancient virtual dragon, the supreme existence in the world of magic beasts. In addition, Tongshenjiao also has a trace of the same blood in his body, so his dragon power is particularly strong. Under the roar of the purple dragon, the fierceness in the eyes of the Tongshenjiao gradually subsided. Its huge body slowly shrank back into the water, and its huge head moved towards Xian like a pet, and was extremely gentle. Big guy, we want that thing, can you give it to us? Xian touched Tongshenjiao's head, and then pointed to the soul infant demon tree in the center of the lake. Seeing where Xian was pointing, the Tongshenjiao was stunned for a moment, and then a very human reluctance appeared in the dragon's eyes. It had guarded the soul infant fruit for so many years, so naturally it didn't want to give it up like this. However, the blood pressure emanating from Xian's body made it unable to resist. For a moment, it could only hang its head in dejection, looking quite pitiful. Brother Feng, can we give it some compensation? It looks so pitiful. Seeing Tongshenjiao's appearance, Xian's heart softened. She turned her head and said to Chenfeng. Seeing Xian like this, how could Chenfeng not agree? He immediately flashed to Xian's side, took out a pill for Tong Tianjiao, and said, "This is a transformation pill, as compensation for you." Hearing the 3 words transformation pill, Tongshenjiao's huge eyes suddenly lit up and it nodded its big head vigorously. Seeing this, Chenfeng directly threw the transformation pill over, and Tong Tianjiao also sucked the transformation pill into his stomach with his mouth wide open. With this compensation, it was extremely satisfied. It moved its huge body, causing a wave of water, and then dived back into the center of the lake. After sending the big guy away, Chenfeng and Xian flashed and appeared on the small island in the middle of the lake. The soul infant demon tree has 2 fist-sized golden fruits hanging in its dense branches that look like a pregnant woman's belly. The fruit looks like a baby, so lifelike that it seems like a real person. Among them, a faint fragrance diffused, making Chenfeng's soul feel comfortable between his eyebrows. The next moment, Chenfeng cut off a thick branch of the soul infant demon tree, and then quickly made 2 slightly rough wooden boxes. This soul infant fruit was extremely strange and could not be contained in any other container, otherwise it would gradually evaporate. The only thing that could contain it was the branch of this demon tree. Chapter 335 Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. After the wooden box was successfully made, Chenfeng acted quickly. Cut through the heavy branches inside, and then cut off the 2 branches with the soul infant fruit hanging on them, and put them into the wooden box. With this soul infant fruit, Yao Chen will be able to restore his peak strength this time. The soul slave of the alchemist at the peak of the 8th rank is also a great help to Chenfeng. Just after Chenfeng took the soul infant fruit, Ziyan's eyes suddenly became a little confused. She stared blankly in a direction in the distance. Brother Feng, I feel like there is something calling me over there. Really? Hearing Ziyan's words, Chenfeng had no doubts in his heart. He knew very well what was calling Ziyan. That feeling came from Ziyan's blood. Let's go and find it together. Chenfeng grabbed Ziyan's soft, boneless little hand and slowly walked deeper into the forest. After traveling through the woods for nearly 10 minutes, the 2 of them slowly slowed down. When stepping into this area, the ferocious aura of the monsters completely disappeared. Ziyan stared intently at a spot not far ahead. There was a flat area with lush green grass, and there was nothing strange about it. Then Ziyan slowly took a dozen steps on the ground, and then stretched out her hand with a serious face. Just when her hand touched the empty space half a foot in front of her, a golden light suddenly appeared out of thin air. The golden light was in the shape of an inverted bowl, round at the bottom and round at the top, covering an area of about 10 feet. Although the golden light was dazzling, it was obscured by the overlapping trees. If one was not close, one would not be able to see it at all. Brother Feng, this is a beast spirit shield. Only a powerful monster can condense this kind of beast spirit shield when it is dying. Ziyan gently rubbed the light shield with her small hands, with a hint of sadness on her face. Seeing this, Chenfeng held Ziyan's small hand tightly. One of the owners of this beast spirit cover was an ancestor of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, so Ziyan had this feeling. Ziyan, open it and take a look. Perhaps your ancestors left a treasure here for future generations. If you can inherit it, I think your ancestors' spirits in heaven will also feel gratified, Chenfeng comforted. This kind of beast spirit shield can only be opened by those with the same bloodline. Chenfeng is not sure if it will destroy everything inside if it is opened forcibly. Mummers, feeling the warmth of Chenfeng's palm, Ziyan's eyes gradually became firm. She bit her slender jade finger, and a trickle of golden blood flowed from her fingertips. Then, her fingertips lightly touched the beast spirit shield, leaving a golden blood mark. As the golden bloodstain appeared, the area began to fluctuate rapidly, and then the golden light shield fluctuated, and a golden crack slowly tore open. Brother Feng, let's go in. Holding Chenfeng, Ziyan stepped directly into the crack and Chenfeng followed closely behind. As the 2 of them entered, the golden light fluctuated and the crack disappeared. The moment they stepped into the beast spirit shield, Chenfeng and the others' eyes suddenly blurred and the lush forest disappeared in an instant, replaced by a desolate plain. This plain is quite large and is covered with red sand, which looks as if it were stained with blood. In the red there is occasionally some pale color like lime, and in the center of the plain, there is an ancient boulder altar that is 100 feet high. A huge and vague dragon power emanated from the altar. However, this kind of pressure cannot have any effect on Chenfeng now. As soon as Ziyan entered this place, his eyes were fixed on the giant stone altar. After pondering for a moment, he tapped the ground with his toes and flew towards the altar. From the looks of him, he did not seem to be affected by the pressure. Coming to the altar, Ziyan stared blankly at the end of the stone stairs. The feeling of calling seemed to be getting stronger and stronger. Call. After letting out a light breath, Ziyan's face became unusually solemn. She joined hands with Chenfeng and walked to the end of the altar together. Looking in the direction of the site, one could see that in the center of the altar, there was a golden and purple stone platform, on top of which was a half-foot-long groove. At this time, in the groove, a small sapling grew out from the stone platform. The sapling was only as thick as a thumb, but it coiled like a giant dragon. A fruit was hanging on the top of the sapling. This fruit is about the size of a palm and is gold and purple in color. If you look closely, you will find that the golden half, with its winding and twisting shape, is actually an ancient virtual dragon that has been shrunk countless times, while the other purple half is an ancient celestial phoenix spreading its wings and dancing. The previous pressure came from this strange fruit. Brother Feng, this is the dragon phoenix origin fruit. It only exists in the ancient books of the ancient dragon clan. That phoenix is the ancestor of the sky demon phoenix, the ancient sky phoenix. This kind of fruit needs to absorb the life force of the ancient void dragon and the sky phoenix to have a probability of no more than 10% to appear. Even in the records of the ancient dragon clan, This kind of dragon phoenix origin fruit has only appeared 5 times, and this is the 6th time, Xiao Yan said excitedly. At this moment, if you look down from the sky, you can see that the pale color in the red land faintly outlines the skeleton of an extremely huge dragon and the sky phoenix. The 2 skeletons formed a circle that encircled the plain, and the giant stone altar was right in the center of the circle. It was precisely because the Taixu ancient dragon and the ancient sky phoenix fell here that the dragon and phoenix origin fruit was born. Xiao Yan, since this thing is so precious, you should put it away first. Chenfeng nodded calmly. Although Feng Qing'er might also absorb this thing, Chenfeng's first choice is still Xiao Yan, because Xiao Yan has the blood of the ancient Taixu Dragon King family and needs to urgently improve her strength. Moreover, the chance of successfully absorbing the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit is not high. Feng Qing'er is not the ancient Sky Phoenix but the derived blood of the Sky Demon Phoenix. Therefore, it is the best choice for Xiao Yan to absorb this Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Okay, Xiao Yan smiled and nodded, walked towards the stone platform, then bit her finger, smeared the blood all over her hands, and then carefully touched the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. As soon as the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit touched Xiao Yan's hand, it burst out with a dazzling strong light, and then the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit turned into a golden and purple liquid, flowing in Xiao Yan's hand, and then quietly invaded her body. When the liquid disappeared, a pattern appeared on the palm of Xiao Yan's hand, which was obviously the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit. Chapter 30-36 Fighting Saint's Skeleton. Xiao Yan. This Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, after you get out of here you will absorb it directly. Seeing Xiao Yan taking away the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, Chenfeng felt a little excited. But now, he did not return directly, but planned to continue searching for some treasures in the ruins. Well, let's go out now. Xiao Yan nodded obediently. Since she had already obtained the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, there was no need to stay here any longer. She and Chenfeng came to the edge of the beast's spirit shield, casually drew a crack, and the 2 of them flashed out along the crack. In the forest, golden light flashed, and the figures of Xiao Yan and Chenfeng appeared out of thin air. Next, the 2 of them returned to the stone gate of the hall along the same route they came. Then Chenfeng led Xiao Yan directly to the center of the hall. Walking in this complex corridor, Chenfeng smelled a strong elixir fragrance. This was not emitted by a single elixir, but was produced by the gathering of a large number of elixirs. It looks like we're about to reach the Dan Palace, Chenfeng murmured in his heart, and then relying on the smell of the elixir, after a few minutes, his speed finally slowed down gradually. At this moment, in front of the 2 of them, a palace full of ancient atmosphere stood up. On the palace, there were 2 large characters written in a flamboyant style. Dan Palace. There must be a lot of medicinal pills here. Brother Feng, let's go in and take a look. Looking at the 2 words above the hall, Xiao Yan's face suddenly showed excitement. Soon, the 2 stepped into the first floor of this spacious palace, which had many alchemy rooms with some remaining pills, but most of them were pills below the 4th grade. Chenfeng and Xiao Yan only took a glance to find the stairs and went straight to the 2nd floor. Xiao Yan, there are poisonous things here, please be careful. After entering the 2nd level of the alchemy palace, Chenfeng gently reminded her that Xiao Yan had now reached the level of Duzun, and the poison here would generally not cause any harm to her. The layout of the 2nd floor is similar to that of the 1st floor. The pills inside are slightly better, mostly 5th and 6th grade pills. However, they still cannot interest Chenfeng, so the 2 of them continued to the 3rd floor. The 3rd floor of this alchemy palace is extremely vast and is surrounded by numerous large alchemy rooms. Whether in terms of decoration or grandeur, it is far beyond the 2 floors below. The poison gas here is extremely dense and can corrode the fighting spirit in the body. Be careful, Chenfeng reminded him again, and the next moment he released Yao Chen. Master, what do you want me to do? Yao Chen's soul came out of the small world and said very respectfully. Yao Chen, take your time and collect everything on this floor. Chenfeng gave the order directly. Yes, sir. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen spoke respectfully again, then spread out his body to search the surroundings. Brother Feng, this old man is a spirit, let him search the lower 2 floors as well. We can't waste the treasures here. Seeing that Chenfeng had such a method, Xiao Yan was a little curious and muttered, Good you. Seeing Xiao Yan say this, Chenfeng smiled. His vision was too high now, and ordinary elixirs below the 6th grade were not even worth his attention. However, he didn't need them, but his subordinates might need them. He planned to send people to clear out all the medicinal herbs in the ancient ruins. In this way, the Gamma Empire's storage capacity of medicinal materials will reach an astonishing level. Next, Chenfeng took Xiao Yan to walk some distance on the 3rd floor. In the alchemy room on the 3rd floor, there are some recipes for elixirs of grade 7 or above. The value of the recipes is far greater than that of the elixirs themselves. Suddenly, a white shadow flashed across Chenfeng and Ziyan's sight. Seeing this scene, Ziyan hurriedly followed and took a closer look, and found that the white shadow turned out to be a small animal covered with white fur. The small animal looked like a cat, but its body was particularly fat and round, and it looked very honest. However, there was no energy fluctuation in its body, and it seemed to be just an ordinary small animal. This is an ancient relic. How could there be a little beast that is cute and fat but has no energy? Ziyan wondered. It seems that this is the Dan beast. Seeing this little beast, Chenfeng finally became interested. In the entire Dan palace, the only thing he could take was this chubby little guy. Dan beast, Brother Feng, are you saying it's just a pill? Well, any elixir that reaches the level of 6-color elixir thunder has the ability to transform, Chenfeng explained, and then his mind moved, and an invisible energy enveloped the Dan beast, making it unable to break free in an instant. Let's go to the next place. After catching the Dan beast, Chenfeng had no interest in staying any longer. There are so many corridors in this hall that it feels like walking in a maze. Fortunately, this feeling only lasted for about 10 minutes, and the view in front of me suddenly became wider. The figure walked a distance again, and a huge ancient palace finally appeared in the sight of Chenfeng and Ziyan. This hall is copper, yellow in color throughout. Countless years have made this copper, yellow color appear even deeper. The breath of age emanates from under every stone slab, making people feel the vicissitudes of life that have been silent for countless years. The hall was extremely large, and people standing in it were like ants. In the center of the hall, there were 10 huge balls of light suspended in the air. In the dazzling light, one could vaguely see something like a scroll. Chenfeng's eyes swept through these light balls that emitted a strange pressure, and suddenly stopped at the center of the 10 light balls. There was a stone seat, and on the stone seat, there was a jade, white skeleton sitting cross-legged with his hands clasped in seals. The skeleton of the Saint of Creation. Looking at the jade white skeleton, Chenfeng's heart was excited again. This thing was the most precious thing in this ancient relic, except for the dragon phoenix origin fruit. Of course, Chenfeng didn't want the fighting skills contained in the skeleton's arm, because he had already acquired that kind of fighting skills. What he really cares about is the skeleton itself and the energy essence extracted from it. The Saint of Creation is not an ordinary fighting saint. Ziyan, please wait outside first. When they got here, Chenfeng did not let Ziyan follow him in but walked in alone. Walking into the hall, Chenfeng could see that around the towering stone pedestal, there were more than a dozen figures sitting cross-legged. These figures were lime-colored all over, and from a distance they looked like stone sculptures, with their eyes closed. It was unknown how many years they had been preserved in this posture. Chapter 337. The Great Heaven Creation Palm clashed with each other. Are these the so-called ancient human puppets? Seeing these lifeless figures that looked like stone sculptures, Chenfeng murmured in his heart. Ancient human puppets are made by special means to extract the soul of a strong man from the human body, and then seal it in the body of a puppet. The puppets made in this way not only have intelligence, but can also perform fighting skills. This kind of puppet is the closest to the effect of his own puppet pill that Chenfeng has seen. Unfortunately, the technique of making human puppets has been lost. Although you are ancient creatures, if you want to stop me from taking the treasure, I have no choice but to destroy you. Chenfeng walked straight towards the skeleton of the fighting saint. At the same time, the stone puppets around the stone pedestals suddenly opened their eyes that had been closed for countless years. At this moment, a strong murderous aura spread out after waking up. These puppets immediately attacked Chenfeng. However, they only have the strength of ordinary Duzun, which is not good enough in the eyes of Chenfeng, a top Duzun. Boom boom. Chenfeng basically didn't use his fighting spirit, he just used his punches and kicks, and was able to fight them all off with his physical strength. Because of this fight, the 10 balls of light began to tremble violently, and then burst out with a dazzling strong light. And in this strong light, the scroll inside also turned into streams of light at this moment. Rushing out from the ball of light disappeared, and 10 streams of light of different colors burst out from it. Looking through the light, one could faintly see the scrolls inside. An ancient breath emanated from these scrolls. Although these scrolls were not heaven-level fighting skills, they were all powerful earth-level fighting skills or techniques. Chenfeng naturally did not waste them and quickly took them all down. At this moment, the fingers of the skeleton sitting cross-legged on the stone seat trembled slightly. Saint of Creation, Perhaps you were very powerful in the past, but now only a remnant of your soul remains. Chenfeng did not panic after noticing the abnormality of the Du Sheng skeleton. With his current strength, he would not be afraid even if the skeleton could exert the strength of a 1-star Du Sheng. But it was obvious that the skeleton did not have such strength. Perhaps it was the provocation in Chenfeng's words that caused the skeleton to gradually hear slight twisting sounds of bones. Then, the entire skeleton slowly stood up. Anyone who breaks into the ruins will die. The jade-white skull slowly raised its head, and a ball of fire rose in its hollow eyes. An ancient hoarse and indifferent voice softly echoed in the hall. This is. Outside the hall, Xian saw this scene and was very surprised. She didn't expect that a skeleton that had been dead for many years would actually stand up. In her sight, the skeleton stood up with its upper and lower jaws slightly biting, then took a step forward, and the skeleton's palm grabbed directly at the morning breeze. "Brother Feng, be careful." Seeing this, Xian shouted hurriedly and then rushed into the hall. Good job. In the hall, facing the attack of the skeleton, Chenfeng was not afraid at all. He clenched his fists and went straight forward to meet the attack. Bang! A punch hit the skeleton's palm hard, but the seemingly fragile bones were actually harder than steel at this moment. However, Chenfeng's palm was harder than the skeleton. With one punch, he directly knocked the skeleton back more than 10 steps, while he himself was completely unharmed. Call! Seeing Chenfeng repel the strange jade-white skeleton with one blow, Xian, who had just rushed to the door of the hall, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Roar! After being repelled by the morning breeze, the fighting saint skeleton paused for a moment, suddenly raised its head, and a somewhat vague, low and hoarse voice came out quietly, as if it came from the ancient times. Great heaven creation palm, Xian, get out. Hearing this hoarse, ancient and intermittent voice, Chenfeng hurriedly said something to Xian, who was following behind. Immediately afterwards a surge of fighting energy surged on his palms. The speed at which the energy gathered was greater and faster than the energy gathered on the palm of the fighting saint skeleton. Roar! At this moment, a black spot about the size of a soybean suddenly appeared on the palm of the fighting saint's skeleton. The black spot was extremely pure black. If people looked at it, it seemed that even the soul would be swallowed up. It was extremely strange. A small black dot appeared, and the fighting saint skeleton suddenly raised his right palm, and then slammed it heavily on the extremely hard ground of the hall. The stone slab did not make any sound where the bone palm fell. At the moment of contact, the extremely hard stone slab seemed to disappear in an instant, revealing the dark brown rock underneath. Laugh! The floor disappeared, and a black halo suddenly emerged from the stone slab, and then suddenly spread. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black circle of light spread, and wherever the black circle affected, no matter it was a stone slab, a stone pillar, or anything else, disappeared in an instant. That kind of disappearance is a real disappearance, without any trace left. This feeling is like a black hole, mysterious and terrifying. This horrifying scene made Xian a little dazed. She forgot Chenfeng's words and wanted to escape with him. Bang! At this moment, Chenfeng's palm also fell, and then a black circle larger than the black circle emitted by the fighting saint's skeleton spread out. This situation is like two black holes attracting each other. Call! After the two huge black holes came into contact, the imagined energy storm of the collision did not appear. The two black holes actually gradually became smaller. Finally, the one emitted by the fighting saint skeleton was completely wiped out, and the black halo of morning breeze was also consumed by 2/3. It seems that I used too much force. Watching the black halo continue to sweep towards the fighting saint's skeleton, Chenfeng flashed and appeared directly in front of the fighting saint's skeleton and grabbed it. At this moment, after performing the great heaven creation palm, the remnant imprint of the soul within the skeleton of the fighting saint had completely disappeared, and there was no longer any threat. Looking closely, Chenfeng could see that on these bones there were strange patterns that seemed to be naturally formed, and there was a faint fluorescent light emanating from them, which looked extremely magical. Moreover, inside that bony arm, there was something like liquid quietly flowing. Haha, it's really worth the trip. Seeing these liquid-like substances, Chenfeng's face suddenly showed joy. Xian, let's go. After putting away the skeleton of the fighting saint, Chenfeng planned to return to the Wind Realm. After obtaining the treasure, the best option was to digest it in time. Of course, when returning, Chenfeng also brought along the medicinal dust that he had looted from the alchemy palace. Later, Xian might need his help in absorbing the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Chapter 338. Xian absorbs the Dragon Phoenix Origin Fruit. Yao Chen, do you know this thing? Shortly after returning to the Wind Realm, Chenfeng entered the small world. He snapped his fingers and a wooden box appeared in his hand. The wooden box then floated into the air and landed lightly in front of Yao Chen. The box opened automatically, emitting golden light and revealing a golden fruit inside that looked like a baby. This is the soul infant fruit, and it is the best quality gold soul infant fruit. Seeing this golden fruit, Yao Chen couldn't help but show a look of surprise on his face. Chenfeng smiled and nodded. There are 2 grades of soul infant fruit, called silver soul infant fruit and gold soul infant fruit. The former is slightly inferior, while the latter has the strongest medicinal effect. The soul infant fruit found in the ancient forest belongs to the latter. With this golden soul infant fruit, I believe that the original soul energy you have lost should be able to be completely replenished. Morning Breeze laughed. For me, Yao Chen thanks the master. Hearing this, Yao Chen's face was filled with gratitude and he bowed to Chenfeng again. You have made some contributions in the past 2 years. This is a small reward for you. When your soul recovers, I will prepare something to revive you. Chenfeng waved his hand. Thank you, master. Your kindness to Yao Chen is like a rebirth. Knowing that he would be resurrected soon, Yao Chen became even more excited. After obtaining the soul infant fruit, he immediately went into seclusion to digest the soul infant fruit. As for Chenfeng, he left the small world. Speaking of which, Chenfeng now has 2 kinds of strange fire on his body, but due to the property issues he has not refined them. Around her, Tao Ying, Tang Huer, Shu Mai and Lin Fei were suitable for refining the strange fire, but now they were all pregnant, and refining the strange fire might cause harm to the children, so Chenfeng temporarily gave up this idea. Next, Chenfeng took out the skeleton of the fighting saint. The skeleton of the fighting saint feels warm and cool to the touch, without any of the roughness of bones. Instead, it feels like the most perfect jade, smooth and cool, giving people an extremely wonderful touch. There are some words hidden on the ribs of this skeleton. These words are extremely mysterious and give people a sense of obscurity. Break. Chenfeng knew that these words could not help people learn the great heaven creation palm. There is a seal on it, and the seal must be broken before the golden spiritual saliva will appear. As the seal was broken by the morning breeze, a pool of strange dark golden liquid flowed out from the skeleton. This golden liquid flowed slowly, as if it had its own intelligence, and occasionally it would condense into all kinds of strange shapes. Ziyan, do you want to learn heavenly fighting skills? Chenfeng called Ziyan over. Ziyan's strength was now the strongest among all the women. If she could have heavenly level fighting skills, her strength would increase again. Okay, are you going to learn the palm technique that created the black hole in the hall last time? Ziyan nodded happily. She had seen the power of Chenfeng's fighting skills before. It may be painful later, just bear with it. Don't worry, Ziyan is not afraid of pain. After Ziyan nodded, Chenfeng directly splashed the golden liquid onto her fingers. Sizzle, the liquid suddenly began to wriggle violently, and in an instant they enveloped Ziyan's entire palm. Hiss, the dark golden liquid enveloped the entire right palm, and a sharp pain suddenly came from the center of the palm. Wrapped in the dark golden liquid, Ziyan's palms began to move strangely, and there was even a faint sound of bones being squeezed. The feeling of squeezing became stronger and stronger, and just when Ziyan thought that her palm would be crushed, the severe pain stopped abruptly. The dark golden liquid seeped into her hand like a tide and quickly disappeared. Soon, the memory fragments about the great heaven creation palm left by the Saint of Creation were also opened. The great heavenly creation palm is a low-level heavenly rank fighting skill. It was created by me with all my life's efforts to integrate hundreds of fighting skills. This palm technique emphasizes the meaning of creation. It can break the sky with the palm and shatter everything with force. The great heavenly creation palm has the power of creation. As the plain voice slowly sounded, the figure in the memory fragments suddenly burst into a faint fluorescence, and its body unexpectedly became transparent, revealing extremely clear meridian routes inside. In those meridians, a trace of dark golden energy quickly shuttled through, outlining a rather strange meridian route. After the meridian route went through several cycles, it gradually faded away. Fortunately, Ziyan had memorized all of that route. As the meridian lines faded, the light on the figure's body dissipated again, and the dark golden light on his palm suddenly became brighter. And then he swung his palm fiercely, landing heavily on the void. Bang! As a palm fell, a terrifying energy suddenly swept out like a storm, and a huge black halo formed again under the palm of the figure. The aperture took shape and then spread out like lightning. The surrounding space collapsed in an instant, like glass that was forcibly shattered. This fighting skill is amazing. because the Saint of Creation had already laid a thorough foundation for Xian in order to practice the great heaven creation palm. Therefore, the speed of mastering this heavenly level primary fighting skill far exceeds that of other fighting skills. It must be said that this is a real blessing. Not long after, Yao Chen in the small world had absorbed the soul infant fruit and recovered to his peak state. Xian next, I will let you truly refine the dragon phoenix origin fruit. After Yao Chen recovered to his peak, Chenfeng brought Xian into the small world as well. In the Duqi continent, as far as the ancient dragon clan knew about, the dragon phoenix origin fruit had only appeared 5 times, and it had only been successfully absorbed twice. One time it was obtained by the Tianhuang clan, and as a result a super strong man appeared in the Tianhuang clan. During that period, even the Taixu ancient dragon clan was completely suppressed by them. Several hundred years later, the ancient dragon clan finally obtained a dragon and phoenix origin fruit, which turned the disadvantage around. But in the last bloody battle between the two races, these two powerful men with super bloodlines died together. Chenfeng was also aware of this failure rate, so even though Xian possessed the royal blood of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, Chenfeng would try his best to improve her strength. Nowadays Xian is already a mid-level Du Zun, which is many times stronger than the low-level Du Zong in the original novel when Xian absorbed the dragon phoenix origin fruit, so she naturally has a greater grasp of the situation. Brother Feng, let me start. Xian smiled and said to Chenfeng. She removed the seal of the dragon phoenix origin fruit and allowed the liquid to flow through her body. At this moment, Xian's expression immediately became solemn. Chapter 339 Bloodline Suppression. Perhaps this new Dragon Emperor does not have the strength of a 5-star Dusheng at all, and is just bluffing us. The Northern Dragon King analyzed the situation with a very calm expression, as if he had everything planned out for him. This is indeed suspicious. Even if the Dragon Emperor refined a legendary treasure like the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, he shouldn't have directly jumped to the terrifying level of a 5-star Dusheng. Hearing what the North Dragon King said, the West Dragon King nodded in agreement. If Xian was only a 3-star or 4-star Dusheng, he would not have questioned it, but now it was really unheard of. Yes, the Dragon Emperor must have exaggerated this matter on purpose, hoping to retake the 3 Dragon Islands without bloodshed. Once we declare our surrender, the people on the island will directly obey the Dragon Emperor's orders. The Southern Dragon King did not speak at this time, but his great elder Ju Mu, who had the strength of a 2-star Dusheng, interrupted. The Dragon Emperor is so calculating. This way we can all be dealt with without bloodshed. After he finished speaking, many powerful men around him nodded in agreement, and the Northern Dragon King also mixed in and added fuel to the fire. Ju Mu, you step back. At this moment the Southern Dragon King, who had been silent all this time, spoke. It was obvious that he was somewhat unhappy with Ju Mu's act of meddling in other people's affairs. West Dragon King, North Dragon King, these are just speculations at the moment. The Dragon Emperor is not only of the bloodline of the great accomplishment royal family, but has also awakened the terrifying physique of the ancient dragon and phoenix. Even if he is only a 3-star Dusheng, his strength will be terrifying. If the Dragon Emperor is really a 5-star Dusheng, I'm afraid he can defeat the 3 of us without much effort. The Southern Dragon King spoke in a very serious voice. All 3 of them have been Dragon Kings for so many years and are very obsessed with power. However, the Southern Dragon King and the Western Dragon King are relatively less courageous and ambitious. If Xian really has the cultivation level of a 5-star Dusheng, they will most likely choose to surrender. King Nanlong is right. We should not take risks in this kind of thing. The Western Dragon King was the kind of person who sat on the fence, and he immediately agreed with the Southern Dragon King's opinion. In that case, let's go and see the Dragon Emperor and verify it ourselves. This way everyone can rest assured. The Northern Dragon King proposed directly. He was also very nervous. For him, a 5-star Duluo was simply beyond his ability to contend with. Even if the entire ancient dragon clan of Belong Island gathered their strength to launch a joint attack, even a 5-star Dusheng powerhouse could deal with it. However, dealing with the Dragon Emperor is not like dealing with a foreign enemy. Ordinary members of the tribe might take action against other ancient dragons on Donglong Island, but they definitely do not have the courage to deal with the Dragon Emperor. So, in the end, if a war really breaks out, it can only be the 3 of them who take action. Okay, go verify it yourself. See what the Dragon Emperor's strength is. Almost everyone had no doubts about what the Northern Dragon King said and agreed with him. But I have to explain something first. If the Dragon Emperor doesn't have that kind of strength, you should know what to do, right? The Northern Dragon King suddenly spoke. The other people understood the meaning of his words very well. The dragon, phoenix bloodline would eventually become the strongest of the top powers. If they were not strangled when they were weak, they would surely surpass them in a few years. If the Dragon Emperor doesn't have a 5-star Du Sheng, the three of us will attack her together and strangle her in the cradle. The Western Dragon King expressed his position directly. Just do it this way. King Nanlong was stunned for a moment, then nodded helplessly. In that case, count the troops and we will choose a day to visit the Dragon Emperor. Brother Feng, do you think the 3 Dragon Kings will surrender voluntarily? On Donglong Island, Ziyan's confidence soared after she broke through to the 5-star Dulua level, but she didn't think the 3 ambitious Dragon Kings would surrender on their own initiative. Yes, once the news gets out, they will definitely come. When the time comes, if they dare not surrender, you will kill them directly to serve as a warning to others, Chenfeng replied confidently. The reason why he did this was that he didn't want the clansmen of the 4 major dragon islands to consume their strength due to infighting. Because, if Ziyan didn't say those words of amnesty, some of the Sandow people would resist out of fear of crime and start a fight. They're already here. Although Chenfeng's cultivation was only at the primary semi-saint level, his perception ability was almost the same as Ziyan, a 5-star Du Sheng, and he was even more competitive. Brother Feng, wait for me here. This time, it was a family affair of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, so Chenfeng did not show up, but only told Ziyan some ways to deal with it. Ziyan appeared in the sky above Donglong Island in a flash, and around her were other powerful men from Donglong Island. Soon a huge space crack appeared outside the silver light shield of Donglong Island, and a large number of figures walked out of it. Leading the group were the 3 Dragon Kings, followed by Swamo Jumu Lishen and other powerful men. Behind these strong men, there were several ancient dragon armies, some of whom were all wearing dark golden armor with dragon pagons on their armor. Faintly, the dragons were moving around like living creatures, exuding a vast and powerful dragon might. In addition to these people wearing dark gold armor, there are also some people with bare upper bodies, but these people appear to be particularly strong, giving people a strong sense of visual impact. These 2 armies are the Dragon Armor Army of West Dragon Island, and the Barbarian Dragon Army of South Dragon Island. Every dragon warrior here has a cultivation level above Du Zong, and most of them have reached the mid-level Du Zong or above. Some of the team leaders even have the strength of the peak Du Zong or low-level Du Zun. At first glance, this lineup doesn't look like they are here to surrender. West, South, North 3 island elders, you can lead our tribesmen to unify our tribe. Very good. As these figures continued to pour out of the space cracks, Ziyan spread out her purple, gold wings behind her, and appeared directly outside the silver energy shield, coming in front of the large group of people. Although her voice was not loud, it made the souls of many 3 island dragon warriors tremble violently, because that shout contained a kind of pressure that they could not resist. This pressure came from the soul and the blood. The next moment, countless dragon warriors knelt down in the direction of Ziyan. It's really the bloodline of the Daking royal family. Under the gaze of Ziyan's purple gold eyes, even strong men like Shan Mo, Jumu and Lishan felt an urge to kneel down. At this moment, the blood in their bodies seemed to be completely suppressed. This feeling of oppression was far stronger than the physical pressure of the 3 Dragon Kings. Chapter 340. Kill the rebels with sword. He really is a 5-star fighting saint. The Western Dragon King sensed the powerful aura emanating from Ziyan and felt a surge of fear in his heart. Such a powerful aura made him unable to even think of resisting. The elder stationed on Zhilong Island Juxi pays respect to the Dragon Emperor. The next moment, the Western Dragon King, like the other dragon warriors, paid homage to Ziyan. Moreover, because Ziyan's previous words seemed to indicate that she did not acknowledge the title of Dragon King, he also changed his title to the Island Elder. Although the Western Dragon King has many evil thoughts, he is also the one who surrenders the fastest. After the Western Dragon King surrendered, his subordinates Swanmo and Lishan also chose to surrender directly. The elder stationed on Nanlong Island, Jonan, pays respect to the Dragon Emperor. Then, King Nanlong had no choice. If he did not surrender at this time, his life would be in danger. Well, at this moment, the originally ambitious North Dragon King also became hunched over. The current situation has completely exceeded his expectations. Oppressed by Ziyan's powerful aura, he had no intention of resisting. The elder stationed on Bilong Island, Jubei, pays respect to the Dragon Emperor. At this moment, even the Northern Dragon King had to bow to Ziyan. Very good. The 4 islands are now united. I will forgive your past sins. Xian had not expected that things would go so smoothly, and that the unification of the Taixu ancient dragon clan was completed without fighting a battle. If it weren't for Brother Feng's 2 pills, which allowed me to increase my cultivation by 2 stars, I'm afraid that even if I refined the Dragon Phoenix origin fruit, I would not be able to achieve this kind of deterrence. Xian secretly rejoiced in her heart. Thank you, Dragon Emperor, thank you, Dragon Emperor, many Mishima Dragon Clan warriors said in unison. Things have come to this point, and the elite dragon troops that have arrived this time will basically no longer obey the orders of the 3 Dragon Kings. In their eyes, there is only the Dragon Emperor and no so-called Dragon Kings. However, what is surprising is that this time, the Western and Southern Dragon Kings both brought elite troops. But the Northern Dragon King did not bring many people, and did not even bring other Du Sheng, level clansmen from the island. Brother Feng told me to pay more attention to the North Dragon King. It seems that the North Dragon King really has other intentions. Xian noticed this, but didn't say it directly. 3 elders stationed on the island. Follow me to the ancient palace to discuss important matters. The rest of you, go back now and pass on my order to move all of Dragon Island to East Dragon Island, and merge the 4 islands into one. Xian issued another order, which was also what Chenfeng had taught her before. She wanted them to temporarily lose contact with the dragon people on Dragon Island once the 3 Dragon Kings arrived. This way they would have no chance to cause any trouble. Sure enough, as Xian finished speaking, the North Dragon King's expression changed instantly. He had kept something back this time in order to make other plans after returning, but it was a pity that Xian wanted to keep him here now. Yes, sir, yes, sir. The Western Dragon King and the Southern Dragon King both agreed at the same time, but the Northern Dragon King remained silent. Elder Zhubei, do you have any questions? Xian's majestic gaze was fixed on the Northern Dragon King. Dragon Emperor. There are still many things that have not been arranged on the North Dragon Island. If I don't go, I'm afraid they won't cooperate with the unification of the 4 islands. Why don't I go back and supervise it myself? Although the Northern Dragon King was very nervous, he quickly made up an excuse. Elder Zhubei doesn't need to worry about this matter. I will ask Elder Zhuli to take people to handle the matter of Beilong Island. I believe that after Elder Zhuli conveys my order, no one will have any objection. Xian waved her hand, not giving the Northern Dragon King any chance to leave. Dragon Emperor, I think I should go there myself. The Northern Dragon King still insisted on his attitude and turned around to leave. Elder Zhubei, it seems that you want to disobey orders. At this moment, a murderous intent surged from Xian's body, and she saw an invisible energy wall blocking the North Dragon King's retreat. Bang! At this moment, the North Dragon King's arm turned into a dragon claw and forcibly broke the space barrier built by Xian. His figure flashed a few times and was about to disappear from everyone's sight. Humph, you dare to disobey me. Today I will enforce the clan rules. Xian walked slowly through the void towards the North Dragon King. In her hand a golden sword that seemed like liquid was flowing slowly, and a destructive force was quietly spreading. At the same time a cold voice containing a strange pressure was also spreading. Dragon Slaying Sword. This is the Dragon Slaying Sword. Feeling the power of the sword in Xian's hand, all the dragon people present changed their expressions drastically, and the North Dragon King who was fleeing frantically also felt a huge threat. The Dragon Slaying Sword is not a weapon, but a most powerful fighting skill among the Taixu ancient dragon clan. This fighting skill can only be performed by an ancient dragon with the purest royal blood. This is a powerful fighting skill that even the 3 Dragon Kings are unable to perform. However, they had never expected that Xian could actually summon it. Even the previous Dragon King could only barely summon the Dragon Slaying Sword after his strength reached a 6-star Duluo, and the current Xian is only a 5-star Duluo. The Dragon Slaying Sword, as the name suggests, is specifically used to slay dragons. It is a method exclusive to the Dragon Emperor. Unless the ancient dragon is much stronger than the one wielding the Dragon Slaying Sword, any ancient dragon will be as fragile as tofu under this sword. Dragon Slayer Sword. At this moment, on Donglong Island, everyone stopped and looked up, looking at the graceful figure walking in the air with deep fear in their eyes. Even the strong men of the ancient dragon clan who had reached the level of fighting saint could not help but tremble. That is the fear and terror that comes from the blood. The dragon-slaying sword is the most feared thing in the hearts of all Taixu ancient dragons. You who disobey this emperor shall be beheaded. In the void, Xian raised the dragon-slaying sword in her hand and swung it at the North Dragon King. As the sword was swung down, there seemed to be a strange wave that spread out from the tip of the sword like lightning. When the sword was swung down, The fleeing North Dragon King also noticed it, and a low roar came out of his mouth. Suddenly his head, body, arms, and most of his body were covered with layers of dragon scales. These dragon scales glowed with a strange luster, as if they were indestructible. However, this seemingly extremely strong defense collapsed and disintegrated after a moment. The strange energy emitted from the dragon-slaying sword passed through the void and gently passed through his body. Swish! As the wave passed, the North Dragon King's body suddenly stopped moving, and a blood mark appeared on the top of his head. Immediately afterwards, the bloodstains split open, and the hard dragon scales covering his body also split into two halves like tofu. In the end, his entire body was directly split into two halves, and blood spurted out, which was extremely terrifying. Chapter 3041 The Unification of the Dragon Clan. Chenfeng's next plan, hiss. Looking at the horrifying scene in the distant void, the West Dragon King, the South Dragon King, and some powerful dragon warriors around them could not help but gasp. Just like the North Dragon King, whose body was covered with dragon scales just now, it was difficult to break even if he was hit hard by a 6-star Du Sheng strongman. But now, his whole body was actually cut into two pieces by this sword, just like cutting tofu. It was simply unbelievable. Soon, a feeling of horror surged in the hearts of the two dragon kings in the west and the south. They looked at the golden liquid sword in Xian's hand with trembling bodies, fearing that the sword would be pointed at them in the next moment. Zhu Bei disobeyed the emperor and has been executed. Anyone who commits the same offense again will be killed without mercy. Under this sword, the vitality of the North Dragon King quickly drained away. Xian grabbed the body that was broken into two halves and took the North Dragon King's body away. According to the rules of the ancient dragon clan, everyone must be buried in a dragon tomb after death. However, Chenfeng had said in advance that if any of the three dragon kings disobeyed, their bodies would be left to him after being killed. Moreover, the Northern Dragon King was a guilty person, and no one would have any objection to not burying him in the dragon tomb. The Dragon Emperor is mighty. The Dragon Emperor is mighty. The Dragon Emperor is mighty. The next moment, all the powerful dragon warriors around responded respectfully, and no one made any other sound because of the death of the Northern Dragon King. Now, quickly complete the unification task and unite the four islands. Xian gave orders again and sent people from Donglong Island to search Bialong Island. After dealing with those things, Xian brought the West and South Dragon Kings to East Dragon Island and ordered them to stay in a hall for the time being and not to go out. As for herself, she returned to the ancient dragon palace where Chenfeng was. Brother Feng, you are so amazing now. The three major dragon islands have surrendered without any resistance. Our dragon clan has been divided for many years and finally we can unite again. When she came here, Xian instantly lost the majesty of the Dragon Emperor and threw herself on Chenfeng like an excited girl next door. That's all because of you. Chenfeng smiled and picked up Xian. During this unification process, no fighting took place, and the strength of the Dragon clan could be said to be quite well preserved. Only one Northern Dragon King died, and the rest of the Du Sheng warriors were all in good condition. With the current strength of the Taixu ancient dragon clan, it is really just weaker than the remaining 7 ancient races. The Sky Demon Phoenix clan and the 9 Nether Earth Python clan were crushed, and the Soul Palace was no match without the help of the Soul clan. As for Danta, except for the Wandering Ancestor, the rest of the people are simply no match for the Taixu ancient dragon clan. By the way, Brother Feng, I brought the North Dragon King's body, but I have already chopped it off. Xian took out the ring containing the North Dragon King's body. It's okay, just cut it off. Originally, Chenfeng was going to give this body to Yao Chen to use for refining a body. However, the North Dragon King was a 3-star Du Sheng after all, and Yao Chen might not be able to control him by then, so the resurrection would lead to accidents. Moreover, the Northern Dragon King is a dragon which is inconsistent with the human body. In this case, Chenfeng still planned to use the body of the Saint of Creation for Yao Chen as the body for resurrection. They are both human beings, so they are more compatible. Now, Yao Chen's soul has recovered to its former peak. Chenfeng has gathered all the ingredients for the bone, growing and blood-melting pill, and will soon be able to give this soul slave a new life. Xian, wait until the dragon clan is unified. For the time being, accumulate strength and develop it. Just like before, don't deliberately expose the dragon clan's strength. Chenfeng reminded Xian again that nowadays, the Du Sheng masters of the major ancient races basically do not show up in the secular world, and there is even a clan covenant that restricts those with strength exceeding 4-star Du Sheng from taking action. It would be too conspicuous for Xian, a 5-star Du Sheng. To go out and she would attract the attention of some extremely powerful people. Yes, I know. I will quietly lead my people to accumulate strength. Hearing Chenfeng's instructions, Xian nodded very obediently. Xian, actually you can take that kind of elixir again. But the chance of breakthrough is only 60%. Wait until you settle down at the 5-star fighting saint level for a while and absorb some of the fighting skills inherited by the Dragon Clan. Then you can use it when the time comes, and you will have a better chance of success. Chenfeng continued to speak. What he was referring to was the Du Sheng Sheng Jing Dan. Xian had already taken it twice, and there was one more pill that would be effective. However, no matter how many pills she took, it would take effect 3 times. In other words, if Xian failed the 3rd time, she could continue to take it the 4th time. Until she succeeded 3 times, the pill would be truly useless to her. In the following time, Chenfeng left Dragon Island and let Xian continue to accept the Dragon Clan's inheritance on Dragon Island. With Xian's current strength, it would take very little time to accept the Dragon Clan's inheritance. It was estimated that it would not take long for Xian to master all the fighting skills and secret techniques passed down by the Dragon Clan for so many years. Brother Feng, you're back. With the space teleportation flag, it is extremely convenient for Chenfeng to travel between the 2 places. Moreover, now, many of her women are equipped with communication stones. If Xian has any problems, she can send a message and Chenfeng can go to pick her up immediately. Brother Feng. Soon Chenfeng was surrounded by Han Yu Xiaomei and Instructor Ruolin. Those pairs of white and delicate hands lifted him up together. Nowadays the women around Chenfeng all have amazing cultivation levels. Even Lin Fei and Xu Mei, who joined last, have already reached the high-level Du Zong level, and it won't be long before they can break through to the Du Zun level. Han Yu's little hands were icy cold. Instead of cooling down Chenfeng's body, the cold feeling was like detonating a volcano. Next, Chenfeng took the initiative and brought Han Yu into the room alone. Under the metallic luster dress, a flawless snow-white jade body was revealed, round and full. Nowadays most of the women in Chenfeng are pregnant and show the scent of pregnancy. Only Han Yu Xiaomei and Instructor Ruolin, who had just given birth to their children, had relatively flat bellies. Yinger, next, I'll take you to Danta. After the lovemaking, Chenfeng came to Tao Ying. Before, he had wasted time because of Xian's matter, resulting in that Tao Ying was about to give birth to the child, but Chenfeng had not yet held a wedding with her. Let's wait until the baby is born. I want to be a beautiful bride. Cao Ying touched her bulging belly and shook her head gently. Oh well, hearing this, Chenfeng also followed Cao Ying's advice and decided to wait until she gave birth to the child before considering the wedding. Chapter 342 Xingyan Pavilion. Medicine Saint Yao Chen thanks the master for his kindness. 3 days later in the small world, Yao Chen knelt in front of Chenfeng and kowtowed sincerely. At this time, he was no longer a soul, but a person with a physical body. Of course, because his soul had been refined by the soul-controlling banner into a soul slave, now that he has a physical body, he is still loyal to Morning Breeze and still retains the ability to devour souls alive. During the resurrection process, because Yao Chen relied on part of the body of the ancient fighting saint, and also had the help of the essence and blood in the body of the Northern Dragon King, after his resurrection, he directly possessed the strength of a high-level semi-saint and touched the bottleneck of the fighting saint. It is estimated that it will not be long before he can become a true fighting saint. Yao Chen, after being silent for so many years, I'm sure you must miss your old friends a lot, Chenfeng said with a smile. Well, but, serving the master, Yao Chen has nothing else to ask for. Yao Chen nodded and said respectfully, you can return to Xingyan Pavilion. Chenfeng shook his head and said that if Yao Chen returned with the strength of a Du Sheng and took control of Xingyan Pavilion, it would be a great help. Next, Chenfeng looked at the body of the North Dragon King placed on the stone platform on the right. King of the North Dragon, do you want to continue hiding? Chenfeng suddenly asked. What? After Chenfeng finished speaking, a soul hiding in the body of the North Dragon King suddenly became panicked. It turned out that after Xian's sword cut off the body of the Northern Dragon King, the vitality of his body was gone, but his soul was only severely damaged and did not really die. A remnant of his soul lurked in his body, trying to find a chance to escape. When Chenfeng took out his body, he suddenly discovered that the soul power of the person in front of him was far stronger than his. Yao Chen, I'll leave the remaining soul of the Northern Dragon King to you. Chenfeng did not choose to refine the severely injured North Dragon King into a soul slave, but chose to let Yao Chen devour him. After devouring the soul of the Northern Dragon King, Yao Chen's soul power will be greatly enhanced. Thank you, sir. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen became excited again. Soon, a surge of soul power surged out from Yao Chen's brows and enveloped the body of the Northern Dragon King. Don't want. Soon, a shrill scream came from the body of the Northern Dragon King. With Yao Chen's current spiritual power in perfect condition, plus the help of the bone spirit cold fire, no matter how powerful the Northern Dragon King was when he was alive, his remaining soul is no match for Yao Chen now. Soon Yao Chen pulled out the remnant soul of the Northern Dragon King and chewed it like food. As a soul slave, Yao Chen has an advantage that no one else has, that is, when he devours a soul, he can ignore the complicated and difficult to eliminate memories in the soul. Even a 2D strongman would find it difficult to do this. Not long after, as the remnant soul of the Northern Dragon King was refined by Yao Chen, who had accumulated power for many years, finally had a breakthrough. His soul realm directly entered the heavenly realm. Heavenly realm souls are extremely rare in this world, and for an alchemist whose soul power reaches the heavenly realm, it means that he has the ability to refine 9th grade elixirs. Very good. You should continue to study medicine and strive to become a 9th grade alchemist as soon as possible. Looking at Yao Chen's power at this moment, Chenfeng was overjoyed. The 9th grade elixir, to a certain extent, is better than many elixirs rewarded by the system. Although the effects of the elixirs rewarded by the system are quite amazing, most of them are not as powerful as the 9th grade elixirs. Of course, there are many restrictions on taking 9th grade elixirs. In short, they all have their own advantages. Yao Chen, you haven't forgotten the location of Xingyan Pavilion. After Yao Chen's strength increased again, Chenfeng spoke frankly. I haven't forgotten. Yao Chen replied respectfully. Since you haven't forgotten, I'll take you back to Xingyan Pavilion. Soon, with the help of a space legendary flag left in the central region, Chenfeng instantly brought Yao Chen to the central region. Xingyan Pavilion is located in the southern region of Zhongzhou. Among the so-called 4 pavilions, the disciples of Xingyan Pavilion are the rarest. Of course, although the number is small, fortunately the quality of Xingyan Pavilion is still quite good, and every disciple in the pavilion has a strong talent for cultivation. Among the 4 pavilions, Xingyan Pavilion not only has the fewest disciples, but is also the most mysterious. The other 3 pavilions all built their headquarters in a grand and majestic manner, allowing people to feel the powerful strength of the sect at a glance. However, Xingyan Pavilion is different. Unless one is very familiar with Xingyan Pavilion, it would be difficult to even find the location of its sect. This makes Xingyan Pavilion more mysterious in the eyes of outsiders. The Dan region is extremely far away from the southern region of Zhongzhou. Even with the speed of Chenfeng and Yao Chen, it took them 2 or 3 days to stop their long journey at the outskirts of a mountain called Tianxing Mountain in the southern region. Tianxing Mountains, I haven't been here for many years. Yao Chen looked at the stretch of mountains and sighed. Soon, Yao Chen and Chenfeng arrived above a forest. When he arrived here, Chenfeng immediately discovered something unusual below. Below was a naturally formed large formation. Master, the Xingyan Pavilion is right below. As Yao Chen spoke, he performed a strange seal in his hand. A strange starlight emanated from it, and the light expanded. The space in front of him gradually twisted and finally formed a space gate. Master, please. Yao Chen respectfully made a gesture of invitation. Yao Chen, when we get back here, you can just call me young master. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, then entered the space gate. Entering here, the originally endless sea of forest now has a towering mountain. On the top of the mountain some buildings can be vaguely seen, and indistinct sounds of people shouting and fighting can even be heard. Master, this is actually a space constructed by meteorite star power. Of course, this cannot be compared with the huge space constructed by Du Sheng strongmen. The area here is only about the same as a city, Yao Chen introduced respectfully. However, because it is purely natural, it is extremely concealed. Even if a Duzun strongman flies by here, it is difficult to detect the mystery of this place. Hearing this, Chenfeng nodded slightly. Now, he controlled a world as vast as the Wind Realm. A place like this was not enough to attract his attention. Bah! Shortly after Chenfeng and Yao Chen appeared in the sky, a dozen huge white cranes suddenly flew out from the distant mountains. There were some human figures standing on the cranes, and the leader, a graceful green figure, flashed towards this side. Chapter 343 Mu Qingluan, how did you get into my Xingyan Pavilion? The woman in green spread her fighting spirit wings and quickly came to within 100 meters of Yao Chen and Chenfeng. She shouted at them in a very clear and pleasant voice. She looked to be only 18 or 19 years old, dressed in green, and had a pair of big watery eyes that made her look particularly cute. Although she was full of vigilance at this moment, Her charming face seemed to still contain a hint of childishness and innocence, and was full of spirit. Haha, little girl. The young master and I naturally walked in. Judging from your body movements, you must be the disciple accepted by Master Feng. Yao Chen smiled and spoke to the woman in a kind voice. Isn't this too similar? The green-clothed girl's gaze was fixed on Yao Chen, and a great uproar arose in her heart. Yao Chen's appearance was exactly the same as the portrait of the founder hanging in the main hall of Xingyan Pavilion, which immediately surprised her. Venerable Feng is my master. May I know your name? The girl's tone became respectful as she inquired about Yao Chen's identity. My name is Yao Chen, and I'm your master's friend for many years, Yao Chen said with a smile. Yao Chen, isn't that the name of Medicine Venerable? Could it be that Medicine Venerable has really returned? After hearing Yao Chen's self-narration, the girl in green suddenly became excited. Moreover, the fact that Yao Chen was able to enter the Xingyan Pavilion without breaking the seal also confirmed her guess. Junior Mu Qingluan, I pay my respects to the pavilion master. The next moment, the girl bowed directly towards Yao Chen with a very respectful attitude. Master Feng has accepted a good disciple. Seeing this, Yao Chen smiled and nodded. Mu Qingluan was able to cultivate to the 3-star Duwang at this age, so her talent was naturally beyond doubt. However, Yao Chen continued, but I am not the pavilion master. The teacher said that this Xingyan Pavilion was originally founded by you, Master Yao. Even though you have been missing for so many years, the teacher has always kept the position of pavilion master there and has never given up looking for you. Mu Qingluan explained. Ah, I knew it was that old guy. Hearing these words, Yao Chen was deeply moved. It is enough to have one close friend in life. Where is he now? Yao Chen asked. Master went out a few days ago. He should be back soon, Mu Qingluan said respectfully. I see. Yao Chen nodded slightly. When he just came in, he scanned the entire Xingyan Pavilion with his soul power, but did not find Master Feng. It turned out that he was out. At this moment, a green whirlwind rushed in quickly from outside the invisible seal. Immediately afterwards, a breach appeared in the space seal, and an old man in a green robe walked in. The old man was wearing a green robe and had long hair draped over his shoulders. He looked free and easy. His appearance was not ordinary. Even though he was old now, he still looked handsome. I guess he must have looked good when he was young. Teacher, look who's back. Seeing the person coming, Mu Qingluan immediately pointed at Yao Chen excitedly. Old man, is that you? You're finally back. I've been looking for you for so many years. Venerable Feng would never forget Yao Chen's appearance and aura. He recognized him instantly, his old eyes filled with excitement. Old man, I was able to come back intact all thanks to the young master. Yao Chen was also very excited. He pointed at Chenfeng and laughed. Master. Upon hearing Yao Chen's words, Venerable Feng's gaze immediately focused on Chenfeng. Because when Yao Chen said the word, young master, there was an obvious sense of respect in his words, which made Venerable Feng very confused. What kind of young man could make Yao Chen pay so much attention to him? Old fellow, I was murdered by Han Feng, the traitor, and Mu Gu, and then I was hunted down by the Soul Palace. Only a remnant soul was left. Yao Lao recounted the past events. That beast Han Feng, when you got into trouble, I questioned him several times, but unfortunately he disappeared afterwards. If I had known, I would have killed him directly. Hearing what Yao Lao said, Venerable Feng was extremely angry. You know, Yao Chen treated Han Feng like his own son back then, but that beast betrayed his teacher and ancestors for the sake of profit. I have killed that beast myself. This is all thanks to Master Chenfeng. If you hadn't used the Fighting Saint skeleton to revive me, how could I have survived the catastrophe and achieved my current level of half-saint cultivation? Yao Lao spoke very excitedly. I see at this moment, Venerable Feng finally understood why Yao Chen respected the young man Chenfeng so much. He had not thought that Chenfeng actually had that kind of ability, and could even get the body of a fighting saint to help Yao Chen resurrect. Moreover, at this moment, in Master Feng's perception, he could not detect Chenfeng's cultivation level at all, as if he was just an ordinary person. However, how could an ordinary person stand directly in the void without the wings of fighting spirit? Who is this young master? He looks so young, yet he can actually stand on the void. Mu Qingluan on the side was also very curious. Her big watery eyes kept stealing glances at Chenfeng with a complicated look. Old man, it turns out that you have already broken through to the realm of saint. No wonder I felt that your aura was so much stronger than before. Now that you are back, our Xingyan Pavilion will not be weaker than the Three Valleys. Venerable Feng subconsciously felt happy for Yao Chen's breakthrough to the semi-saint level. Master Chenfeng, you have given this old fellow a second life, so you should accept my respect. Lord Feng is also a person who is not bound by worldly matters. Although Chenfeng is younger than him, as long as he has the ability, he can gain enough respect from him. You're welcome, Master Feng. Chenfeng smiled and waved his hand. King Luan, why don't you greet Master Chenfeng? Master Feng gestured to Mu Qingluan next to him. King Luan greets Master Chenfeng. Hearing this, Mu Qingluan, who was still a little dazed, quickly bent down and greeted Chenfeng. Miss Qingluan, there's no need to be so polite. Chenfeng looked at Mu Qingluan, and his admiration was very obvious. Such a pure woman was truly likable. Noticing Chenfeng's gaze, Mu Qingluan couldn't help feeling a little shy and lowered her head slightly. Qingluan, you are about the same age as young Master Chenfeng, so you should entertain young Master Chenfeng. At this moment, Venerable Feng suddenly said, take young Master Chenfeng to have a good look around the Xingyan Pavilion. Don't be rude. Yes, teacher. Hearing this, Mu Qingluan quickly nodded in agreement. Master, what do you think? Yao Chen sought Chenfeng's opinion. He didn't know whether Chenfeng would continue to stay here. Just follow the arrangements of Master Feng. Chenfeng smiled and nodded, planning to stay in the Xingyan Pavilion for 2 days. Mr. Morningwind, follow me, Mu Qingluan called out softly, her voice sounding very shy. Chapter 344. Master Feng. Master Chenfeng, are you going to marry Qingluan? Listen, disciples, this is the person in the portrait of the founder in the sect's main hall. He is also your pavilion master, the medicine venerable back then. However, he is no longer the medicine venerable now, but the medicine saint. On the side of Venerable Feng, after Mu Qingluan took Chenfeng away, he summoned some elders and disciples of Xingyan Pavilion and announced Yao Chen's identity. The pavilion master is actually a saint. We have a saint in Xingyan Pavilion. Below the saints, all are ants. Our Xingyan Pavilion will rise. Meet the pavilion master. Meet the pavilion master. After learning that Yao Chen had returned and had broken through to the semi-saint level, all the elders and disciples of Xingyan Pavilion became extremely excited. They all paid homage to Yao Chen. Even though some of them did not know Yao Chen, they often paid homage to the portraits of their ancestors, so they did not find Yao Chen's face unfamiliar. Among the 4 pavilions in Zhongzhou, Xingyan Pavilion was established earlier and is also the strongest. However, although the 4 pavilions in Zhongzhou have a great reputation, their actual strength is not very strong. Some powerful independent cultivators can directly destroy one of the pavilions. Although Yao Chen has been promoted to half-saint now, there are not many truly strong people in the pavilion who can stand on their own. If they want to expand their power in a short period of time, they must recruit strong people from outside. Fortunately, this is not a difficult task. Yao Chen is not only a semi-saint but also has the title of the continent's #1 alchemist. This is an extremely dazzling golden signboard. As long as the word is spread, many truly powerful people will come to him voluntarily. By then, Xingyan Pavilion will be able to become powerful rapidly. Not long after Yao Chen returned, Zhongzhou was shaken because a semi-saint powerful man emerged from Xingyan Pavilion. Everyone knows what a semi-saint strongman symbolizes. Even the Open Danta has never had such a strong man. This alone is enough to greatly boost the reputation of Xingyan Pavilion. Moreover, especially when people knew that this semi-saint powerful man was also the #1 alchemist on the continent, this momentum was amplified infinitely. Therefore, Xingyan Pavilion suddenly became lively after this. The heads of various forces and some powerful men of the older generation came in an endless stream, and there were countless visitors every day. This scene was completely different from before. Amidst such excitement, some powerful people who once had ties with Yao Chen and Master Feng finally accepted the invitation and became guest elders of Xingyan Pavilion. Although this title was a bit empty, it did bring them onto the Xingyan Pavilion's ship. After Yao Chen's return, the strength of Xingyan Pavilion has really increased rapidly. In a corner of Xingyan Pavilion, Chenfeng and Mu Qingluan were walking hand in hand. Sensing the presence of some Duzun masters who kept visiting Xingyan Pavilion, Chenfeng suddenly spoke. During these 3 days, he lived a slow-paced life, like an ordinary person, walking slowly in this place the size of a city. In 3 days he was unable to thoroughly tour the Xingyan Pavilion. It was also because of these 3 days of getting along that his relationship with Mu Qingluan had developed to a state close to that of lovers. Mu Qingluan did not resist some intimate physical contact and felt it was very natural. Master Chenfeng, you call the pavilion master like this again. At this moment, hearing Chenfeng calling Yao Chen's name directly, Mu Qingluan still pouted her lips, showing her displeasure. Although she had heard Chenfeng call him like that many times, Yao Chen was the pavilion master of Xingyan Pavilion, someone she respected. Then call him medicine saint. Seeing Mu Qingluan pouting, Chenfeng finally decided to change his words. Since he had already asked Yao Chen to call him young master, he didn't mind changing the address a little bit. That's right. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Mu Qingluan smiled. Her smile was very pure, and there was a lot of spirit in her watery eyes. Looking at those beautiful eyes, Chenfeng couldn't help but kiss them. Seeing Chenfeng's actions, Mu Qingluan's heartbeat immediately accelerated. She closed her eyes and her face turned red, but she did not dodge. Chenfeng gently touched his lips to her beautiful eyes, and he could feel the nervousness of the beauty in front of him. You have beautiful eyes. After taking a quick taste, Chenfeng released his lips and commented seriously. Yeah. After receiving Chenfeng's praise, Mu Qingluan lowered her head shyly. Just a moment ago she felt Chenfeng's hot breath. At this moment, she already had a special feeling for Chenfeng in her heart. I want to marry you. Next. Chenfeng directly held Mu Qingluan's jade hand and said without any concealment. This, you need to ask the teacher. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Mu Qingluan's heart beat faster and there was a hint of joy deep in her heart. Her implicit answer actually meant that she tacitly agreed to Chenfeng's proposal. Okay, go ask your teacher first. Hearing this, Chenfeng's lips curled up. From the moment he kissed Mu Qingluan's eyes just now, Chenfeng had already figured out Mu Qingluan's thoughts. Master Chenfeng, are you going to marry Qingluan? In a hall of Xingyan Pavilion, after Master Feng learned the purpose of Chenfeng's visit, he spoke in surprise. In the past few days, from Yao Chen's mouth, Master Feng also knew Chenfeng's identity and knew that Chenfeng was the son-in-law of the master of Fenyan Valley. Before, he also knew something about the Song family in Danyu, and knew that Chenfeng now had several wives. Old man, Master Chenfeng wants to marry Qingluan, and Qingluan has agreed herself. What are you still hesitating about? Hurry up and agree. At this moment, Yao Chen spoke directly. Well, I'm very confident in the character and other things of the people you, the old man, value. Hearing Yao Chen's words, Venerable Feng smiled and nodded. She also saw Mu Qingluan's feelings for Chenfeng, so she directly agreed to the marriage between Chenfeng and Mu Qingluan. Thank you, Venerable Feng. Thank you, teacher. Chenfeng and Mu Qingluan thanked him at the same time. Master Feng, these are some small gifts from me. Next, Chenfeng directly presented a betrothal gift. Pills, I wonder what effects these pills have. Venerable Feng was of a straightforward character and asked directly. Each of these 3 pills can help you break through 1 star of cultivation, Chenfeng said bluntly. It actually has such an effect. Upon hearing this incredible effect, Master Feng seemed very surprised. However, he had heard before that Chenfeng had actually obtained the skeleton of a Du Sheng for Yao Chen, and he did not doubt Chenfeng's words at this moment. Old man, you should be happy to have such an excellent disciple, Yao Chen said with a smile on his face. Master Feng's current cultivation level is only a 4-star Du Zun. If these pills are really as powerful as Chenfeng said, then he can directly be promoted to a 7-star Du Zun. Chapter 345 Yao Chen's Revenge in Zhongzhou. News spread very quickly. In just a few days, the news that Xingyan Pavilion Master Yao Chen had returned with the cultivation level of a semi-saint spread throughout the entire southern region of Zhongzhou, and it is still spreading to further places at an alarming speed. Damn it, that old fellow Yao Chen is not dead. And he has even broken through to the semi-saint realm. The strength of a semi-saint is not something we can resist. In the southern region of Zhongzhou, in a huge black palace standing in the mountains, 3 soul palace masters gathered in a dark room deep in the palace, with ugly expressions on their faces. This is just a relatively ordinary Disha palace among the many branch palaces of the Soul Palace. However, even so, there are 3 powerful men with the strength of Du Zun stationed here, and one of them has even reached the 5-star Du Zun. Such strength is completely capable of crushing the so-called Saifang Pavilion. There are many Soul Palace branches like this one on the continent. In each branch, there is at least 1 dozen powerful person stationed. This shows how powerful the Soul Palace is. Even if that old fellow Yao Chen breaks through to the semi-saint level, he wouldn't dare to directly become an enemy of our Soul Palace. During the discussion, one of the Soul Palace masters with the cultivation level of 3-star Du Zun suddenly spoke. It's hard to say. The old man Yao Chen has a deep grudge against our Soul Palace. Now that he has returned with such force, he is likely to take revenge. Our branch palace is the closest to the Falling Star Pavilion, so we'd better be careful. Hearing this, the Soul Palace master with the cultivation level of a 5-star Du Zun shook his head, his eyes full of fear. Lord 9 and 8 should already know about this matter, and they may have a plan to deal with it soon. If Yao Chen attacks our punishment prince, what can 9 heavenly lords and 8 heavenly lords do even if they come? Can they defeat a half-saint together? As these words fell, the room fell into silence. Notify everyone in the palace to return to their teams within the next month. Stay calm for the time being and do not send anyone out on missions anymore. After a long time, another voice was heard in the room. Yao Chen's return this time not only had an impact on the many independent cultivator families, but also brought tremendous pressure to some nearby Soul Palace branches. In today's Duki continent, a saint represents the highest combat power. Even if he is only a half-saint, he can make countless people fear him. Li in the Xingyan Pavilion. On Chenfeng's side, the marriage proposal has been successfully completed and the wedding date has been set. At that time, he planned to marry Mu Qingluan and Cao Ying at the same time. At this moment, in a boudoir on the south side of Xingyan Pavilion, Mu Qingluan was sitting shyly on the couch. Brother Feng, do you really want to sleep here tonight? Looking at Chenfeng beside her with her watery eyes, Mu Qingluan spoke in a low voice. Qingluan, we have already set the wedding date, so there is no need to get hung up on these details. Chenfeng put his hands on Mu Qingluan's shoulders and said seriously. All right. Looking at Chenfeng's eyes, Mu Qingluan couldn't bear to refuse and nodded gently. Her fair cheeks instantly turned red with embarrassment because of these words. Qingluan, your eyes are so pure. With the beauty by his side and having agreed to his request, Chenfeng could no longer suppress the passion in his heart. Mu Qingluan's green dress slid down her snow-white shoulders. The clothes slipped off and Mu Qingluan was left with only a bellyband embroidered with a blue phoenix bird pattern. The blue phoenix on the bellyband looks extremely spectacular and seductive. Chenfeng admired it intently. After a while, the bellyband slipped off, and a snow-white body that made Chenfeng feel extremely hungry and thirsty appeared in front of him. Inside the room, there is a bright spring scene. The next day at noon, Chenfeng helped Mu Qingluan walk out of the room. Mu Qingluan is actually not a human being but a member of the Qingluan clan from the Beast Realm. In terms of bloodline, her clan is slightly inferior to the Heavenly Demon Phoenix clan. Their race is small and their members are scattered, not as large as the Sky Demon Phoenix clan. Moreover, Mu Qingluan had been an orphan since she could remember. Later by chance, she became a disciple of Master Feng and had never returned since then. It was also because of this that Mu Qingluan did not ask Chenfeng to return to the tribe with her. However, although Mu Qingluan has the physique of a monster, she still appears too weak in front of Chenfeng. After last night's madness, she collapsed early in the morning. Brother Feng, the Xingyan Pavilion is becoming more and more powerful now. After leaving the room, Mu Qingluan raised her head and looked with her beautiful eyes at the many powerful people from the outside world who were rushing towards the hall of Xingyan Pavilion early in the morning in the sky. She felt very happy. Having lived in Xingyan Pavilion for so many years, she had already regarded it as her home. Naturally, she was extremely happy that her home had become stronger. With the medicine saint here, it will be hard for Xingyan Pavilion not to become powerful. Chenfeng also agreed with a smile. At this moment he had no choice but to address Yao Chen in this way. It was their first time meeting each other and it was a sweet time for them. Chenfeng was taken by Mu Qingluan to continue to travel around Xingyan Pavilion that day. At dusk, Yao Chen suddenly came over. Master, Yao Chen stood in front of Chenfeng, and in an instant he lost the posture of the medicine saint that had attracted everyone's attention just now, and his voice sounded a little restrained. If Mu Qingluan had not been present, he would have bowed and saluted Chenfeng. Meet the pavilion master. Mu Qingluan took her hand away from Chenfeng and saluted to Yao Chen, but Chenfeng did not respond. What's wrong? Yao Chen came to visit suddenly, and Chenfeng knew that he must have something to ask him. Young master, recently many strong men have joined the Xingyan Pavilion and become Gast elders. Today, one of the elders revealed a piece of news. He said that he knew the whereabouts of Mu Go. The Yao Chen explained to Chenfeng calmly, but he was holding a lot of hatred in his heart. Oh, have you discovered Mu Gu's whereabouts? It seems that you are planning to seek revenge on that guy Mu Gu, Chenfeng asked directly. Well, as long as Mu Gu is still alive, the hatred in my heart will never go away. Faced with Chenfeng's question, Yao Chen naturally could not hide it and nodded immediately. Okay, it's time to settle the grudge between you brothers. Chenfeng nodded, acquiescing to Yao Chen's actions. Moreover, he handed over a space jade slip to Yao Chen and said bluntly, if you encounter an enemy that you cannot deal with, crush the space jade slip and I will come over. Thank you, master. Hearing Chenfeng's words, Yao Chen's old face looked particularly excited. He respectfully took the space jade tube bestowed by Chenfeng. Beside Chenfeng, Mu Qingluan's eyes were filled with doubt again. She was very confused. Even though Chenfeng saved Yao Chen's life, Yao Chen was still her elder. Wasn't his respectful attitude a bit weird? Chapter 346 Mu Qingluan's surprise attack on the Seoul Palace branch. That night, Chenfeng and Mu Qingluan continued to sleep in the same room. Because Mu Qingluan was injured last night and had not yet fully recovered, she could not serve Chenfeng all the time. In the second half of the night, Chenfeng taught her the magical skill of dragon and phoenix. The two of them took off their clothes on the couch, sat cross-legged facing each other, and practiced the dragon and phoenix art seriously. Oh my god, this technique is so magical. 10 minutes later, Mu Qingluan's watery eyes widened with an expression of disbelief. In just over 10 minutes, she actually broke through to the 1-star level of Duong stage. This is just the beginning. Chenfeng gently held it, smiled and shook his head, as if there was a veil of mystery around him. Now his cultivation has reached the level of half-saint, while Mu Qingluan is only a Du Huang. The two of them practice dual cultivation, and Mu Qingluan thinks that every minute and every second, she can absorb Du Q at the speed of a peak Du Zun. It is a very simple matter for a Du Zun peak powerhouse to absorb the total amount of Du Q for more than 10 minutes, allowing a Du Huang stage person to break through to 1 star of cultivation. Time passed slowly, and soon it was dawn. At this time Mu Qingluan's cultivation had reached the level of 8-star Du Huang. This was the result of Chenfeng's deliberate suppression. He wanted Mu Qingluan to adapt to the high-level Du Huang for a day before breaking through the bottleneck of the Du Zong realm. At the same time, a large number of powerful people have gathered in the hall of Xingyan Pavilion. Yao Chen sat at the first seat in the hall with the majestic aura of a semi-saint. Below him, in addition to Feng Zone, there are 4 Du Zun powerful men. Among these 4, there are 2 low-level Du Zun, 1 mid-level Du Zun, and 1 high-level Du Zun. Their cultivation is the same as that of Feng Zun now, and they are all at the 7-star Du Zun stage. Pavilion Master, the personnel who will go out to fight in the pavilion have been counted. This time we will set out in secret and will definitely be able to wipe out the Seoul Palace branch, where Mu Gu is currently staying. A venerable Feng stood up and bowed. No need to bring the disciples with you. This time just the 6 of us can go. Hearing this, Yao Chen shook his head and said, if there are too many people, it will be too conspicuous and Mu Gu will get the news in advance. Once he hides, it will be very troublesome to find him again. Moreover, in that kind of battle, it won't be very useful for the disciples in the pavilion to follow him. Okay, let's do as the pavilion master says. Lord Feng had no objection to Yao Chen's words. The other 4 also nodded. Okay, after we leave, Xingyan Pavilion will temporarily close its doors to visitors. We'll discuss everything after we come back. Yao Chen issued another order. Then, he quickly left Xingyan Pavilion with 5 Du Zun powerful warriors. They're off. In the room, Chenfeng sensed the noise of those people leaving and whispered, I hope the teacher and the pavilion master will have a smooth trip. Mu Qingluan prayed in her heart. Don't worry. With Yao Chen's strength, there are no more than 3 people in the Seoul Palace who can defeat him. It won't be a problem to just eliminate Adisha Palace. Chenfeng smiled and comforted her. The confidence revealed in his words really made Mu Qingluan feel at ease. The Wuji Mountains are located in the southwest of Zhongzhou. This place is shrouded in thick fog and poisonous miasma all year round. It can be regarded as a relatively famous dangerous place in Zhongzhou. Even magical beasts are too lazy to live in such a place, and ordinary people will never set foot here. The thick fog inside will make those who break in lose their way. However, in the deepest part of the mountains, the fog became much thinner. Here, there was an extremely steep slope, and at the end of the slope was a huge valley surrounded by mountains. Inside the valley, there was a huge black palace that was 100 feet in size. It was like a crawling prehistoric beast. In the darkness there was a terrifying and chilling aura. Whoosh, whoosh, suddenly 6 figures flashed quickly from the bottom of the slope. In front is the Seoul Palace branch where Mu Gu is staying this time. Taking a look at the huge black palace in front, the elder with the strength of a 7-star Du Zun said excitedly to Yao Lao, with strength like his, he is not afraid of ordinary people from the Seoul Palace. What's more, he is a casual cultivator with no ties. Now that he has joined the Falling Star Pavilion, he is not afraid of revenge from the Seoul Palace at all. There is a space seal there. I will break the seal later. When the time comes, you will surround this branch of the Seoul Palace and don't let anyone escape. Yao Chen nodded. He was a little excited as he was about to meet his long-time enemy. Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, Yao Chen punched the sky above the hall fiercely, shattering the invisible seal covering the sky above the hall. Deep in the Black Palace, there is a huge square. On the square, black stone pillars hundreds of feet high stand tall into the sky. The stone pillars are covered with countless strange runes. Pitch-black chains extended from the stone pillars, crisscrossing in the air above the square. At the end of the chains were suspended balls of faint light, inside which lay souls with painful expressions and phantom bodies. Haha, Bai Tianzin, Hai Tianzin, there are quite a lot of souls in this branch temple where you two are stationed. I'm afraid you will be able to get rewards from the great Tianzin this year. It's really enviable. In the square, a figure wrapped in black mist took a few slow steps, then turned around and looked at the two people behind him with some envy. Aha, Mugu, you are a favorite of the palace master. The rewards we two received are nothing to you. The two heavenly lords, black and white, spoke in unison. The cultivation base of both of them has reached the level of 6-star Duzun, and they are the heavenly lords of the Soul Palace. Old man Mugu is only an elder with the cultivation base of 3-star Duzun. However, they did not put on airs and spoke quite politely. The reason, of course, is related to Mugu's identity as an 8th-grade alchemist. In the Duki continent, alchemists are very popular no matter where they are. Even organizations like the Soul Palace are no exception. Boom, enemy attack, enemy attack. Suddenly, there was a loud rumbling noise coming from outside, as well as the shouts of countless Soul Palace warriors, causing the faces of the three people in the square to change slightly. The space seal has been broken. There was deep surprise in the eyes of Black and White Heavenly Master. The space seal was broken, but they didn't even notice it. That meant that it was broken instantly by someone. Go out and take a look. Knowing the seriousness of the matter, the two heavenly lords, Black and White, left the square in unison and then came to the outside of the huge black palace. Puff puff. As soon as he came out of the hall, Black and White Tianzin saw a guardian not far ahead who was killed by a burst of fighting energy and turned into a blurry mass of flesh and blood. At the side, the remaining Soul Palace guardians immediately had expressions of horror on their faces. Chapter 347, Catching a Big Fish. Several shrill screams echoed in the valley. Shh! As the shrill cry ended, a sharp sword energy suddenly swept down from the sky, and then shot through the bodies of the two Soul Palace guardians at lightning speed. While causing shrill screams, the sword energy also split some stone pillars outside the huge palace. Bang! As the sharp sword energy descended, 5 figures slowly emerged in the horrified gazes of the many Soul Palace masters. Then a vast aura burst out without reservation at this moment. Boom! 5 Duzun powerful men exploded at the same time. The momentum caused sand and rocks to fly in the valley. A powerful pressure spread down from the sky, causing the people in the Soul Palace to change their faces drastically. Aha, you bastards from the Soul Palace, today is the day for you to pay back your debts. A hearty laugh sounded from the sky, and then a powerful gust of wind swept down from the sky, directly knocking more than a dozen Soul Palace powerhouses into the mud. The terrifying force destroyed them in an instant. Ha! Kill in the sky, 5 figures swooped down like tigers entering a flock of sheep. Even the Soul Palace guardians who used to show off their might could only retreat hastily in horror when faced with this group of powerful and wolf-like warriors. They had never imagined that someone would be bold enough to actively attack their Soul Palace branch. Feng Shun, you from Xingyan Pavilion are so brave you actually dared to come to my Soul Palace to kill me. After seeing clearly the face of Master Feng in the crowd, the two heavenly masters Black and White of the Soul Palace were immediately furious and rushed in front of Master Feng in an instant. Nosy. Being stopped by the Black and White heavenly lords, Venerable Wind waved his sleeves and a green wind vortex immediately swept away. The huge energy made the face of the Black and White heavenly lords change drastically. 7-star Duzun. How is this possible? Feeling the strength of Lord Wind's attack, the two lords of Black and White quickly joined forces to create a black and white energy column, barely blocking the vortex of Wind's stranglehold. Feng Shen, why is it him? At this moment another black-robed man with Duzun strength walked out of the hall. When he saw Master Feng, there was also a look of surprise on his face. Mugu, something is wrong today. They have 5 Duzun here, and Feng Shen has actually broken through to the 7-star Duzun level. They have also invited another 7-star Duzun. Black and White Tianzin and Mugu gathered together, their faces full of fear. Mugu are here. Lord Feng also noticed Mugu, and immediately surrounded him with another 7-star Duzun named Ku Dao. As for the other 3 Duzuns, they were killing the Soul Hall guardians in the hall. This time, their goal was to massacre the Soul Hall and not let anyone escape. It seems that you came here for me today. Mugu looked directly at Master Feng, his eyes looking extremely cold. That's right, I'm going to settle the grudge against that old guy with you today. Venerable Feng also said in a cold voice. How did Feng Xian know what happened back then? Hearing this, doubts arose in old man Mugu's heart. the fact that he had secretly murdered Mugu had not been leaked. Otherwise, he would not have been able to live so peacefully all these years. "Don't waste time talking to them, just kill them all," shouted Venerable Ku Dao. After saying that, Venerable Ku Dao raised the big knife in his hand that was glowing with an ochre-colored light and chopped towards Old Man Mugu. A cocky blade light several dozen feet in size came swiftly. "Stop him." Old Man Mugu, who had only the cultivation level of 3-star Duzun, naturally did not dare to resist the attack of 7-star Duzun, and hurriedly called on the two people around him to resist. The two heavenly lords, Black and White, also knew Mugu's status in the Soul Palace. They immediately joined forces, slapped their palms, and vast energy surged, sending out several energy palm prints to intercept the sword light of the Lord Withered Knife. At this time, Mugu actually took advantage of the two people helping him to resist the withered sword and planned to tear open the space crack and escape. Call out, however, just as he made a move, a green vortex of wind attacked him, forcing him to dodge. "No, Fengxian obviously wants to kill me today. With my current strength, I am no match for him. It will be very difficult for me to even escape. It seems that I can only ask Lord Zhu Tianzin to save me." A jade tube suddenly appeared in the hand of Old Man Mugu. A hint of pain flashed across his eyes, and then he crushed it fiercely. As the jade tube was crushed, a strong force of space suddenly spread out. Then, a crack quickly appeared in the space behind Old Man Mugu, and a blue figure slowly walked out. As this figure appeared, the air between heaven and earth immediately became moist. Faintly, tiny raindrops were crackling down from the sky around the huge black palace. The person who came was able to use the vast fighting spirit in his body to cause changes in the energy of heaven and earth, so his strength must be extremely strong. "Mugu, what happened that forced you to use the space jade tube I gave you?" The blue figure glanced at Old Man Mugu and spoke in surprise, but he stopped before he finished his words because the aura of the 7-star Duzun from Venerable Feng and Venerable Ku Dao had attracted his attention. "Master Zhu Tianzin, Fengxian actually brought people from Xingyan Pavilion to kill me." Mugu, while dodging the wind vortex created by Master Feng, spoke quickly. The blue figure slightly frowned his light blue eyebrows, and with a wave of his sleeves, the raindrops floating between heaven and earth gathered at an astonishing speed. In an instant, they condensed into a high-speed rotating rain curtain in front of Old Man Mugu, blocking all the attacks of Lord Feng. The old man was dressed in a blue robe, and even his hair and eyebrows were light blue. His eyes seemed to be stirring endless and vast water energy. "Feng Shun, although you have already broken through to the 7-star Duzun, if you become an enemy of my soul palace, you are probably courting death." The old man in blue robe looked directly at Master Feng and spoke calmly. "Haha. I knew that Mugu would be valued by the Soul Palace. After all, it is not easy for such a dark force like your Soul Palace to recruit a powerful alchemist. This time, I was able to lure out your Soul Palace 9 Heavenly Venerable, and this trip was worth it." After the blue-robed old man appeared, Master Feng's expression was very calm. The reason why Yao Chen did not show up this time was to use Mugu to catch more big fish from the Soul Palace. "Humph, you're just being mysterious." Seeing the reaction of Venerable Feng, the old man in blue robe snorted coldly, his figure flashed quickly, and his right palm swept out lightly. The water vapor in the sky condensed at this moment, and finally brought an extremely strong and cold breath, which swept towards Venerable Feng like lightning. Chapter 340 Demonic Rain Prison Land. However, just as the Soul Palace's 9 Heavens Lord was about to approach within 10 feet of Master Feng, his expression suddenly changed, because he discovered that at this moment, the fighting spirit circulating in his body seemed to have stagnated, and the raindrops and mist that permeated his body also quickly dissipated. Such a scene naturally caused Zhu Tianzin to feel a little shocked. At this moment, he turned his gaze to the back of Master Feng, where an old figure was standing in the air. The familiar face made him scream out loud, "Yao Chen, you're not dead?" Zhu Tianzin recognized Yao Chen at the first sight, and what made his heart sink most rapidly was the terrifying aura emanating from Yao Lao's body. The aura was so strong that even he felt a little trembling. "It's him. Wasn't his body destroyed back then? How could he still be alive?" Old Man Mugu also looked like he had lost his soul at this moment. Back then, he and Yao Chen had the same master, so he was considered Yao Chen's junior fellow apprentice. However, the two later achieved very different achievements. Especially after participating in the alchemy conference, Yao Chen became very successful, which made Old Man Mugu extremely jealous. In terms of cultivation and alchemy, he was far inferior to his senior brother Yao Chen. Later, Mugu was expelled from the sect because of some things, and the friendship between his fellow disciples was completely forgotten by Mugu. At the beginning, The people of Soul Palace extended olive branches to him and Yao Chen at the same time. Yao Chen disliked Soul Palace as being too gloomy and did not accept it, but Mugu agreed directly and became a respected elder of Soul Palace. Later, when Mugu learned that Yao Chen had obtained the magical skill Burning Ju from the ancient ruins, his jealousy had twisted him completely, so he instigated Yao Chen's apprentice Han Feng, and then Han Feng betrayed his master and destroyed his ancestors. Haha, my good brother, I didn't expect you to be so lucky. At this moment Mugugan laughed, hiding his surprise and fear. You bastard, you are still worthy of calling me senior brother. Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. Yao Chen walked in front of Master Feng and looked at the old man Mugu below with a cold gaze, a huge murderous intent sweeping over him. 9 heavenly lords, save me! Mugu quickly hid behind the Soul Palace's 9 heavenly lords. Yao Chen, do you think that you can contend with our Soul Palace after you have recovered your peak strength? Zhu Tianzhen spoke loudly, but only he knew that when he said this, he had no confidence at all, because, even with his pride, he had to admit that with his current strength, he was no match for Yao Lao. Haha, the Soul Palace has many opponents. Some of them are restrained and dare not attack at will. As long as some of them do not attack, I will not take you seriously. Yao Lao smiled faintly, but his smile was slightly cold. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Zhu Tianzhen's expression was also gloomy. He opened his mouth and overwhelming blue fighting spirit gushed out, quickly condensing into a giant beast with bared fangs and claws. With strong energy pressure and sharp claws it rushed directly towards Yao Chen. Facing Zhu Tianzhen's attack, Yao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched it fiercely. The space in front of him collapsed instantly, and the giant beast was cut in half, turning into overwhelming water droplets that scattered away. Boom! With one palm Yao Chen broke the attack of Zhu Tianzhen. He then blasted away with a palm from mid-air. This palm turned into an invisible giant hand in space, which directly melted through the space and flew towards Zhu Tianzhen silently. Although the giant hand of space was silent, Zhu Tianzhen still felt an extremely dangerous feeling in his heart. At that moment the hand seals of Zhu Tianzhen changed rapidly, and with a low shout, endless cold energy between heaven and earth gathered together to form a huge blue water cover of 100 feet. Bang! The giant hand of space fell heavily on the huge blue water cover, and the tremendous force of space spread out in an instant. The seemingly solid blue water cover only lasted for a blink of an eye, and then it suddenly exploded with a bang. All of a sudden, the rain poured down from the sky and landed on the forest, making a crisp sound. This old guy, his strength has completely recovered. Looking at the power caused by Yao Chen's simple move, Mugu was very surprised. He didn't expect that the injury from that year had no effect on Yao Chen at all. Snort! The blue water shield broke, and the body of Zhu Tianzhen staggered. He was directly pushed back more than 100 meters. With just one move he suffered serious injuries. And all this was done intentionally by Yao Chen. If Yao Chen wanted to kill him, the move just now could have left him half dead. Yao Chen, even if you are strong, you cannot resist the power of my Soul Palace. Zhu Tianzhen took a deep breath, and suddenly his palms formed a series of dazzling hand seals at lightning speed. As these seals changed, the space around him began to slowly fluctuate, and then a spatial crack slowly opened up. When the space crack was torn open, a powerful breath that was icy and chilling slowly emanated from the crack. The 8 celestial lords have also come to the prison, which is exactly what I want. Seeing the aura in the space crack behind Zhu Tianzhen, Yao Chen murmured softly, as if all this was what he expected. In the sky, space cracks slowly spread, and an icy and chilling aura also permeated the air. Soon a white figure finally stepped out slowly from the space, and then appeared under the gaze of countless eyes. Old 9, I didn't expect you to activate the space jade slip. A white figure slowly appeared, and an indifferent voice was also heard. Stop talking nonsense and look at your opponent clearly. Zhu Tianzhen frowned and said in a deep voice. After hearing what Zhu Tianzhen said, the white figure that appeared slowly raised his head. He still had an old face, his hair and beard were all white, and even his pupils were white, giving people an extremely cold feeling. He looked like a block of ice. Yao Chen. The white figure's gaze paused at Yao Lao, who was not far ahead. He was slightly startled with surprise in his white eyes. This guy is still alive. It's good that everyone is here. Let's settle the old grudges all at once. Yao Chen glanced at the 8 heavenly lords who appeared and spoke calmly, but there was murderous intent hidden in this calm voice. No wonder. You alone are no match for him. The snow-white brows of the 8th heavenly venerable twitched slightly, and he said with great fear that he had been defeated by Yao Chen in the past, so there were many shadows left in his heart. Let's join forces to stop him. Otherwise this branch hall and Mugu will all be destroyed. We won't be able to explain ourselves then. The magic rain invited the prisoner to take action. Chapter 349 Desperate Strength. With this old guy's strength, I'm afraid the two of us. The 8 heavenly lords in prison frowned slightly, a little hesitant. You were defeated by him before, and this has always been a thorn in your heart. If you don't try now, you may never have such an opportunity in the future. Seeing the hesitation of the 8th heavenly lord, the 9th heavenly lord hurriedly persuaded him. Back then, the two of them were no match for Yao Chen, but after so many years their strength has improved a lot and they are more confident. Hearing this, the palm of Batianzan's hand stroking his snow-white beard froze and his white eyes slightly fluctuated. After a moment he finally nodded slowly and said, "If that's the case, then let's give it a try. I also want to know if Yao Chen is still as majestic as he was back then. Don't worry, if you and I join forces, we can defeat even a 9-star Duzhen." Zhu Tianzan smiled, and then his eyes suddenly became sharp. He clenched his hands suddenly, and vast waves spread out from his palms. As this wave spread, the sky and earth quickly became moist. Drops of rain gathered out of thin air in the sky. From a distance they seemed so dense that there was almost no end in sight. These raindrops contain extremely rich water energy. Although this energy is slightly cool and peaceful, it has an extremely strong corrosive property. A drop like this, if it were to travel at high speed, would be enough to easily penetrate the Du Q defense of a Duhuang warrior. Just one drop of rain has such destructive power. If all the dense and endless raindrops in the world gather together, the destructive power will be very strong. Even Master Feng, who had just broken through to the 7-star Duzhen level, was unable to participate in such a battle. He could only step back and deal with other people from the Soul Palace. Yao Chen was suspended in the sky, looking calmly at the strange raindrops that filled the surrounding sky and earth. Any raindrops that appeared within 100 feet around him would burst apart the moment they appeared. Kongyil. Zhu Tianzan's expression was also extremely solemn at this moment. As his hand seals changed, a sharp shout suddenly came out of his mouth. As Zhu Tianzan shouted loudly, the strange raindrops that filled the sky and earth suddenly trembled and condensed rapidly. In just a blink of an eye, a huge azure rainball about 100 feet in size slowly emerged. The rainball was extremely large and its entire body was azure blue. As it slowly rotated, the tremendous energy that spread out was so great that if it exploded, the entire valley would probably be flattened in an instant. When the rainball was taking shape, the 8 heavenly prisoners on the side also took a deep breath, raised his palm, and faced the rainball from a distance. The extremely cold white air suddenly gushed out from his palm and finally adhered to the rainball. Click click. The white solid ice spread rapidly when it touched the rainball. In a short moment, the blue rainball turned into a huge ice ball. Moreover, the energy contained within it is becoming more and more terrifying. The fighting skills displayed by the 2 top Soul Palace masters together were so powerful that they were enough to terrify ordinary top Duzhen masters. Yao Chen, I was defeated by you back then. I wonder if you have the ability to withstand the combined attack of the two of us today. After turning the rainballs into ice balls, the face of the 8 heavenly prisoners became a little paler. Obviously, this kind of attack consumed a lot of his energy. These two guys are simply overestimating their own abilities. As for Master Feng, he looked at the two men as if they were fools. At this time Venerable Ku Dao and the other 3 Duzhens had also gathered. At this moment, except for the 5 people, namely Venerable Black and White, Venerable Mugu, and Venerable 8 and 9, there were no other living people in this branch of the Soul Palace. When these people looked at the situation over there, they also showed playful expressions. In the sky, Yao Chen heard the 8 heavenly lords shout and merely twitched his eyebrows, with his expression still showing no major emotional fluctuations. It felt as if the huge ice ball that was powerful enough to destroy the valley did not exist. Humph, I want to see how long you can keep showing off. Seeing Yao Chen so calm, Zhu Tianzan couldn't help but sneer. Rain erodes the sky. A roar filled with unparalleled tyranny resounded through the sky, and Mo Yu and Kudu pushed their hands forward fiercely. The huge ice ball trembled, then suddenly began to spin at high speed. Finally, with a deafening whistling sound, it rushed towards Yao Chenbao like lightning. As the ice ball swept across, the surrounding space collapsed bit by bit, and a huge dark space crack hundreds of feet wide emerged from the void space like a black belt. Today I will let you, Medicine Venerable, die under the combined power of the two of us. Looking at the terrifying ice ball that was getting closer and closer to Yao Lao, a hint of fanaticism appeared in the eyes of Zhu Tianzan and the other man. When the ice ball flew into the range of 100 feet from Yao Lao, He finally raised his hand slowly under the gaze of countless people. Seeing that Yao Lao actually wanted to catch the ice hockey head-on, Zhu Tianzhen and the other man couldn't help but reveal a cold smile on their faces. Stop, however, the smiles on their faces just appeared when they were suddenly frozen by the next faint voice. A light shout emanated from Yao Chen's mouth, and the high-speed spinning ice ball solidified instantly. The 9 heavenly lords had dazed looks on their faces at this moment. They had joined forces to attack with all their strength. Even if they were truly the strongest at the peak of the Duzun level, it was impossible to make it stop. Now I am not at the peak of Duzun, but a half-saint. At this moment a hint of playfulness like a cat playing with a mouse suddenly appeared on Yao Chen's face, and the powerful aura of a high-level semi-saint was fully emanated from his body. Half-saint, these 2 simple words were undoubtedly like thunder, suddenly exploding fiercely in the ears of Zhu Tianzhen and the other man. At this moment, it seemed that even the fighting spirit in their bodies had stopped functioning, and their eyes became dull. Semi-saint, this level is also known as the abyss of despair for all the top Duzun powerhouses. In the world, most of the strong people who have reached the peak level of Duzun stop at the edge of half-saint. But no matter how hard they practiced, in the end they still could not truly reach the so-called semi-saint level. When the Du Emperor gradually became a legendary memory existing in history, the simple word holy represented the pinnacle of this world. Mo Yu and Prisoner D also understood in their hearts how difficult it was to reach this realm. Perhaps even if you spend your entire life trying, you will never be able to truly achieve it. They never thought that Yao Chen could reach this level. However, although I have never thought about it, the reality is extremely cruel. The situation that they least expected finally appeared before them. Chapter 350 Swallow Your Soul, Half-Saint. How is this possible? When Yao Chen's aura was fully unleashed, Old Man Mugu's pupil suddenly shrank. He was not afraid of dying at the hands of Yao Chen today. Compared to death, what was more difficult for him to accept was the growing gap between him and his senior brother Yao Chen. He didn't expect that after experiencing that incident, Yao Chen was actually reborn into nirvana and reached the realm of semi-saint. Above the sky, Yao Chen was floating in the horizon. He glanced calmly at the 2 Zhu Tianzhens in the distance, then touched the ice ball with his palm and slowly clenched it. Crack! As Yao Chen clenched his hand, the surface of the ice ball containing terrifying energy suddenly became distorted. It looked as if there was an extremely huge invisible hand, pinching it hard. Broken. The surface of the ice ball twisted more and more, and after a moment, it exploded with a bang. The ice ball exploded, and a terrifying energy storm suddenly swept across like a hurricane. Gurgle. Looking at the ice chips slowly falling from the sky, Master Feng and the others swallowed hard. That terrifying attack was so easily diffused that even Yao Chen's sleeves didn't move at all. Is this the strength of a semi-saint? Several Duzun masters looked at each other, and all of them saw a deep shock in each other's eyes. Although they already knew about Yao Chen's cultivation level, they had never actually seen him take action, so at this moment they were all fascinated. This kind of power far exceeds the level of Duzun. Puff! The ice hockey was destroyed and Mo Yu and Prisoner were affected. Their bodies trembled, and a muffled groan came from their throats, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. The 8th Heavenly Venerable wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and stared at Yao Lao in the distance, his eyes full of fear and unwillingness. He had been defeated by Yao Lao in the past, but he didn't expect that now, in this first meeting, he would be defeated by the latter again, and it was a truly miserable defeat. Half-saint. Zhu Tianzhen gritted his teeth, fear flashed in his eyes. It would not be difficult to kill such powerful people. At this moment, even if 2 or 3 Duzun peak warriors joined forces, it would be difficult to defeat Yao Chen. Old 8, let's go. The 9th Lord of Heaven took a deep breath, made a prompt decision, and shouted in a deep voice to the 8th Lord of Heaven. The 8th Heavenly Lord also understood that if they didn't leave now, they would both die here later. At this moment, Cutie waved his hand, and a space crack was quickly torn in the space beside him. The 2 of them flashed and tried to rush into the crack. Haha, since Mugu has fished you 2 out, how can I let you get away? Seeing this, Yao Chen smiled faintly, stretched out his hand and squeezed the space crack hard from a distance. Bang! As the old man Yao took control, the space crack suddenly collapsed. Immediately afterwards 2 strong gusts of wind hit Mo Yu and Prisoner D, and their bodies fell like kites with broken strings. Seeing this scene, Black and White Heavenly Lord, who had been thinking that Mugu was proud of summoning Mo Yu and Prisoner Dai, suddenly looked as pale as death. Even Mo Yu and Chu Di were severely injured by Yao Chen's move, so they had no chance of resisting. Yao Chen, can you please let us go? Black and White Heavenly Master begged for mercy. Humph. If I let you go, what right do you have to live? Yao Chen snorted coldly and rejected their requests. You guys go out and wait for a moment. I want to deal with Mugu myself, Yao Chen said to Feng Zunji and others. Upon hearing this, Venerable Feng, Venerable Ku Dao and their group of 4 retreated directly and left this branch of the Soul Palace. They knew about the grudge between Yao Chen and Mugu. After the 5 people left the valley, Yao Chen waved his hand and set up a space seal to isolate the huge palace and its surroundings again. Haha, Yao Chen, you become a saint today, and my death is not unjust. Seeing this scene, Mugu suddenly laughed out loud. The next moment, the fighting energy in his body suddenly became violent. Want to self-destruct. Looking at Mugu's condition over there, Yao Chen flashed and appeared directly in front of him, then pointed a finger at his forehead. Bang! Mugu's body exploded at this moment, but his soul was pulled out by Yao Chen before that. What do you want to do? Seeing that Yao Chen would not let him die and extracted his soul, Mugu felt uneasy. You'll know next thing. Yao Chen laughed loudly, then quickly took action, killing Black and White Heavenly Lords and preserving their souls. When one reaches the Du-Zun stage, the physical body dissipates and the soul can exist outside the body. Yao Chen is very clear about this and his moves are very precise. He only destroys their physical bodies but does not harm their souls. Yao Chen, kill me if you want at this moment. Mugu thought that Yao Chen was going to imitate the Soul Palace and imprison souls and torture them, and he felt extremely uneasy. Yao Chen did not answer Mugu, but in front of Mugu, he sucked Bai Tianzhen's soul directly into his mouth. At this moment, Yao Chen was surrounded by black mist, and his temperament was completely different from before. Crunch! Bai Tianzhen's soul was stuffed into his mouth, and Yao Chen opened his mouth and started chewing. Wah! This scene caused the soul of Black Tianzhen next to him to scream in fear. Don't shout, it's your turn. After swallowing Bai Tianzhen's soul, Yao Chen did not stop at all and directly swallowed Hai Tianzhen's soul as well. The way it crunches and chews the soul looks like a devil. After devouring the souls of these 2 people, Yao Chen's momentum rose again. It seems that you 2 guys must let this saint come to find you out. Yao Chen did not swallow the dazed soul of Mugu for the time being, but looked at the huge pit where Mo Yu and prisoner D had smashed into. He waved his sleeves and 2 black chains flew out, heading directly towards the 2 huge pits. After the chain reached the huge pit, 2 souls jumped out of the pit at the same time, but they were firmly tied up by the chains and pulled towards Yao Chen. Yao Chen, if you dare to kill us, the palace master will not let you go. Once we die, you and your Xingyan pavilion will be buried with us. Being tied up by Yao Chen in this very familiar method, the souls of Mo Yu and Qiu Di immediately screamed. You 2 losers, do you really think anyone would care? Yao Chen didn't care about the threats from the 2. When Mo Yu's soul came over, he opened his mouth and chewed again, swallowing Mo Yu's soul in a few bites. How is this possible? This horrifying scene almost made the prisoner forget to think. But then, his fate became the same as Mo Yu's, and he was directly swallowed by Yao Chen. Haha, Yao Chen, you are simply digging your own grave and eating living souls alive. Even the palace master would not dare to do such a dangerous thing. At this moment Mugu, who had been frightened into a daze, burst into laughter.